It's time to tackle the story for a game series I've been meaning to get into for a while, and that game series is Dishonored. Developed by Arkane and published by Bethesda in 2012, Dishonored was an immersive sim. It was received quite well by gamers, and it was praised for its dark atmosphere and how the choices that players made affected the world and the overarching story as it progressed. It was criticised, however, for the quite abrupt ending to the main story. The game was supported by 2 DLCs which followed a secondary character, whilst the events of the main game were going on in the background, and these 2 were the Knife of Dunwall and the Brigmore Witches. Fans of Dishonored had to wait 4 years for the sequel Dishonored 2, which came out in 2016. It was developed by Arkane Lyon and was different from the first game in that the player could choose between 2 characters. It was released to a pretty good Metacritic score which sat in the high 80s. It improved on various aspects of the gameplay and stealth was a lot smoother. Again, like the first entry in the series, player choice determined the state of the world and the direction and tone of the story. Dishonored 2 didn't receive any DLC as such, but it did receive a separate chapter released a year later in 2017, titled The Death of the Outsider. Arkane Austin had earlier developed and released Prey that same year, which I previously did a video on. Some of the early world lore, the world building, in this video will come from the role-playing game book, which explains a great deal of the background lore of the Isles, as with this book came the first official in-game timeline. I also need to say that although this is an immersive sim and you can take the story where you like, my story explanation of this series will follow the canonical path confirmed by writer Harvey Smith and the novels, and it'll follow the low chaos path, as that is the one that is considered the correct route if you are taking the story into account. Anyway, that's pretty much it, and we'll get into the story now, so kick back, relax, and hit that like button if you're enjoying the video at any point. Finally, there'll be spoilers in this video for the whole Dishonored series. We start our story way back, thousands of years before the events of the games take place. Millennia ago, a young boy is sacrificed in a place known as the Void, by people calling themselves the Envisioned. To do this, they went to a place called Shindare Peak, a very tall mountain, and they broke apart a gate to a place known as the Ritual Hold. This was, according to history, required to maintain the world's order and existence. It said that the Envisioned sought out the boy after they looked at the night sky, and it foretold them of the necessity of the outsider. The Envisioned would therefore use the stars blinking out into nothingness as an indication of what the Void requires. The disappearance of the celestial lights was essentially what led them to take an orphan boy and sacrifice him. The outsider's body would be trapped in stone in a place known as the Black Center, and this new entity would project a psychic form and would appear to people as a way of giving them purpose and blessing them with certain gifts. The Envisioned would remain at the location to guard the body of the outsider. Over time, the Envisioned would take on the appearance of stone men, thanks to their exposure to the Void. So what is the Void? Well, the Void is an alternate dimension. It's described as a place with a will, but a will without a body that shifts and changes. The Void latches onto events and places that echo across the real world. Throughout the years, people that had been close to death and had been unconscious had spoken of visiting a place that they could describe vividly. Many thought it was a place that existed beneath the earth, or indeed far above it. But they conceded they'd have to wait for a philosopher to be able to unlock this phenomenon, so those interested will be able to see it at will. The Void, which bleeds into reality via people's dreams and visions, would yearn to attach itself to something more real. This is where the young boy comes in. When being sacrificed, the Void filled the emptiness inside him, and the young boy would become an entity called the Outsider, a being beyond human morality. He's kind of like a god. The cult of the Outsider would then be formed out of the Envisioned. The cult discovered the Eye of the Dead God that belonged to the entity of the Void before the Outsider came to be. The eye they'd found seemed to give the cultists increased perception of the world around them, and it was this very thing that allowed the Envisioned to be able to find the Void in the first place. As is obvious, they worshipped the Outsider and they would inscribe his mark onto whalebone. They also wished to become one of the Envisioned themselves in being allowed to enter the Void. Then an event took place called the Great Burning, and the cult grew to a very large size over a short period of time. They seemed to be wanting chaos and were trying to destroy everything, burning things as they went. It did eventually end, and the modern calendar would be established sometime after this, based on the 13-month year, with each month having 28 days. The months being Earth, Harvest, Nets, Rain, Wind, Darkness, High Cold, Ice, Hearths, Seeds, Timber, Clans, and Songs. Sometime later on an island that would later be called Gristle, lived an ancient civilization. The cult had managed to recruit quite a few people during the Great Burning, but not much else is known about this civilization after what could have been the 9th century, as they simply just disappeared. But now let's fast forward all the way to the 1600s. In 1625, the War of Four Crowns took place. The war all came down to the idea of unifying the four islands of Tivia, Gristol, Morley and Serkonos, which all sit on the Pandyssian Continent. Tivia, being the northernmost island, is a snowy and icy tundra. It's not very heavily populated though due to its harsh weather and climate. People that do live there or originate from there are considered to be pretty tough individuals. A little further south of Tivia is Morley, and considered to be quite artistic. It's home to people who dabble in the arts, music, art and literature. Many scholars also hail from and consider Morley their home. Nonetheless, its main economy is centred around fishing and agriculture. Gristol is the Isle of Industry, shipping, mining, whaling and agriculture. The air is thick with the smells you'd associate with such practices, but Gristol is quite important in that it's home to the seat of power, the Empire, a constitutional monarchy. And finally, Serkonos, which is the southernmost of the Isles. Serkonos sees a lot of sun thanks to its location, and is a popular destination for the wealthy to go for a break. The island is known for its unique culture and food. And prior to the War of the Four Crowns though, Serkonos wasn't really unified itself, more so being an island of different cities. But what of the aristocracy? Well, a large number of the aristocracy lived on Gristol. They'd be referred to as blue bloods occasionally, and are notoriously difficult people. Their entire life is defined by privilege and status. They think little of others, and their only goal in life is to maintain said status, or actually to elevate that status. They're described as excellent plotters, and the highest rank aspired to by the aristocrats of the Isles is to become a member of Parliament. Many seats granted to the aristocracy are as a result of inheritance, but they can actually lose those seats too. But yeah, onto the war. Prince Khalasar, somewhat of a local legend in Tivia, supported the unification of the Four Isles, and the legend tells us that Prince Khalasar was poisoned whilst on a campaign to unify, and had at this point already conquered Tivia and Gristol. He was on his way to the Isle of Morley when he died, and it's told that his last words were Tivia and the Isles will become one. One city on the Isle of Tivia, Alexin, also shared this view and wanted to join the Empire, with a great many of them just believing that they needed to bide their time, as they believed they were the heirs of Prince Khalasar and would eventually be called upon to rule the Isles. They wanted to ally with Gristol, who were busy fighting a war against Serkonos. Now, Gristol were kind of like a superpower, and the aristocrats that ruled Gristol were the Morganguards. They went to war with the other Isles in a war that lasted until 1625. But this all came to a head when the Duchess, Mila, and the Duke, Matthias of Aventa in Karnaca, the capital city of Serkonos, bribed an organisation called the Grand Guard, which was similar to a police force, so they could take control of Karnaca. Other cities in Serkonos then allied with Karnaca. They overthrew the king of Karnaca and joined what would become the Empire of the Isles, for which the emperor would be Finlay Morganguard VI, with him being crowned in 1626. Tivia by this point had already joined the Empire, and Morley would join a bit later after they'd put up quite the fight out of desperation to retain their independence. The Isles were now unified under the imperial rule of the throne in Gristol, and a parliament was established with all of the Isles being incorporated into it. The unification didn't come without its problems though, as insurrections eventually took place in Morley, but we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. The line of the Serkonan king was ended, and the disused throne of Serkonos would be guarded by a long line of dukes and duchesses, who would be the representatives of Serkonos itself. The Emperor Finlay Morganguard would then commission the very first fleet of whaling ships, giving rise to the whaling trade. Eventually, the cult of the outsider returned after thousands of years in the wilderness, so to speak. They had set up base somewhere very secret, but that's for much later in the video. The cult of the outsider are focused on many things, but the most important are things such as ascension and being able to control the power of the void itself. They call themselves revenants of the outsider and the custodians of the eye. Those committed to maintaining the delicate position of reality, spurred on by the promise that the void will eventually open up its truth to them. But what of the rank of the individual members? Well, there's the outsider, the mysterious deity of this cult, the object of their worship. Under the outsider are the high priests. They command the actions of the lower members or adherents. Then underneath the high priests are the touched. These adherents are valued members of the cult because they show visible signs that they've been touched by the outsider. These are powers and marks on the skin, to name a couple. They are feared by other adherents and given important tasks by the high priests. Underneath the touched are the congregants, your standard cultist worshipper. They attend rituals and give money to the cult. Then finally there are the initiates, who aren't yet invited to partake in rituals. They are used as lackeys to do the menial tasks to support the senior members of the cult, such as laundry, sanitation, preparing meals, and things like record keeping. But anyway, this leads us up to the year 1705. In the early 1700s, a new religion was formed, being the Abbey of the Everyman. Its founder was a guy by the name of Benjamin Holger, who had appointed himself what came to be known as the High Overseer. The High Overseer was viewed as key to the health of the Abbey. They needed to embody and interpret a set of 7 strictures. The 7 being wandering gaze, lying tongue, restless hands, roving feet, rampant hunger, wanton flesh, and errant mind. These strictures are essentially the social code of the Abbey, and these are the principles that the Overseers teach. Basically, they're like the 7 deadly sins. The Abbey would also usher in the new year by way of something called the Fugue Feast. The Fugue Feast occurs once a year, at the end of the year during the month of songs. It's an evening of debauchery, gluttony, and some frivolity, which seems like a far cry from the standards expected and demanded by the Abbey, and also seems slightly hypocritical. It's a masquerade event too. Crucially, as most in attendance get up to such ludicrous acts that they wish to have their identities concealed. Anything goes, basically. Cosmology comes into play here, and as soon as the signs of the new calendar, the new year, are clear, a High Overseer calls for something known as the Hymn of Atonement, and the Fugue Feast draws to a close. One of the overseers of this religion, a John Clavering, ordered an abbey to be built within what was the capital of Bristol, Dunwall, and this saw an increase in their followers. A few years later, this religion went to war with the other religions in what would come to be called the Rectification War, and the Abbey of the Everyman crushed other religions. They'd been cleansed, as the Abbey called it. Anyway, in 1705, one of the religions that the Abbey of the Everyman went to war against in the Rectification War was the cult of the Outsider. The last battle took place on the southeastern tip of the Isle of Bristol 3 years into the war in 1708. A large number of overseers travelled to a place called the White Cliff. The overseers cleansed it of people they deemed heretics, followers of the Outsider and witches. Holger died during the final battle of this war after being stabbed through the eye, and Clavering took over as High Overseer. Clavering was very likely chosen as High Overseer after a council of elders called for a feast of painted kettles, which is apparently the first step in choosing a new Overseer. Anyway, the main battle was written into history as the Siege of Whitecliff. They created a holy book, and the main basis for said holy book would be what happened on the White Cliff, based off of ceremonial rites and invocations that were inscribed into tomes following the battle. They devoted themselves to learning more about the other world and ritualistic practices, but in a way to combat them and the people that followed them rather than to use them. The Abbey would study the ripples in the natural world that they could barely perceive, and they called these ripples an ancient music. They found a 17-note scale and developed a music box that would nullify the powers granted to people by the Outsider, or the turbulence originating from the void, as they put it. The device would be named Holger's device, after the guy who founded the Abbey.
We cannot doubt the effectiveness of Holger's device, or the mathematical beauty of the music itself. We've seen it in action against the forbidden practices too many times to deny it. But the question no one wishes to ask is the incantation itself black magic? The boxes are priceless, but what's inside?
Some of the overseers in the Abbey saw the study of the forces of the Outsider as a heretical practice, but in order to prevent being corrupted by the powers of the Outsider, those deep in study of these powers would employ a method they called the Metaphysica Mysterium. Firstly, they would use the flesh of others to be a conduit for the powers of the Outsider, and not their own. And secondly, they would use channels and barriers to focus the raw void energies, and by doing this, in theory at least, these powers were therefore free from the corruption of the Outsider himself. The construction of the Abbey was finally finished, and the Abbey of the Everyman became the state religion of the Empire in 1711. They would be based in Dunwall, and the High Overseer would command the Abbey's activities all across the Empire. Each city would have a Vice Overseer who took their orders directly from the High Overseer, and the Vice Overseer has authority over different cities. In terms of recruitment, this sometimes happens from a young age, where children undertake the trials of aptitude, where after being identified as showing proper inclination and after being studied, the child makes a pilgrimage to Whitecliff. The ceremony that follows determines which children are to become overseers and which children are to be put down. There would be a subdivision of the Abbey called the Oracular Order, which consists of women, and they are known as the Blind Sisters. The Abbey believed them to have visions of prophecy, so they are essentially guides for the Abbey, delivering what they'd seen in visions to the overseers, after their guidance had been cleared with the High Overseer, of course. Over the coming decades, many important people will be born. People such as a woman by the name of Vera de Goyle and Anton Sokolov. These people would be somewhat central to what happens later on, but we'll cover that when we meet them in the storyline. In the year 1801, people in opposition to the rule of the Empire would start to rise up. After a number of strikes by the Morleyan working class in the years leading up to 1801, who felt they were being exploited by the wealthy in Dunwall, an armed conflict finally kicked off known as the Morley Insurrection. The Morleyan people's hope was that they would be able to break off from the Empire. The Morleyans would end up using the sewer systems of Dunwall in order to strike the Empire right at its heart on King Sparrow Island. This is because the insurrection had served another purpose, and that was to target the then Empress, Larissa Olaskia. Dunwall Tower was repeatedly reinforced and fortified during the Morley Insurrection, and a new role was introduced, the role of the Royal Protector. This was a war that was mainly fought on the seas, but after the Morleyans managed to actually assassinate the Empress, the insurrection came to an end. I mean, Gristol's exceptional naval force was another big reason the insurrection ended, and thanks to Gristol's booming economy propping up the defense of the Empire, but a lot of the Morleyans would have a simmering quiet bitterness inside them for decades to come. The Empire then improved their defences on King Sparrow Island so no one could ever get to it if they wanted to hit the heart of the Empire again. A couple of years after this, in 1803, a famine was declared on Morley, and this resulted in a large number of people moving and settling in Karnaca, where, as it happens, trade was booming in large part thanks to wealthy investors from Gristol. This boost to the Karnacan economy came in the form of silver mines and fishing, and these people then settled in a district called Clemente Landing. Morleyans in Dunwall, however, didn't fare as well as those settled in Karnaca, as they were still being exploited, being worked very hard. Morleyan prisoners of war would be kept in a newly built prison, Coldridge Prison, forced to do labour there as part of their sentence. A new emperor would be crowned in 1803 too. After the previous Olaskia dynasty provided no suitable heirs, a man by the name of Euorn Coldwin would be crowned emperor despite the Coldwin's distance from the throne. In 1809, something called the Dunwall City Watch was established on the order of the Emperor Euorn Coldwin, as he needed an organisation to enforce the laws of the Empire within the city of Dunwall, the capital. Whilst enforcing the law, they are also the protectors of the citizens of Dunwall. The City Watch is largely funded by the wealthy citizens of Dunwall, and most of its funding comes from aristocrats who get personal access to the services that the City Watch offer, such as security, and the City Watch also control and run the aforementioned Coldridge Prison. So let's talk about a key area of trade in the Empire, and that is whale oil. Whales had been hunted for a while, with whale meat being a large area of trade. It was way back in 1631, under the rule of Emperor Finlay Morgengard, that whaling ships were commissioned in the first place. Back then, the whaling ships used sails to travel the waters of the Empire, but nowadays, ships are steam-powered. But one simply wouldn't be able to just start hunting whales, as a license was required in order to do so. In the early days, when the whales were hunted for their meat, their blubber was placed into massive vats and reduced to oil. But this industry intensified with people finding a use for the whale oil too. Essentially, a philosopher by the name of Esmond Roseborough had spotted a group of what are known as vagabonds, people without permanent homes, using whale oil to create and maintain fire. Refining the oil, it became a fuel source across the Isles, cementing the importance of the whaling industry. Demand increased and businessmen took advantage with the sort of battle taking place between these businesses by way of offering workers the best rates of pay and safe working conditions. Big warehouses would be constructed just outside the Rudshaw Financial District, and one of these, many would argue the most ruthless, was the Greaves Whale House, opened by a man called Ebenezer Greaves. The Greaves Whale House dominated the whaling trade, swallowing up its rivals, and workers would be easily identified by the masks they wore, which protected them against harmful fumes from the oil. Large slaughterhouses were opened, with two significant ones having the monopoly on most of the trade from the industry. Whale oil will be used in weapons too, and Mr. Roseborough sponsored a young natural philosopher by the name of Anton Sokolov in his efforts in creating state-of-the-art technology that would utilize it. Rail lines and trams were also constructed, bringing the Isles into a new age. Greaves Oil would create refilling stations, as one could fill a canister with the oil, with it acting as a kind of battery. Essentially, this fuel source would dramatically change the look and fortune of the Isles through what was an industrial revolution over the years to come. Sokolov's designs would feature sockets so that these batteries could be used for power, but given the corrosive and volatile nature of whale oil itself, this had resulted in a few explosive accidents. Around this time, a new empress had been crowned, in 1825, and she was Jessamine, the daughter of Euhorn Coldwin. Improvement to the weaponry of the City Watch was also commissioned in 1831, along with other contraptions called Walls of Light, and arc pylons were also created under the orders of the appointed Royal Spymaster, a man named Hiram Burrows. The role of the Royal Spymaster had been around for a long time, but the role itself was a very secretive one, with it only becoming a known position after the Morley Insurrection. Typically, only the more senior members of the City Watch were recommended for the role, to preserve continuity, as this would serve to maintain the level of secrecy the role demanded. The Spymasters would also have their own informants that would keep them up to date on what was going on in the streets. These informants would use the Dunwall sewers, as they knew all the twists and turns by heart. A gift was then given to the Coldwins by the then Duke of Serkonos, Theodanis Abel, and this was in the form of a young man named Corvo Atano. Corvo was very skilled with the blade from an early age and won an annual dueling contest called the Blade Verbena. His triumph in all of his duels earned him a spot as a junior officer in the Grand Serkonan Guard. He fought against criminal gangs and rogue city-states in Serkonos. He served in the Guard until he reached 18, at which point he would be gifted, and Corvo quickly took on the role of Royal Protector to Empress Jessamine. But the city of Dunwall would face a new threat: the Rat Plague, for which the City Watch would play a huge role in trying to contain. In 1835, the Rat Plague, also known as the Doom of Pandyssia, ravaged Dunwall. It was brought about by Pandyssian bull rats. These rats carry it, but are not affected by it. An infected human would be able to pass the plague on to another human. With the plague itself getting more and more out of hand, the City Watch were responsible for enacting quarantine around the city. Infected humans in the final stages of the disease would be termed weepers, and the many dead bodies would be disposed of in a district of Dunwall called the Flooded District, which used to be called the Rudshaw Financial District. The truth is that the place got flooded because the city hadn't even bothered to maintain the flood defences, and with the authorities too busy fighting the rat plague, the place was just left to, well, rot, basically. The philosopher and genius inventor Anton Sokolov, now acting as the royal physician to Empress Jessamine, would create Sokolov's elixir, a liquid that could fend off any ill effects of the rat plague, and this was shared amongst the City Watch members that were out in the city and dealing with the dead and infected. There were City Watch members known as dead counters, and they would be in command of those entrusted with the handling of the dead. They would be paid in both coin and elixir. They'd also be responsible for handling the belongings of the dead. They'd value these belongings and either give them back to the families of the dead or claim them on behalf of the state, and they'd be under the leadership of the city barrister. Gangs would form during this period of chaos, what with the City Watch pretty distracted, with the most prominent ones being the Hatters, the Bottle Street Gang, and the Dead Eels. Workers would also start to strike, with Royal Spymaster Burrows using the City Watch to crack down on these strikes rather than to protect the people. People would try to find many ways to protect themselves from infection, with some believing that the bile from dangerous sewer-dwelling mollusks helped them. The Abbey of the Everyman would warn people against turning to superstitious practices, as many of these were viewed as heresy by what, remember, was the state religion. 2 years into the rat plague, with no end in sight, Corvo Atano would be sent by Jessamine to go to various locations across the Isles in order to hopefully find a cure. And this journey was recommended by Royal Spymaster Burrows, and Corvo was the only person Jessamine trusted enough to carry out this task. This all leads us up to 1837 and to the events of Dishonored 1. Now, with Corvo's search for a cure not having gone very well, he returns to Dunwall Tower 2 days early. After playing with the Empress's daughter Emily, who, in a terribly kept secret, is the result of a love affair between Corvo and Jessamine, Corvo speaks with the Empress, who is in heated discussion with Hiram Burrows. Burrows had written in his journal about his frustrations, not at the Empress, but at Emily, that Emily wasn't taking her duties seriously. She is to one day rule the Empire herself, but even though she had the best tutors in the Empire, she was spoiled by her mother and would rather draw pictures and would waste time fighting Corvo using wooden sticks. Corvo reveals to the Empress his discovery that the other Isles within the Empire are planning to blockade the capital, their own attempt to contain the rat plague to prevent it from reaching their own nations. This isn't what the Empress wished to hear, as she'd hoped one of the other cities had dealt with this before. Then the Empress realises all the guards are gone, and Emily spots mysterious men on the rooftops opposite. They are then attacked by assassins who appear to be wielding otherworldly powers. Jessamine is then killed by one of them whilst Corvo is completely powerless, and the assassins vanish, taking Emily and leaving Corvo there cradling the dying Empress. With her last breath, she tells Corvo to find Emily and to protect her. Hiram Burrows and the High Overseer Thaddeus Campbell show up with a bunch of guards and they accuse Corvo of killing the Empress, so he is arrested and he is thrown into the Coldridge prison to face execution for regicide. 6 months pass and Corvo is still waiting the date of his execution, which is actually tomorrow. He's being interrogated by the High Overseer Thaddeus Campbell, and Burrows is there with the pair of them wanting a confession signed, admitting to the murder of the Empress. Corvo has been tortured during his stay here at Coldridge, but much to their frustration, he's not yielded. Hiram Burrows has now appointed himself the Lord Regent, ruling in the monarch's place. A substitute or temporary ruler, if you will. The pair of them then basically admit to framing him, saying the true royal heir to the throne, Emily, is being hidden away somewhere. They claim the Empire needs strong leadership and someone to guide the weak. They didn't bank on Corvo coming back from his expedition 2 days early, but it worked in their favour, as they have a scapegoat. They say goodbye to him and Corvo is dragged back to his cell. One of the guards, however, tells him that he should eat, and that this meal comes from a friend. On the tray is a note stating that he should head to the prison's interrogation room, where there will be an explosive, and he can use it on the outer doors of the prison and escape through the sewers. Using the key to his cell that was left for him, Corvo grabs a weapon left for him by the guard. He chokes out or kills a few guards and is able to get to the interrogation room. Crossing the yard, Corvo sneaks through and blows the door using the explosive. Jumping into the river to escape the pursuing guards, as ordered, he enters the Dunwall sewers. Needing to reach the Wrenhaven River, avoiding the guards down there, and avoiding ravenous rats carrying the rat plague, Corvo gets to the exit and meets Samuel, who has a barge, and he takes Corvo to a place he calls the Hound Pits, located just outside the quarantine zone set up by the City Watch. There he meets the Loyalists, those who claim to be servants of the Empire, and of the true Empress, who now is of course Emily Coldwin, whereabouts unknown. These Loyalists, or their inner circle at least, are comprised of an Admiral Havelock, who used to command the Bristol Navy, and Lord Trevor Pendleton, a nobleman. There are other Loyalists here, but a few of them aren't as important to the story. Havelock tells Corvo that they are building a coalition of Loyalists aimed at overthrowing Burrows, the Lord Regent's reign, and reinstating Emily Coldwin to the throne, seeing her crowned as the Empress, but to do so, they need Corvo's skill and his ability to fight. They need him to hunt down and destroy the men that murdered the Empress. Corvo then also meets Piero Joplin, an inventor and a rival of Anton Sokolov. He is a valuable ally, as he's able to craft gear that Corvo can use to aid him in his mission. He fits Corvo with a mask, which, given Corvo's status as a wanted man, will conceal his identity from both the public and the City Watch. So, much like Sokolov, Piero had created his own formula to combat the rat plague, calling it Piero's Remedy, a name that he claims he didn't choose himself, and he's very bitter about the public choosing to put their faith in Sokolov's elixir over his own creation. Piero sees both the elixir and the remedy to be equal in their efficacy in relation to rat plague, but Piero sees his as more effective when it comes to the mind and the spirit. Therefore, he sees his concoction as superior, even referring to Sokolov's as a crass goo better suited for livestock. Harsh. When Piero was young and a fairly new member of the Academy, he developed a rivalry with another natural philosopher by the name of Trimble, who had been against a certain field of research that Piero was venturing into. It culminated in a duel to the death using pistols, and it became quite the spectacle, both of them being terrible shots. So the duel was settled via a coin flip, and Trimble lost with the terms of dispute, meaning that he was to leave the Academy of Natural Philosophy. But anyway, that's a bit of background on Piero. Corvo heads into the pub and upstairs to get some rest, but he's awakened by something. He seems to have shifted to an otherworldly realm. This is the Void. Corvo is addressed by the Outsider, who addresses him by name, as well as the fact that he will play a big role in the days to come. The Outsider tells him that he has been chosen, hence why he's here in the Void. The Outsider then marks Corvo and tells him that the forces of the Void, which some call magic, will now serve Corvo's will. The Outsider says this is his gift to him. He is now able to draw from the power of the Void. Navigating the Void, which features reminders of Corvo's failure to save Jessamine, since it's a manifestation of his subconscious. Using his new powers, Corvo speaks with the Outsider again, and he tells him to seek out ancient runes bearing his mark, and he will be granted more powers. To help find these ancient runes, which were carved by the long-gone ancient civilization that I mentioned earlier on, the Outsider gives Corvo the beating heart of a living thing, which itself contains a spirit. The heart was actually crafted by Piero Joplin after he'd had a vision from the outsider.
Does part of the soul live in the heart? If the heart keeps beating, does that mean that the spirit is never released into oblivion? I can keep a heart beating forever with electricity, but what does that mean for any essence trapped within? It'd be easier if I created these processes in waking hours. I am uneasy pursuing avenues that emanate from my dreaming mind.
Each and every night, the black-eyed outsider visits upon Piero's dreams.
Anyway, leaving the void, Corvo wakes up back in the real-world Hound Pit's pub and goes down to speak with Admiral Havelock. He says that sometimes good men have to do bad things in order to put the world right, and he's talking about assassination. This may be necessary if they're to put Emily Colwyn back on her rightful throne, and they're to do it from the shadows. The first target is High Overseer Thaddeus Campbell. Problem is that he's going to be protected by members of the Abbey of the Everyman, the Overseers. Corvo is to eliminate the High Overseer and retrieve his private journal, his Black Book, as Admiral Havelock thinks that it has Emily's location within it. Havelock also says Campbell is holding an overseer by the name of Teague Martin, who was an inside man working for the Loyalists until he was discovered, and he was essential to the plot to break Corvo out of Coldridge Prison. Havelock asks Corvo to free him from the office of the High Overseer, where he's being held, and outside, Corvo speaks with another of the Loyalists named Callista Curnow. She's got a request as she needs Corvo's help too. Her uncle, Jeff Curnow, serves as the captain of the City Watch, and the word is that Campbell just took delivery of some exotic poison. Her uncle isn't corruptible like the others, so Campbell plans to poison Curnow at a meeting between the two very soon. Of course, Corvo knows Curnow well, as he accompanied him on his mission to try and seek the help of the other nations in the Empire, so Corvo makes preparations and gets ready to go and deal with Campbell. Arriving in the distillery district, Samuel the boatman warns Corvo about the walls of light created by Sokolov, that the City Watch have placed them around the streets of Dunwall, with them capable of instantly killing someone if near them. He also warns Corvo anything not controlled by the City Watch is gang territory, controlled by the Bottle Street gang, but Sam then tells him about a crazy old woman living on the fringes by the name of Granny Rags. Disembarking, Corvo avoids or takes out the City Watch guards and moves down Endoria Street, where he enters a building and comes across the aforementioned Granny Rags. Granny Rags is blind and calling out for her dear husband. She's definitely insane, and she is calling out for her dear little starving birdies. A knock on the door comes and Granny Rags is in a panic, and she asks Corvo to deal with these gentlemen callers who she owes money to. After doing so and speaking with her again, she rewards him with an ancient rune, which she says that she received from the outsider. So about Granny Rags. She was someone who I mentioned earlier in the video, a woman by the name of Vera Dubgoyle. She married a Lord Moray, an aristocrat, in the year 1765, taking the name Vera Moray. She and her husband liked to travel, but Vera had started to become interested in the ancient civilization that lived there thousands of years ago, and she'd also taken a keen interest in their practices, the occult. As a result, Vera, much like Corvo had been, was marked by the outsider. This drove her insane and led to her blindness, and she would later be admitted to the Adamire Institute. She was eventually released when, although still bonkers, she would pretend to be sane to trick the staff there into releasing her. She would then go on to murder her husband and instead became known as Granny Rags. But anyway, back to it. Granny Rags asks for a favour. She talks about the Bottle Street gang, which is led by Slackjaw. The Bottle Street gang has taken over the nearby distillery, and she wants Corvo to go to a place where Dr. Galvani worked and collect rat viscera, which is infected with the rat plague, and to go to the distillery and poison the elixir still the gang have been using to produce it, as they've been bootlegging the stuff, watering it down basically and then selling it. Moving through the streets, Corvo witnesses the Bottle Street gang harassing more citizens in the area for protection money. He can help out the guy they're harassing, a guy called Griff. He owes them for fake elixir, and he opens up trade with Corvo as thanks. Using the buildings to get past the walls of light, or by simply removing the whale oil canisters that power them, Corvo can choose to enter Galvani's offices, and despite the City Watch being inside, he's able to grab the rat viscera. Dr. Galvani is a natural philosopher, and he is a vivisectionist, which is why this rat viscera is here, as he was trying to find a cure for the rat plague. With the rat viscera in his possession, Corvo can sneak or battle his way into the distillery, and he can choose whether or not to poison the elixir still. Collecting yet another reward from Granny Rags, having shut down the bootlegging operation, Corvo now pushes on in order to deal with that scumbag Campbell. Getting eyes on Overseer Teague Martin, Corvo frees him from his captivity. Infiltrating the office of the High Overseer, Corvo is able to overhear a couple of the City Watch guards speaking about the Heretic's Brand, which is a tool used to cast out overseers by way of branding them for life. Yes, even the High Overseer himself can be cast out. Corvo also hears two overseers that had broken into Campbell's secret chamber in search of his black book for themselves, although it's not clear why exactly. Reaching the meeting chamber inside the office of the High Overseer, Corvo can lie in wait for Campbell. Knocking out Campbell and Curnow before Campbell can poison Curnow, Corvo carries the High Overseer to the interrogation chamber. He brands him with the Heretic's Brand and therefore avoids the bloody and chaotic task of killing him, getting rid of the guy just as effectively. Grabbing the little black book, Corvo grabs the still knocked out body of Captain Curnow and stows it in a safe location. Trekking back through the office of the High Overseer again, Corvo heads out back where Sam the boatman is waiting and they leave, arriving back at the Helm Pits. On the dock, Callista Curnow is there and she thanks Corvo for his good deed in saving her uncle, Captain Jeff Curnow. Going to speak with Havelock and Pendleton, they congratulate Corvo on a job well done, as with Campbell gone, they've managed to strike a devastating blow to the Lord Regent. Also, with Teague Martin freed and soon to arrive at the Helm Pits, they'll also have one of the finest strategists in the Empire with them. They tell Corvo to get some rest while they attempt to decipher the contents of Campbell's little black book, and hope to find out where young Emily is being held. After resting, Corvo speaks with the Loyalists again, and Havelock needs help with something, as some of the servants heard something moving about in the storm drains. Havelock thinks it's Weepers, who remember are people in the final and terminal stages of Rat Plague. Using a sleep dart crafted by Piero, Corvo goes and deals with the Weepers however he sees fit, and with that threat removed, Corvo reports back to Havelock. It seems that Overseer Martin has arrived now too, and he thanks Corvo for rescuing him. The good news is that they found out where Emily is being held. She's being held at the Golden Cat, which Martin thinks is strange as it's a bathhouse used by the aristocrats. Problem is that Pendleton's brothers Morgan and Custis Pendleton are standing in the way, so they need to be dealt with. It's bad enough that they're controlling Emily, but they also have the controlling parliamentary votes that the Loyalists need if they're able to reinstate Emily as the Empress of the Isles. Corvo needs to deal with the twins and bring Emily back to the Helm Pits so that they can protect her until all of those loyal to the Lord Regent have been dealt with. Speaking with Trevor Pendleton, he says that his brothers are horrible people, and he tried to warn his brothers about who they were getting into bed with, but they wouldn't listen. He warns Corvo that Morgan and Custis will be protected by the City Watch. Again, after he's made the necessary preparations, Corvo heads out with Samuel the boatman, who advises him to seek out the leader of the Bottle Street gang, Slackjaw. Once being dropped off at the distillery district again, Corvo can meet with Slackjaw at Dunwall Whiskey Distillery. If having poisoned the elixir still earlier on, the gang here are talking about it, and it seems that some were taking free swigs from it, and it's ended in some of them becoming weepers. Before Slackjaw had run the streets of the distillery district, they were run by a crime boss called Black Sally, who used to squeeze the average citizens of Dunwall for their coin. But this little earner of hers was brought to an abrupt halt, as she was killed by the then captain of the watch, Captain Robin. Anyhow, speaking with Slackjaw, he says that he wants Corvo to track down an associate of his who has gone missing, who is investigating as to why Slackjaw's men have been turning up dead. If he helps him with his problem, Slackjaw says he'll give Corvo advice on how to get to the Pendletons. His associate, Crowley, was investigating Dr. Galvani as it happens, so Corvo heads over to Dr. Galvani's offices again. In doing so, he gets eyes on the associate who has been killed, and he overhears two City Watch guards talking about who may have killed him. It turns out that Crowley had found out who was killing Slackjaw's men, and it wasn't anything to do with Dr. Galvani. Corvo returns to Slackjaw with an audiograph of Crowley's final words, and Slackjaw rewards Corvo with a key to the abandoned Captain's Chair Hotel, and he can use it to gain access to the Golden Cat via the roof. Moving on to the Golden Cat, Corvo can come across Granny Rags again. Although not as rewarding as the last meeting with her, she shares a story about Jessamine Coldwyn, the late Empress, and how her spirit has been trapped and misused since her death. She's alluding to the heart that Corvo is using and carrying around with him. It also seems that word of Corvo being in league with the Outsider has been spreading too. As Thaddeus Campbell had been branded in the Abbey, he has now been declared a heretic, and it's a criminal offence to offer him aid or housing since he's no longer a citizen of Dunwall. Anyway, using the shortcut into the Golden Cat, Corvo discovers Emily on the top floor in the dormitories. He frees her and she tells him that she'll wait to go to the river, and wait for him near Samuel the boatman's barge. Now to choose how to deal with the twins. Now, of course, Corvo can straight up murder the twins, but he can also go to Slackjaw. After retrieving the combination to a local art dealer's safe, he offers to deal with the Pendleton twins quietly as a thank you for helping him out. As a result of this action, the Pendletons are quietly abducted and taken, forced to work in the rock mines, likely never to be heard from again. This is the canon path. Going to the river and meeting with Emily, they both board the barge and head back to the Hound Pit's pub. Once again, Havelock is there and thanks Corvo for dealing with the twins. Now, Trevor will be able to assume the twins' votes in Parliament, being their brother. Havelock tells Corvo that Lord Pendleton wishes to speak with him. So, going to speak with him, he thanks him on behalf of the Loyalist conspiracy and says the Loyalists spent a lot of money and took on a great deal of risk in breaking Corvo out of the Coldridge prison, but they believe he's the one that can make a difference. It's another conversation with Havelock that follows, and with Emily safe, all they need to do is go after the Lord Regent's allies. One of these is the royal physician Anton Sokolov. One of the notes in Campbell's little black book mentions that the Lord Regent's mistress sat for a portrait with Sokolov, also a painter. She is apparently one of the Lord Regent's most important allies, and also a noble herself. Anton Sokolov will be able to give the Loyalists the name of said mistress, and Havelock says he lives at a place on Coldwind Bridge. Corvo is taken to Coldwind Bridge by Samuel, who shows him the area has a lot of spotlights, so he'll need to shut off the power for them before Samuel is able to pick him up later. He also says that Sokolov is smart, and has the whole of Dunwall under his thumb. Corvo quickly manages to shut off the lights on the drawbridge for Samuel. Now he'll be able to take the barge to the north to collect Corvo and Sokolov. Sneaking through the streets, which are quiet thanks to being under curfew, and avoiding the walls of light and arc pylons that are capable of cooking Corvo to a crisp, he is eventually able to make it to Sokolov's place. There are a lot of city watch here, but after either slaughtering them or sneaking by them, Corvo manages to get to the upper level, finds Sokolov, and puts him to sleep, now to leave with him. But a little about the philosophers before we do so. I previously mentioned that Sokolov and Piero are rivals. It turns out that Piero and Sokolov studied at the same academy, at the Academy of Natural Philosophy, and they're a part of a vast community which strives to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos. Sokolov is currently the head of said academy, and it's an institute that is very hard to be accepted into. The motto of the academy mentions that they test all things to find the truth, with the words of the motto being engraved above the grand entry door to the academy itself. The Academy of Natural Philosophy is described as an ancient educational institute, which is home to many philosophers, alchemists, cosmologists, and vivisectionists. They study humans, the heavens, and our physical universe. They see Pandyssia as a place of wonder where, according to this book, life has intertwined and blossomed across aeons, producing a vibrant ecology. This is in contrast to how the Abbey of the Everyman see Pandyssian, seeing it as a place of horror and heresy, a place of cults, with men that engage in brutal and perverse rituals. Sokolov would write that he finds it an inescapable fact that they inhabit a world adrift in a sea of howling chaos, a terrible maelstrom, heavenly bodies that orbit a devouring core, that all of us cosmic objects are dragged into this nexus at one point or another and simply cease to be. He says that the stars offer a guide point in an otherwise perilous blackness, and that the sun holds the planets close, and that it's the source of warmth and light until the end. This nexus that Sokolov speaks of is the void. Sokolov did actually set out in order to try and find out more about the Outsider at one point, but to no avail, as the Outsider rejected him.
Anton Sokolov has made a great study of my runes, but he's not special like you are. He wasn't chosen, and he doesn't wear my mark, so he can't unlock their secrets. Sokolov believes there are specific words and acts that can compel me to appear before him. He searches old temples in Pandyssia and ruined sub-basements in the flooded district. He performs disgusting rituals beneath the old Abbey. But if he really wants to meet me, he could start by being a bit more interesting.
Sokolov has been trying to find a cure for the rat plague, having been using a test subject who is referred to as Test Subject 312, real name Cecilia.
Sokolov here. Excellent progress today. Test Subject 312 is declining rapidly. As I theorized, formulas 12 and 17, administered in combination, greatly accelerated the progression of the disease. Interestingly, the respiratory mucosa had erupted and raised pustules, grayish in color, which burst, causing hemorrhaging and pain. I now turn my hopes and energies to Formula 25, which, in conjunction with a high heat therapy, which came to me most vividly in a dream last night, has great potential, according to the latest celestial alignment. As for test subject 312, after the characteristic sloughing of the skin, she should be dead by mid-morning tomorrow.
Corvo can free her from her cell, and she thanks him but just sits down quietly, and it's assumed that she will die very soon, as Sokolov just said in his audiograph. Also here is a report from a Lieutenant Niles, who has sent Sokolov some of the black market elixir that Slackjaw's gang have been distributing, noting that whilst likely ineffective, it's not harmful. Anyway, time is of the essence, so Corvo grabs the unconscious Sokolov, escapes his home and meets up with Samuel, who takes them all back to the Hound Pits. When nearly there, Samuel says a cell has been set up to hold Sokolov in the old kennels. Havelock is there and says that having Sokolov will give them information so they can strike directly at those close to the Lord Regent, and eventually Corvo will be able to get his life back, saying that despite the royal physician, Sokolov's brilliance, he was stupid enough to help the Lord Regent, and that now he will pay the price for doing so. Before getting some rest, a woman there, a supporter of the Loyalists, hands Corvo a key to a place across the street, saying that it's a secret retreat. Handy if the City Watch are ever to find the Hound Pits and if Corvo needs somewhere to lie low. But anyway, Corvo gets some rest. Waking up the next morning, Corvo goes to check in on Sokolov. Havelock is there, and the reason he wants to know who the mistress is because she funds the Lord Regent. Due to this money, he's able to bribe the City Watch, but Sokolov won't speak. Now, Corvo has the option to threaten Sokolov by using rats as a threat, or he can bribe him by way of a bottle of Sokolov's favourite liquor, which Corvo can get from Piero, who's busy spying on a woman, Callista, while she is bathing the dirty old boy.
He has spied upon Callista as she bathes, more than once.
Giving the brandy to Sokolov, he sings like a canary. He says that the mistress of the Lord Regent is none other than the aristocrat Lady Boyle, of the very wealthy Boyle family. However, Sokolov doesn't know which Lady Boyle, as there are 3 of them, and he painted her from the back. Good news is that there is a ball this evening in her honour, at the Boyle estate, and Sokolov was invited and was due to meet her. Havelock thinks this is perfect. Thanks to Corvo having a mask already, and with this being a masked ball, Corvo is all set to attend. Outside, Lord Pendleton approaches Corvo and asks him to give a note to someone called Lord Montgomery Shaw, who will be wearing a wolf's mask. Having departed with Samuel, Corvo arrives in the estate district and immediately witnesses a tall boy shooting a group of weepers. Tall boys are considered the elites of the City Watch, and have now only really been used on the orders of the Lord Regent, so to put fear into the populace by raining down fire on the sick and the poor, with them quickly being seen as just another government bully. It's said as well that those controlling the tall boys are heavily drugged so they cannot feel pain, and it dulls any empathy they may feel when subjugating those they are supposed to protect, as is their duty. Avoiding these things or taking some of them down, Corvo makes it inside the Boyle estate, and a guard tells him there's a game taking place tonight. The 3 Boyle women, Esma, Lydia and Waverley, are wearing identical costumes but in different colours, white, black and red. Guests are to work out who is wearing what colour. Heading inside, Corvo can choose to track down Lord Shaw for Lord Pendleton. It turns out that Corvo has been forced into representing Lord Pendleton in a duel to the death, obviously, so Corvo is forced to either put Shaw to sleep or to kill him. Let's also, before we go to the party, dive a bit deeper into who the Boyles are. So one Lady Boyle was married to the late Lord Boyle, and the 2 other Lady Boyles are her sisters. Lord Pendleton claims to have had trysts with at least 2 of the Boyle women.
Lord Pendleton Memoirs, Chapter 41, in which I bed 2 of the Boyle women, and only missed the 3rd by virtue of some inclement weather. It was the month of rain, and to counter the gloom, the Boyle ladies hosted 3 nights of merriment by invitation only. Lydia was most fetching in lavender pants and a tunic of yellow silk. She was pleased with me from the moment I walked in the door, with my manservant bringing not 1 but 2 cases of effervescent wine from the south. In fact, I had come laden with gifts, such that all 3 Boyle women soon took notice, and they set out to make me more than welcome. We uncorked the wine right away, and as night fell, we... Wallace! Found these interruptions.
Lydia is a musician, a very talented one too, and she wants nothing more than to find and marry another musician from Dunwall. and she's bored of all the men she speaks to, boring her with stories of their failed business ventures. Waverley is the youngest Boyle sister, a lady that Trevor Pendleton thinks is a little weasel, but she owns the Boyle mansion and she's the more responsible one. However, she can't shake the feeling that someone might be after her. Finally, Esma is a promiscuous woman, and during these parties, she seeks to bed the first man to ask for it, and the second after that, with her seeing life as something to be lived. Gleaning clues by overhearing guests talking about the Boyle ladies' outfits, or by reading the Boyle women's diaries in their respective bedrooms, Corvo finds out which of the Boyles are which. One guest can even be bribed by way of a drink to learn the information a different way. Corvo manages to identify which Boyle is the mistress after reading a love letter written by the Lord Regent Burroughs to his lover, so Corvo gets to work. A man approaches him as well, and he offers Corvo a non-lethal way of dealing with the Lady Boyle in question. This man, Lord Timothy Brisby, another backer of the Loyalist conspiracy, asks Corvo to bring Waverley Boyle to a cellar beneath the kitchen, as she is the woman he is in love with. Since it's in everyone's best interests for Lady Boyle to disappear for the time being, Corvo tells her that she's in danger and she follows him. Knocking her out, Corvo can take her down to Lord Brisby, who leaves with her on a boat. It needs to be said as a side note that the canonical Lady Boyle is in fact Waverley, and this is according to the novel The Corroded Man. With this particular threat to the Loyalist conspiracy dealt with, by way of the Lord Regent losing a large part of his funding, Corvo meets back up with Samuel and they make their way back to the Hound Pits again. Seeking out Trevor Pendleton, he says he doesn't feel a thing for Lady Boyle, even though he's known them for a long time as she helped to kill the Empress. He also thanks Corvo for what he did in upholding his name in the duel with Lord Shaw and rewards him for it. Speaking with Callista, it appears that she's taken charge of providing Emily education at this time. Only Emily is hiding, so Corvo has to find her and return her to her studies. But on to more serious business. Speaking with Havelock, he and the now High Overseer Martin say that the time to strike at the Lord Regent is now, as he's exposed. He's lost a lot of people whose support was key to his rule, along with losing Sokolov. As a result, he's holed himself up in Dunwall Tower, being guarded by every man loyal to him. It's time for Corvo to return to the place where the Empress fell. After making his preparations and heading out with Samuel, he drops Corvo off at the bottom of the waterlock, and he has to climb his way up. Around the tower, Corvo has to contend with a number of tall boys, but on giving them the slip or taking them out, he's able to gain access to Dunwall Tower itself. Corvo spots the Lord Regent on a monitor giving orders to members of the City Watch. He wants to retire to his bedroom, but the City Watch guards advise him to stay inside his safe room, which is on the roof. Evidently, he's fully aware that Corvo will be coming for him. Whilst he's here, Corvo can find the Royal Torturer here, and he's the man who burned Corvo when he was being held at Coldridge Prison. He's a freak, this guy. According to notes and journals written by members of the City Watch, he likes to watch them sleep, and steals their stuff, replacing what he's stolen with rats' heads. Yeah, proper weirdo this one. He's also a worshipper with the Outsider. He'd taken an interest in it after becoming the apprentice of Granny Rags, and has the powers of the Void himself. Although for obvious reasons, he keeps these to himself. Although City Watch members have started to notice and are questioning, as they have heard his incomprehensible groaning and whispering coming from his chambers at night. Anyway, Corvo deals with the Royal Torturer by putting him to sleep forever. Needing to find the Lord Regent's bedchambers, Corvo can lie in wait for him and can simply assassinate the guy. Job done. But that's not the canonical path. If climbing the broadcast station, Corvo can meet the guy who has been broadcasting messages across Dunwall. He tells Corvo that he can help him beat the Lord Regent. Apparently, Hiram Burroughs makes voice recordings of himself on audiograph. He spills his secrets on these recordings, things that could destroy him if others were able to get their hands on them. The propaganda officer says this machine here could broadcast these big secrets across the city, and he'd be ruined. The audiograph with Burroughs' dirtiest secrets on it will no doubt be kept in the safe in his room, so Corvo goes to grab it. He also finds a letter written to the spy master from a man by the name of Daud. It talks about Corvo and that this Daud thought the Empress and Emily would be alone. The price of the job went up because of this. This is a clear indication of who killed Jessamine Coldwin. Taking the Lord Regent's dirty secret up to the top of the broadcast station, Corvo plays it for the whole city to hear.
If I explain, then you will see I am not at fault. My poverty eradication plan was meant to bring prosperity to the city, to rid us of those scoundrels who waste their days in filth and drink, without homes or occupations other than to beg for the coin for which the rest of us toil. And it was a simple plan. Bring the disease-bearing rats from the Pandyssian Continent, and let them take care of the poor for us. The plan worked perfectly at first. But the rats, it was as if they sought to undo me. They hid from the catchers and bred at a sickening rate. Soon it didn't matter. Rich, poor, all were falling sick. And then people began to ask questions. The Empress assigned me to investigate whether the rats had been imported by a foreign power. I knew the truth would come out eventually, so there was no other way than to be rid of her and take power myself. She had to die, you see. She had to die. Bringing about the death of an Empress is not an easy thing. But it gave me the chance to attack the plague with some real authority. Quarantines, deportation of the sick. But there's always some idiot woman searching for her wretched lost babe, or some sniveling workman searching for his missing wife. And then quarantine is broken. But you can see how my plan should have worked. Would have worked. If everyone had just followed orders.
So, it was Lord Regent Hiram Burrows that spread the rat plague. Turns out that this is something that Dr. Galvani had wondered after studying the rat plague for himself. Studying their blood, Galvani had noticed that the rats collected from the slum districts, while their blood was infected with the oldest strain of the plague. Those near the docks exhibited a younger strain of the rat plague. This left him scratching his head as to whether the rats were purposely transported to the slums, and as it turns out, Galvani was spot on. Burrows wanted to tackle poverty, so he came up with the plan to infect the poor districts of Dunwall, therefore setting off the rat plague himself. Going downstairs, Corvo was able to see the Lord Regent, well, the former Lord Regent now, being arrested by the City Watch, and he is taken to Coldridge Prison for treason. With his task completed, Corvo heads back down to the bottom of the waterlock and boards Samuel's boat, and they head on back to the Hound Pits pub again. Corvo heads into the bar to share a drink with everyone and celebrate the fall of the Lord Regent, as thanks to this, Emily can now rightfully take the throne. However, something is up, and Corvo doesn't feel right, so he heads up to bed and collapses. He stirs and wakes to find Havelock, Pendleton and Samuel are standing over him, and it seems that they poisoned him on the orders of Havelock. They say that if they come forward with the corpse of the man who murdered the Empress, they will be heroes, and Havelock says it will grant them legitimacy. They will be seen as the ones who rescued Emily and brought down the Lord Regent. After they've left, Samuel speaks to Corvo and tells him that he only gave him half the poison, as he says they were watching him. He thinks Corvo is strong enough to survive the dose he got, and he puts Corvo on his barge and drops him off in the flooded district. Corvo wakes up on another boat with two masked men, and they identify Corvo as the man who was with the Empress when she died. Sometime later, he is taken up to the top of the Greaves Lightning Oil Refinery, where he sees the man who murdered the Empress, Daud, and he tells Corvo he recognizes the mark of the outsider on his hand. Daud throws Corvo's gear down into the refinery somewhere and Corvo is knocked out. He visits the void again, and after a quick word from the outsider, Corvo awakens inside a pipe with two of Daud's guys shutting him inside. Managing to escape his captivity, Corvo needs to firstly retrieve his gear, and then he needs to get over to Daud's territory to confront him. A document here shows that Havelock has made himself Lord Regent now. It didn't take him long at all, and he's also telling everyone he has proof that Corvo is the so-called masked felon. He's placed a 30,000 coin bounty on Corvo, and Daud's guys plan to try and get more money. It also appears that Slackjaw has gone missing too. Corvo is eventually able to find his way out of the factory and down to Rudshaw waterfront, with him finding out one way or another that Daud's gang, called the Whalers, are holed up in a Chamber of Commerce building in the central Rudshaw ruins. Corvo can get to it via the elevated rail tracks in the Rudshaw market. Moving through the waterfront, the place is littered with the dead bodies of overseers, who had been killed in a clash between Daud's gang and the Abbey of the Everyman, who consider the Whalers to be heretics. Anyway, Corvo is able to get inside the refinery again and he grabs his gear. If having branded Campbell back at the office of the Overseer, he is also down here in the final stages of the rat plague and is now a Weeper. But now to make our way over to Daud's base. Travelling through to central Rudshaw, Corvo gets eyes on the Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of Whalers here, so Corvo needs to be careful if he wants to sneak up on Daud, but he's able to find an entry into the building. Corvo approaches Daud, but Before we go any further, let's look at what Daud has been doing throughout the events of this game. So let's go back in time a bit to the point of the Empress's assassination. Seeing Corvo putting up one hell of a fight against his Whalers, as we saw from Corvo's point of view, Daud intervenes and kills the Empress himself. Daud, who is no stranger to the Void and at one point had a close relationship with the Outsider, who had for some reason lost an interest in Daud, was overcome with guilt for what he'd done and finds himself in the Void where he speaks with the Outsider. The Outsider calls him old friend and tells him he's gotten his interest again. He tells him there are only 8 in the world who bear his mark. He says the Empress was different in that she was actually a decent leader who cared deeply for her people. By killing her for Hiram Burrows, he's upset the balance of the Empire and has placed it into a state of chaos. The Outsider is warning Daud here that his actions will have consequences, and the Outsider gives him one last gift, a mystery, a name, Delilah. So word is that Daud's mother was a witch who had been touched by the Outsider during her time being held prisoner on a ship belonging to pirates, with her being able to take control of said ship. According to one of Daud's journals, his reasoning for this was that his mother was extremely proficient in the use of hallucinogenics and poisons, with Daud certain that these gifts she had were not of those granted by the Outsider. At some point, Daud was abducted and ended up in Dunwall as a young man, quickly making a name for himself. He found himself seeking the Outsider in his shrines, eventually receiving the Outsider's mark, and he would become an assassin not long after, with his reputation being well earned. He would train people to become assassins themselves and shared the gifts that the Outsider had given him with them, but back to it. Finding himself back in the real world, 6 months now pass and Daud needs to find out what his next move should be. All he had to go on was what the Outsider said to him, the name Delilah. Daud had heard from his second in command, another assassin by the name of Billy Lurk, that there's a whaling ship called the Delilah that is owned and operated by Bundry Rothwild in the Slaughterhouse Row. Needing to infiltrate the Rothwild slaughterhouse to discover the truth behind the name, Daud learns from Billy that the workers at the slaughterhouse are striking due to working conditions, as Bundry Rothwild runs the place like a prison. Rothwild's father, a whaler, and mother died when he was young, and his brother was abducted and killed by the overseers. With all the rage inside him, he would relieve himself of that rage by engaging in the whaling trade and seemed to like the brutal nature of the industry.
What a sad song the old behemoth sings. It looks right at me when I sit here to have my nightcap. Yeah, look at me. A fly next to you, but I'm your master, ain't I? Killed 100 of your kind, and I'll kill 1,000 more before I'm done. Drain you, then feed you to my butchers. The mournful cries of the whales don't touch that lot. No, sir. They don't have hearts, I think. But by the Outsider, I think I still have a small one, shriveled and blackened as it may be. Yes, sing me a lullaby while I have another drink. Sing.
When the strike started, the butchers loyal to Bundry Rothwild confiscated all the time cards they could find so that the striking workers would be unable to get inside. The butchers are out patrolling the grounds by the slaughterhouse, along with the City Watch, physically assaulting anyone that tries to get past them. Speaking to the man they assaulted, he mentions a group of labourers that have been locked up down by the docks, shutting off the wall of light so they can slip past the City Watch. He speaks to one of the labourers who tells him to seek out a woman named Abigail Ames, that she'll know what to do. With a time card in his possession, Daud gains access to the Rothwild slaughterhouse. Avoiding many patrolling butchers in the factory, Daud makes his way to the upper levels, where he is able to hear Bundry Rothwild in conversation with the aforementioned Abigail Ames. She's the foreman of this whaling establishment, and the one behind the workers' strikes. One of Rothwild's guys attempted to dig up dirt on her, but she's clean, and appears to only have the interests of the workers in mind. This person also says that if anything happens to her, as the workers hold her in such high regard, they'll likely riot. This warning is the only reason Abigail Ames is still breathing. Confronting him, Ames asks Daud to kill Rothwild and she'll tell him all about the Delilah. Daud can knock Rothwild out, or he can simply kill him. Taking him to a makeshift interrogation room in the meat locker where Rothwild would torture workers in an attempt to force them to abandon the strike action, Daud gives him a little shock, and he reveals information to him. He said that the previous owner of the ship named it Delilah, and the previous owner was one Barrister Arnold Timpsch, who named it after a woman he loved. But Rothwild makes it clear that whoever this Delilah is, or was, wormed her way into his mind. Delilah was once a baker's apprentice in Dunwall Tower, but then she became a painter who was in Sokolov's circle. She ended up painting portraits for Timpsch. Timsh even gave her half of his fortune, and then she disappeared, and he then sold the ship to Rothwild. But anyway, with that information gained, now to handle Rothwild. Again, Daud can kill Rothwild, but he can also place him inside one of the shipping crates and ship him off to the Isle of Tivia, to a city called Samara. If wanting to help out Abigail Ames, she requests that in exchange for information, Daud increases the pressure in the whale oil tanks. This will totally destroy the slaughterhouse and will kill all of Rothwild's loyal butchers. If knocking out Rothwild and doing this, upon returning to her, she's buried a chisel into Rothwild's neck. She gives Daud the same information that Rothwild would have, except everyone would have been killed in order to get that information from Abigail, as the slaughterhouse is destroyed. Anyway, leaving Rothwild's slaughterhouse and Slaughterhouse Row, Daud finds that Billy Lurk has been caught by some overseers, and they are preventing her from using her powers thanks to the odd Holger device I mentioned earlier on. Helping her, she thanks Daud and they leave. But a little bit about Billy Lurk. Billy Lurk was the child of a foreigner, and didn't originate from any of the 4 main isles that make up the Empire, although she is from the continent of Pandyssia. Growing up in Dunwall sometime around the 1820s, Billy's mother was an alcoholic and they lived in a shack. Her mother was violent and a lot of that would be directed at young Billy, so she'd leave and spend a lot of her time running with her friends. This involved them having to make enough coin to be able to survive. They try and impress bigger, more established gangs such as the Hatters and the Bottle Street lot. Everything changed when a rich man from Serkonos killed her friend Deirdre. Billy killed the man by driving a splintered piece of wood into his eye. The City Watch attempted to look for her, even enlisting help from the Grand Serkonan Guard, but they couldn't find her. Due to the heat attached to her though, a lot of the gangs would shun her. Eventually, Billy spotted Daud. He killed someone but possessed skills Billy had never seen before or thought possible. This is when Daud was in league with the Outsider. She did her best to follow Daud and she'd be looting the corpses he'd leave behind, but despite having enough money to survive for a month, she kept following as she felt this was something much bigger. She'd eventually speak with Daud, who agreed to take her on and train her, with her becoming a trusted member of his whalers gang. Anyway, back to it. Following up on the lead on Barrister Timsh, they head over to the legal district. Billy has heard the Timsh family is having its own little war within itself, so that could be used as an advantage, so Daud makes his way across the district. He makes contact with Talia Timsh, who is Arnold Timsh's niece, after saving her from the Hatters gang, and she says that her uncle Arnold is hiding her late grandmother's will so that he can keep Talia's share of the inheritance. Therefore, Talia hates her uncle and is willing to help Daud. Remember I mentioned a group of City Watch men called the Dead Counters? That they'd seize the assets of those killed by the rat plague and return or keep them? Well, City Barrister Timsh is in charge of the Dead Counters, but he would frequently abuse his power.
Benedict, I need to know what you expect regarding the Danforth Holding Company. They're only a month late, and they've been good for it in the past. Normally, I wouldn't hesitate to invent a plague infection complaint against them, and have all their assets seized. But they have a link to the Boyles, and they, as you know, are on the Do Not Touch list. It's hitting a little too close to home. I'm afraid you may have to settle your dispute with them by some other means.
He'd make false accusations of plague and seize their properties for the Lord Regent. Proper grade A scumbag, this guy. Talia claims to know things about Delilah that no one else does. The price is retrieving the last will and testament of her grandmother and bringing down her uncle. Daud can also meet a guy called Roland, a rich aristocrat himself who had been rooted out of his home and had his possessions seized by Timsh. Roland wants revenge, so he's got a forged document, complete with a forged signature of the Lord Regent, which would subject Timsh to his own eviction process. Getting the forged letter from Roland's apartment and reading his journal, it says here that Timsh has gotten a letter from the Lord Regent that gives him legal immunity from the state seizing his own goods in case of plague, always having it on his person. This gives Daud a potential and non-lethal way of dealing with Timsh. Having gained access to Mr. Timsh's property, Daud can find the will of Talia's grandmother, and he heads up to the upper level where he observes Timsh sexually harassing one of his maids, by way of forcing her to spend the night with him. Daud is able to pickpocket him and grab the Lord Regent's letter that grants him immunity. Whilst here, Daud can also interact with a statue of Delilah, and bizarrely, the statue speaks with Daud. Being asked who she is, the statue of Delilah says that she was a friend to Jessamine Coldwin when they were much younger, before making her name as a painter, but that now she is something much greater. She threatens to kill Daud, but opts to give him a warning instead to stay away from her. She says that great changes are coming and she'd expect him not to interfere. She does tell him to do whatever he likes with Timsh though. Finding the last will and testament, Daud finds out that Timsh hadn't even named himself in the will. He'd named Delilah as the full beneficiary of the Timsh estate. But let's deal with the old man. Of course, Daud can straight up murder Timsh, but the canon option is much more appealing. Daud can obtain a sack filled with rat viscera. Placing it into the ventilation system, this makes the whole house stink of death, so Timsh is forced out of the property. The City Watch outside then begin to seize his property, and if switching the documents, since Timsh no longer has his little document from the Lord Regent granting him legal immunity, and instead has the forged letter from the Lord Regent ordering his home to be repossessed, he's banged to rights and gets arrested, passing out from the stress. With Timsh out of the way now, Daud can return to Talia with her grandmother's will, and she's more than happy to spill the beans about Delilah. She says that one night they all had gone to Waverley Boyle's place, the mansion in the estate district, for a seance. Suddenly at the seance, Delilah appeared out of nowhere, but Talia says she was there, but she was also not there at the same time. They saw her as she was standing far away in what is the old Brigmore Manor, and that she was painting a name. The name? Daud. On the way home to the flooded district, Daud considers the damage he'd done to Dunwall and to the Empire. With all the chaos going on in the city, he ponders whether or not this is what the outsider is trying to show him. Getting home though, Billy Lurk appears and tells him that they've been attacked by the Overseers, who are holding a number of their people. Billy says they should free their men and take out the Overseer's leader, who is apparently in Daud's chambers. One by one, Daud liberates his captive men, with all of them saying that they will await his signal. Incapacitating Overseer Hume, the Whalers are able to repel the attack by the Overseers, but the question remains, how did the Overseers find the Whalers? Someone tipped off the Overseers, but who? Well, Daud is about to find out. Meeting up with his assassins, Billy tells Daud they'll take Overseer Hume and find out what else it is that he knows. The Overseers are planning a massive assault against the Whalers in the flooded district. It obviously failed given the numerous bodies seen by Corvo, but that's still a way off yet. Daud asks how they found the Whalers' hideout, and Billy says that it's her fault. She had not told the Overseers, but had in fact told Delilah where they were hidden. Delilah wanted Billy to turn on Daud, but she says that she can't go through with it. Delilah then appears, calling Billy a stupid child, and tells her that all she had to do was cut Daud's throat. But Billy argues that he deserves better, calling herself an idiot for listening to her in the first place. Delilah addresses Daud, telling him that the Brigmore Witches will be his end. Billy admits that she was always biding her time in order to take Daud's place, but she had moved too early as Daud wasn't weak like she thought he was. She says it was Delilah who had made contact with the Overseers, and their plan was all set to have Daud dead to rights, but it's Overseer Hume's diversion from their plan that saw it fail. Billy tells Daud that her life is forfeit, and Delilah disappears after telling them that if she sees either of them again, she'll tear out their hearts. Daud can choose to take Billy's life, but let's just say for the story's sake that he spares her, telling her to leave the city and to leave his sight. Paying a smuggler to get past the city quarantine, Billy leaves Bristol. After Billy's gut-wrenching betrayal and after sending her away, Daud retires to his chambers and he records a message on his audiograph. Corvo approaches after choking out some of his men and he and Daud fight. Daud defeats Corvo and then he wakes up. This was a vivid dream of things to come. One of his men woke him up saying that one of Daud's men has returned with some information that Daud has requested. Speaking with Thomas, Daud learns that he's found someone called Lizzie Stride. She has a boat, but getting her to lend it to them will be a bit difficult. She's currently being held in Coldridge Prison. She's not getting out anytime soon. Daud figures that if they manage to get her out of prison, then they'll gain an advantage, and Lizzie will have to repay the favour, preferably by letting them use her boat. So, Daud makes his way to Coldridge. Lizzie Stride's dead eels are essentially a pirate gang who steal and smuggle whatever they can get their hands on. They're pretty vicious in their execution, but can be very sneaky when called for. Lizzie was apparently a frightful sight, with eyewitness accounts stating that she had teeth filed down to sharp points. One ship's captain, who was hiding in a secret compartment after his crew were gutted, swears that he thought she had webbed feet. She grew up on the Isle of Morley, but had to flee at a young age after she'd strangled an abusive schoolmaster, becoming what's known as a powder monkey on a naval ship. She disguised herself as a boy and would carry around gunpowder, taking it to the ship's gun crews, basically. She ended up becoming the leader of the powder monkeys, who rallied alongside her when her identity was discovered by the ship's surgeon, with them throwing the surgeon overboard before he could reveal her identity to the crew. She was eventually found out anyway, and a fight took place with many of the powder monkeys dying. She abandoned ship with the powder monkeys that remained, and they eventually made their home in the city of Dunwall, establishing the Dead Eels gang. Anyway, Daud needs Lizzie's boat because Delilah doesn't leave Brigmore anymore, and he will need to go to her, with him needing a boat to do so as the manor is a river. Essentially, Daud needs a smuggler. Managing to infiltrate Coldridge Prison, even potentially managing to disguise himself as one of the Overseers, Daud overhears City Watch guards talking about Corvo's recent escape from the prison. After the escape, security at Coldridge Prison had been increased. Walls had been heightened, vents had been sealed, and sewer entrances had been closed off, with all exits appropriately manned. He also heads into the interrogation room where Corvo is being interrogated by the Royal Torturer and the Lord Regent, and finds it in a right state. One of Delilah's coven, a witch named Melina, sits in the chair, burnt to a crisp, and with a black mist emanating from under the chair. She'd been discovered whilst doing something for Delilah until she was caught.
Is she strapped in right? Good. Doesn't look like much, does she? Comfortable? All right, we'll get this done. Let's start with how you got into Dunwall Tower in the first place. Was it one of the servants that let you in? One of the guards? Nothing? All right. Corporal, use the hammer. That's right. The smaller one. Can't really tell if she felt that. Don't want to break anything. Let's try again. How did you... Wait. You hear a kind of ringing in your ears? What's happening to her face? Is she going to... Oh no! Oh no! Shoot her! Shoot her! Shoot!
Those sounds explain the state of this room. Anyhow, maneuvering his way through the prison, Daud tracks down Lizzie Stride. Unfortunately, Lizzie says that Daud is out of luck as her boat, the Undine, now belongs to someone else, a man by the name of Edgar Wakefield. Wakefield was once her second in command until he betrayed her by way of selling her out to the City Watch, who promptly threw her in prison. He's assumed control of her gang, the Dead Eels, and her boat, and if Daud takes out Wakefield, she'll help him. Freeing her, Lizzie collapses, so Daud carries her out of the prison. On the way out, he can see City Watch guards who'd allowed Corvo to escape being executed by the City Watch. Getting clear of the prison and into the sewers, Daud hands her off to one of his assassins. They then leave and head on back to the flooded district. Daud then ponders on how Dunwall was where the wealthy would go freely until the rat plague tore through it in a matter of days, and now the Hatters and the Dead Eels scrap and kill each other over the spoils. Off Daud goes to Draper's Ward to track down and deal with Edgar Wakefield. Thomas speaks with Daud and he mentions the Hatters and Dead Eels are fighting in the streets. Avoiding them and being careful not to get drawn into any of these small battles, Daud is able to navigate Draper's Ward. This district of Dunwall is pretty much a retail area with quite a few shops and boutiques. Only a black market seller called Jerome remains active in the area, along with a guy who used to be a dressmaker and was good friends with the Coldwin family. If Daud seeks him out, he's a useful source of information as he reveals that he once owned a lock of Emily Coldwin's hair. That wasn't until Delilah showed up and stole it. She painted occultist symbols all over his apartment after she'd bewitched him. Anyway, everyone else is hostile, but Daud does find the Undine, and boarding it he finds Edgar, who is terrified and hiding in the hold because he's gotten word of Lizzie's escape from prison. All the Dead Eels there are on high alert too, but Daud chooses how to deal with Edgar. He can kill Edgar himself, or he can incapacitate him and hand him over to Lizzie to enact what revenge she has planned for him. Unfortunately, Edgar allowed the Hatters to cripple the Undine by stealing a coil from the boat's engine, and it's going nowhere until that coil is returned. So, Daud needs to go into the Hatter's den and get it back. It's being held by the Hatter's leader, Geezer, who is seriously ill and dying. Problem is that Geezer can't be killed, as his vital signs are rigged up to a deadly gas that will fill the mill that the Hatters hang out in. Going to the mill, Geezer is there and can't speak, but his nurse speaks with Daud. His name is Nurse Trimble, and he's someone that we've mentioned before, the rival of Piero Joplin, who lost the coin flip to him. Anyway, he says that the Hatters took the coil from the Undine because they needed it for a mechanism in the sewers. When the water is flowing through the canals again, he'll give Daud the engine coil, so he heads down into the sewers. He encounters a strange woman begging for help down there, but it's a trap, as she belongs to Delilah's coven of witches. Eliminating them, he finds another statue of Delilah, and she speaks about Billy Lurk, taunting him about how she knelt before her and gave her all of his secrets. She says she knows what the mark on his hand means, and it's just like the one on hers. Getting on with the task at hand, Daud helps out the Hatters, clears out more of Delilah's coven and manages to get the engine coil back. Returning to Lizzie with the coil and after fighting off more of the Brigmore Witches, she honours their deal and agrees to take Daud upriver to the old Brigmore estate. Arriving, Daud recalls how the Brigmores were once a wealthy family who ended up bankrupted and they abandoned their manor, with it ending up the home of two street gangs that made up a smuggling ring. One of these was the Brigmore Witches. Daud knows that Delilah is preparing a ritual of some sort, but he does not know what exactly. He's pretty sure that the outsider knows what kind of ritual it is. Speaking with Thomas, he warns Daud that the front doors are locked and there are snares all over the place. He also spotted several statues of Delilah. Finding a way into the Brigmore Manor, Daud avoids Delilah's witches as best he can, and he's able to deduce from documents around the manor and from a brief chat with an overseer who is dying that Delilah is planning to carry out a ritual that has something to do with Emily Coldwin. One journal mentions people who'd found a man that had been murdered, and he had a number of items on him, one of which were clippings of hair and a painting hung over his kitchen table. The man had apparently been trying to buy a corrupted charm that possessed occult power, so he could conduct some kind of ritual himself. This clearly explains why Delilah stole the locks of Emily's hair from the dressmaker. This is why Daud finds drawings of Emily inside the manor. Delilah's journal reveals more. She plans to replace Emily's mind with her own, essentially. She wants to do this so she can take the throne. She writes that her paintings, as opposed to those painted by Sokolov, can reach through to the spirit. She mentions a lantern, which is here too, and that her followers will carry it to the gallery in order to open the way to the void. This is where she plans to carry out her ritual. He also discovers from another of the notes in the manor that the subject of the painting must be the intended target, and that any other painting may end up trapping the person performing the ritual within it. Daud can use this information to his advantage. Grabbing the lantern, Daud goes over to the gallery and opens up the path to the void, just as the journal mentioned. The outsider awaits him, telling him all about Delilah's gifts, about her ability to insinuate her will into a subject. He says they are witnessing her masterpiece. He says that he doesn't play favourites, but he will be watching what happens next, with unusual attention. Now inside the void again, Delilah is there as expected and she's mid-ritual. Daud confronts Delilah, leading to a fight to the death taking place, or he can go the non-lethal route. With other paintings there, he can locate a painting of the void. He can switch it with the one of Emily Coldwin without her noticing, and allowing her to complete her ritual, she is sucked into the void painting where she is trapped. With Delilah having been dealt with, Daud returns to the flooded district, where his vision of fighting Corvo is about to become reality. Depending on how much chaos Corvo caused during his quest to bring down those who plotted against the Empress, Corvo can kill Daud. But canonically, although it takes everything in Corvo not to kill him, he lets him go, and Daud leaves the city of Dunwall for good. Corvo makes his way through the tunnels and out into the other part of the flooded district. He's now got to get through the quarantine wall and escape the area, and this is the area where the City Watch are disposing of the sick and deceased. Avoiding tall boys and the City Watch, Corvo is able to make it over the wall and has to venture down into the sewers. Down there he finds some of Slackjaw's men dead. One of them, still alive, tells him that he will need the sewer key and that something attacked them by using the rats. Slackjaw and his guys chased whatever it was down there, and it went bad. He doesn't know where Slackjaw is, but he says that he has the sewer key. Needing the key, Corvo comes across the thing that attacked them. It's Granny Rags, and she has Slackjaw held captive, and she is clearly planning to kill him in some sort of bizarre ritual. Speaking to her, she's after Slackjaw's bones. Corvo can agree to help her, but again, let's say for story's sake that he doesn't throw Slackjaw into Granny Rag's tub filled with a noxious liquid. Taking her out, Corvo also has to destroy Granny Rag's cameo, which essentially allows her to regain her form. Destroying her for good, Corvo releases Slackjaw, who says he owes him, and gives him the key to the sewer gate, along with some coin. Using the key, Corvo exits the sewers and heads back to the Hound Pit pub. Entering the secret apartment that one of the Loyalists, Cecilia, told him about earlier, he speaks with her and she tells him about the killing and that the City Watch are there under the orders of Admiral Havelock and they've been killing the Loyalists, executing them. They tried to execute Callista, but Havelock owed a debt to her uncle, who was Jeff Curnow, so she was spared. Sneaking around the City Watch and the Tall Boys, Corvo is able to get inside the pub and he speaks with Callista. She says they took Emily with them and left. She says that something changed in the Admiral the moment the Lord Regent was dealt with. Overseer Martin would go quiet when any of them got close to them, and that Havelock, Martin and Pendleton would convene and whisper late into the night whilst Corvo was out doing their dirty work. Corvo is able to find Sokolov and Piero, who are both hiding out inside Piero's workshop. Seems they're best mates now. They've been working on an arc pylon that can send a powerful electric pulse through the nervous system. Seems that Havelock wanted both Piero and Sokolov killed so he could get his hands on this advanced arc pylon. Havelock has made them out to be traitors for conspiring with Corvo to bring down the Empire. Anyway, this arc pylon can either render the City Watch outside unconscious, or it will reduce them to ash, so Corvo decides what to do. Whatever he chooses to do, the City Watch are dealt with, so Corvo now needs to go after Emily. Using a signal flare to signal Samuel, who is on the river looking for Corvo, he picks him up and takes him over to King Sparrow Island, to where Emily is being held. Right, according to Samuel, Havelock controls the military now. Teague Martin is High Overseer and Trevor Pendleton has favour with the aristocracy in Parliament. Havelock has some sense that things are about to collapse around him and he's going to be unpredictable. King Sparrow Island will be crawling with Havelock's men, so Corvo will need to be careful and Samuel says there's only one way to the top of the lighthouse. Avoiding the men here, or killing them all, Corvo is able to make it to the top of King Sparrow Island's lighthouse. He finds Havelock's journal, and he states that whilst he is thankful for Corvo's role in helping him achieve his vision for Dunwall, he feared Corvo was too loyal to Emily, and that it would have clouded his head. He planned to scapegoat Corvo, with his role in this conspiracy never being recognised, and he would be seen as the hero and protector of the Empire. Corvo confronts Havelock whilst he's muttering to himself about his plans failing, and he's poisoned his co-conspirators High Overseer Martin and Lord Pendleton. Corvo can kill Havelock, or he can knock him out. Note that this is what happens with the canon Low Chaos path, as in the High Chaos path, Havelock is holding Emily hostage. Anyway, freeing Emily from the room she's being kept in, she hugs Corvo, her father, remember, and she takes the throne with Corvo continuing in his role of Royal Protector. In the aftermath of this, the Rat Plague passed, and Piero and Sokolov worked together to create a cure for it. Callista Curnow was reunited with her father, and she would go on to be the official tutor for Emily in her studies. Unfortunately, in Callista realising her lifelong ambition of journeying out to sea, the ship she was on was lost, with her fate undetermined. A golden age would arrive in the Empire too, thanks in large part to the work Corvo did. Since the Lord Regent's oppressive hold over Dunwall had been removed, the city once again was able to prosper. Hiram Burroughs' incarceration at Coldridge didn't last long, as he'd ended up executed by Corvo for treason. However, there was a little bit of worry which grew over the years about how whale oil is going to get harder to come by. The lights are dimming. Many fishermen and whalers commenting that the great beasts are now becoming increasingly rare. It's said that Karnaca may not suffer this problem, thanks to the way the winds channel through the Shindare Peak, meaning that this particular member of the Empire may even ascend above the others soon thanks to this precious resource. As for the Boyle family, they didn't do too well after the disappearance of Waverley Boyle, with both Esma and Lydia Boyle falling into a deep depression. Waverley, it's thought, did quite well for herself after being taken to Lord Brisby's estate. Brisby went missing at some point heading on a ship to Bristol, only he never got off the boat when it arrived. Waverley, I guess you could say, inherited the Brisby fortune, and quite a few people suspected her of having him killed. Esma would try to heal herself through solitude, finding her purpose through hosting the annual masquerade balls at the Boyle estate, and Lydia meanwhile was placed into a straitjacket and was locked away as her mind had gone. She was moonstruck. The public story fed to everyone by Esma Boyle was that Lydia was dead. Talia Timpch continued to rise amongst the aristocracy and Dunwall's upper class, as her uncle Arnold had been sentenced to life and was imprisoned in Coleridge. She'd show a slight interest in the supernatural ever since she'd encountered the assassin Daud. Rothwild had indeed disappeared after he'd been sent to the frozen north of Tivia. But now let's shift our focus onto something happening years later in Dunwall. 12 years later, in 1850, Corvo is getting a bit older, and he's worried about the fact that at some point he will no longer be able to protect Emily. So he needs to find an apprentice, and needs to find one from amongst the City Watch. A number of City Watch members have been picked out, and one in particular catches his eye, by way of an officer, Martha Cottings. Later that evening, still bearing the mark of the outsider and in possession of powers from the outsider, Corvo has been made aware of a criminal gang importing a shipment into Dunwall's old port district. He fights a faction of hatters known as the Roaring Boys, but Corvo finds a young boy there who bears a striking resemblance to his sister Beatrice, who disappeared at some point. The young boy eventually escapes, and Corvo and the City Watch battle against the Roaring Boys. Martha Cottings is able to take out one of the Roaring Boys, who's using stilts from a tall boy, which had been taken out of service given the inhumane nature of them, which they call a big lad. Once the fight is ended, Corvo finds a locket that the young boy dropped, and inside it, he finds a picture of Beatrice. And the City Watch also find weaponry indicating that the gangs in Dunwall are being armed by someone. Somewhere else in a manor house somewhere, a woman is in conversation with her servant, a guy called Grizz, and it seems everything that went down at the old port district was a ploy to divert the attention of the Lord Protector, Corvo, away from their operation. After some time thinking back to his time in Serkonos with his sister, Corvo infiltrates the manor of a former slave trader called Charlington Ludd, as Corvo wants to try and find out more about the boy. Finding Ludd and speaking to him, he tells Corvo that the slave trade was taken over by a man he calls Broken Tom. So Corvo goes to the Rust District and to the Berrington Ironworks. Corvo gets attacked by Broken Tom and the two fight, with Broken Tom using his power to defeat Corvo. Being thrown through a window and into the Wrenhaven River, Corvo is found by the young boy, who pulls him from the river. In the meantime, Martha has been investigating on her side, and her investigations have led her to a shop in Wyrmwood Way that belongs to a Titus Grimble. Wyrmwood Way is a place where the dark arts are not only practiced, but sold too. She finds Grimble there deceased and encounters a creature that emerges from a blank canvas, which she duly defeats. In the aftermath of her encounter with the creature, Martha checks out the canvas the creature emerged from and discovers the mark of a sorcerer on it. She takes the painting with her to Coldridge Prison and asks a blind heretic there called Esmeralda about it. She gets another location from her, which leads Martha to an apartment, but the City Watch men with her get caught up in a trap. One of the lieutenants in the City Watch, named Alexei Mayhew, advises her to cease her investigation until Corvo is able to assist her, but she continues. Alexei Mayhew is a childhood friend of Emily Coldwin. One day when Emily was 14, the carriage she and Alexei were in was assaulted. The attackers were firing weapons and one of them threw a grenade, but Alexei grabbed the grenade that had landed at their feet and threw it back at those who wished to do the Empress harm. Despite the attack, Emily chose not to have the attackers punished, with the attackers being part of a group known as Regenters that wanted to go back to the authoritarianism seen during the days of the Lord Regent. Alexei, meanwhile, was commissioned by the City Watch when she turned 18, in recognition of her bravery. Anyway, two members of the Roaring Boys then tried to ambush Martha, worried about what that heretic in prison had told her, but she turns the ambush back on them, demanding answers as to what it is they're doing. Corvo, who has somewhat recovered now, is forced to head into the sewers with the young boy as they spot Broken Tom and the Roaring Boys searching for Corvo. The boy then tells Corvo that he's his nephew, the child of Corvo's sister, and his name is Milo. Milo says that after Corvo was gifted to the Coldwinds and started to serve as royal protector, Beatrice returned to the Empire. She and Milo were captured at some point and Milo ended up in Dunwall. Their next priority is to try and find Beatrice, as Corvo thinks his enemies might be holding her to use against him, so Corvo masks up and they head out to find his sister. Somewhere else, the mysterious woman is getting a report from her servant again, and she's sat at an easel painting. They talk about Broken Tom and his lads being ready. They say that Corvo is dangerous and must be given hope to fully engage him in the chase, towards a sister lost years ago and a boy that never existed. It's revealed that the boy is not Corvo's nephew at all, he's just one of this woman's pieces of work come to life. With Martha continuing her interrogation of the two Roaring Boys she'd encountered, they tell her that the weapons in the port were to keep the focus of Corvo and the City Watch on something else. They speak of a woman, and one of them pulls out a bone charm saying that someone had them run all over town to find them. The fight ends up kicking off and Martha kills one of the criminals, with the other injured and dying, and he tells her that witches are involved, and the witches want the bone charms. Injured and bleeding from the fight, Martha is about to fight more nefarious individuals who had spotted her bone charm, and she passes out. Before the men can rob her, she is saved by someone. She was saved by the witch's servant, Grizz. The witch states that they've been watching her, calling her a bold spirit. She says they needed Corvo dead or distracted for what's to come. She is an apprentice of none other than Delilah Copperspoon. In the meantime, Corvo and the boy, Corvo still thinks he's his nephew, have arrived at a place down the Wrenhaven River. They board an old whaling ship and have a fight with some men, with them prevailing. Searching the lower decks, finding the skeleton of a whale since these ships were abandoned, the boy sends Corvo into a trap. Delilah's powers through her paintings have been shared with the witches in her coven, and that's how they created the boy. Delilah's apprentice, meanwhile, is painting Martha, telling her she'll be a new woman when the paint is dry, and Delilah will have someone loyal to her inside the City Watch. On the ship, Corvo finds Broken Tom waiting for him, but Corvo doesn't fall victim to the trap thanks to his outsider powers, and he kills Broken Tom. Back with the witch, she reveals the plot is to unseat Emily Coldwin from the throne by killing her, and Martha's reborn self will do it for them. Martha makes one final stand in order to protect Corvo and the Empress, throwing a knife at the whale oil lantern Grizz is holding. It explodes, burning the witch and Grizz alive. Martha is then approached through the flames by none other than Billy Lurk, telling Martha that both Corvo and the Empress cannot know of what's to come, and that things must play out the way they're supposed to. Billy and Martha then leave through a portal, and the manor they were in explodes. Back on the ship, the boy is confused about everything that is happening, and he starts to burn up as the hold over him is no more. He crumbles into dust in Corvo's arms. Corvo realizes that they are after Emily. Another plot against the Empress has been foiled, but the evidence of said plot is slipping through his fingers. It's around this time that whales were basically becoming an endangered species, so Emily put in place whale oil rationing to allow for the population of the whales to grow again before things could return to normal. Over the years, Corvo would train Emily up so that she could be able to defend herself should the need arise. She would regularly run and jump across the rooftops of Dunwall at night. Somewhere across Dunwall at the Golden Cat bathhouse, two members of Daud's Whalers, a woman called Galia Fleet and a man named Ronaldo Escobar, come into contact with a prisoner that escaped the labour camps located in the frozen tundra of Tivia, no mean feat by any stretch. Many try and take that journey and end up dead. Anyway, the prisoner is in a standoff with Gallia, Ronaldo, and other security for the Golden Cat, and he disappears just as quickly as he appeared, in a way that Gallia herself had seen before from Daud. Similar to, but not the same as, the gift he'd shared with his whalers. Gallia is dumbfounded after experiencing a vision in which she was the leader of a gang that had just slaughtered their enemies. She's confused as this mysterious man, the prisoner, is too tall to be Daud, so who is he? The man spoke, addressing her by name and telling her he's there to rescue her. About a week later, whilst Emily was out gallivanting across the rooftops, she enters one of the districts of Dunwall and spots some suspicious activity in a cemetery. This group are digging up corpses. She thought about intervening, but after she saw a lookout who, unbeknownst to her, was her father who was keeping an eye on her, she knew better and headed back to Dunwall Tower. Corvo let the newly formed gang of whalers be as well, after identifying them and seeing Gallia use her powers during an encounter. At some point, Corvo decided to give up and go back to the tower, but the thoughts in his mind were rampant. The whalers are back, and they're planning something. With Gallia and her newly formed whalers back at their hideout, an old slaughterhouse, she's wanting to know more about the mysterious man and what their goals are. Speaking to him, she tells him that they were seen at the cemetery, but he doesn't seem too bothered, more interested as to whether they had managed to get what it was that he wanted from the cemetery. He seems to know an awful lot about the whaler gang from back when Daud was their leader, much to the surprise of Gallia. The mysterious man she calls the boss even knew that back then, Gallia was just a novice. He tells her that he will help her rebuild the whalers and to make the city fear them again, and that it's her that commands them. For some reason, Gallia thinks it's a wise idea to try and attack the mysterious man, but he reads it, almost as if he's able to read her mind. The fight is a one-sided affair, with Gallia getting her ass handed to her. She'd also noticed that the more she used her new powers, the weaker she became. Then she starts to realise why the man wanted the bodies from the cemetery. He takes his glove off and reveals bandages on his arm. He takes them off and he's basically crusted and burned black, with ash-like flakes falling from him. Gallia sees an emblem on his skin, the mark of the outsider. He introduces himself as Zukov, the hero of Tivia. A little later back at Dunwall Tower, Corvo enters a throne room. He shares his findings with everyone there. Emily is present, the High Overseer, Yul Kulan is present, as well as Jameson Curnow, the adopted son of Jeff Curnow. The City Watch and the Overseers are then tasked with investigating and arresting the members of the gang. Knowing full well about Emily's nocturnal excursions, Corvo orders the guards at Dunwall Tower to keep a close eye on her. He also has High Overseer Kulan dig out the old music boxes that block the use of dark powers, the powers of the outsider. The High Overseer isn't happy about bringing back the ancient music, but nonetheless agrees to do so. At some point, Emily had developed romantic feelings for a young noble by the name of Wyman, who hails from the Isle of Morley and who is a member of the Imperial Court in Dunwall. He's a member of the League of Protectors, an organisation that was founded to protect the imperial throne of the Empire. Back with who we now know as Zukov, he explains more of his past to Gallia. He explains that he used to work for the High Judges of Tivia until he was betrayed by them, and that he obtained the mark of the outsider whilst working in a labour camp, in prison. He'd seen a vision of the event discussed at the start of this video, the event known as the Great Burning, and out of the fire stepped the outsider. Zukov tells Gallia what he wants of her. Ultimately, he wants revenge, and not just against those who had wronged him back in Tivia. Throughout his journeys across the Isles, Zukov had tried to find Daud but couldn't. He tried and failed to find Billy Lurk. He tried to find the one that succeeded her as Daud's right hand, Thomas, but again no luck. Leading to him finding Gallia, who he described as one quick to learn and someone that knew Daud and his secrets. He needs her help to restore the balance. He promises Gallia power, all the power she could ever want, and it'll be hers forever. He wants her to go to Brigmore Manor and to break into the crypt there, and to steal the bones of the Brigmore Witches. A few days later, Emily had received correspondence from the current Duke of Serkonos, the Duke Luca Abel. He was planning a state visit to coincide with the anniversary of Jessamine Coldwind's death. As is routine, checking her other correspondence, she'd received an invitation to the Fugue Feast. As explained earlier, the Fugue Feast is an evening of chaos, basically, where the upper classes of Dunwall could do whatever they liked without fear of prosecution or judgment, since they all wore masks to hide their identity. The tradition is that the Emperor or Empress declines to attend, but Emily sees this tradition as a load of nonsense. She says that she'd actually quite like to go, just the once, but Corvo insists that she will not like it. But Emily is determined as they come, and she plots to attend the ball anyway, as it is a masquerade event and no one will know it's her. She in the end decides that Corvo could attend as her chaperone, and that they could make some arrangement with Esma Boyle. Going to find Corvo and heading into his chambers, he's not there, but she catches a peek at the scouting report of more potential criminal activity at Brigmore Manor. She finds another report on the location where Gallia's Wailers are, at the slaughterhouse. She's pretty angry that all this has been kept from her, and that her close friend Jameson is one of the spies working for her father, so she goes herself to investigate. Getting to Slaughterhouse Row, home to a dying industry thanks to new power technologies that had been created by Sokolov and Piero, and to the secret delight of Emily, she enters the factory in question, getting eyes on the operation here. She recognises the men there as members of the Whalers, the gang that had killed her mother in front of her eyes all those years ago. Donning a Whaler disguise, Emily goes to get a better look at what's going on here, but is dragged to a meeting with the other members there by Gallia and Zukov. Emily looks into Zukov's goggles and has a vision of her being evil, and she'd ordered Corvo to slaughter her own people while she laughed. Gallia tells the Whalers they are ready for the next phase of their operation, but they will need more materials, and both Gallia and Rinaldo will be heading out to Brigmore. After suffering another disturbing vision, Emily, still disguised, joins the members of the gang in arming up. She's in way too deep now, but at least she's going to be able to find out what they're up to. Meanwhile, Corvo is at Brigmore Manor awaiting whatever criminal activity is to go down there, with him leaning on a windowsill overlooking the grounds. A number of his agents are also in hiding places all over the estate. He speaks with an old friend of his, Slackjaw, now a changed man thanks to Corvo saving him from Granny Rags, and he now goes by his real name, Azariah Fillmore. He still controls the Bottle Street gang when his business ventures have allowed him to acquire the old and ruined Brigmore Manor. Then the moment comes. Gallia and her Whalers arrive, with Emily amongst them. Azariah, Slackjaw, has his allies, ex-members of Dunwall's gangs, fight the Whalers, and they are able to take some of them out, but Gallia was able to get the bones that Zukov had sent her to obtain. Emily runs after her, and dropping into a hollow, she sees captured Whalers being taken before a man in a mask, who Emily identifies as Corvo, and Slackjaw is with him. They both interrogate the man, trying to find out what the Whalers were there for, and although Corvo didn't approve of Slackjaw's interrogation methods, this was technically his place, but he would grimace from behind his mask. Clearly Slackjaw hasn't changed all that much. They interrogate Rinaldo and he tells them to get something from his jacket, and they pull out a corroded bone charm that Rinaldo stole from him earlier on. Emily meanwhile goes to confront Gallia and gets a beating, spotting Gallia escaping, and she vanishes into the darkness. Emily follows her across the city and back to the slaughterhouse, where Gallia informs Zukov of what had happened over at the Brigmore estate. Gallia then pulls a bunch of documents from her jacket as well as a skull, and Zukov seems to be more interested in the skull than he is in the documents. Emily looks at Zukov and once again she sees a vision of herself laughing, and Corvo has beheaded the High Overseer Kulan. Emily then instructs Corvo to kill Wyman, the man she is in love with. Emily then passes out and falls down off the girder she was perched on. Thankfully, Corvo had followed her across the city into the slaughterhouse. He'd used his outsider powers to be able to catch her and to blink to an upper platform. His priority now is to get Emily back to Dunwall Tower, and back at the tower, Corvo meets with High Overseer Kulan and presents the corroded bone charm to him. He tells Kulan about Zukov. Of course, Corvo doesn't know who he is yet, but he wonders why a man wearing a thick coat usually worn by the Tivian military is there with the Whalers in Dunwall, and Kulan wonders if they are planning something against the Empress. They float the possibility that this man could be Daud. Overseer Kulan looks at the corroded bone charm and suspects that the power it holds within it decays the structure over time, causing instability. Rinaldo had told both Corvo and Slackjaw that Zukov carves the bone charms day and night in the old slaughterhouse. They suspect that the limited lifespan of the corroded bone charms is why Zukov is making so many of them. Rinaldo also told them that Zukov and Gallia haven't finished, and they're working on something big, and that they need one more component. Corvo points at the map and indicates they may try and get it at the Royal Mansion at the Fugue Feast. Corvo suggests they let the event go ahead, much to the disbelief of High Overseer Kulan, who doesn't like it one bit. The plan is to grab Gallia and her Whalers, what's left of them, and Zukov will be at the factory alone as he never leaves. They'll surround the factory by using lots of city watch and overseers. The overseers with the music boxes will accompany Corvo to the masquerade ball, and these will stop Gallia using her powers. Emily is to stay in Dunwall Tower, as she can't attend as protocol and tradition forbids it, and therefore the Empress will be safe. A day or so later, Emily has recovered from what happened the other night. She issues an edict that the city of Dunwall is to be placed under full lockdown until the grave robbers have been caught. Corvo asks why, and Emily simply replies that she has new information. When Emily is made aware of the sheer logistical nightmare that would involve, she is ultimately convinced by Corvo to do nothing and to allow the Boyle masquerade to go ahead. She agrees with Corvo in the end, despite protests from the captain of the City Watch, one Mortimer Ramsey, and tells him to proceed with his plan. Emily is to spend the evening with Wyman, but she ends up drugging him, as she has something else in her mind, and she needs to get to the bottom of what's happening in her city, as legally speaking, It is her city. Emily then finds and dons a costume for the masquerade ball. Corvo has arrived at the Boyle estate himself, and he tells Lady Boyle that his agents will be discreet, so much so that she won't even notice they're there, and the warfare overseer, wearing the music device, is hidden somewhere deep inside the mansion itself. Emily arrives too, and Corvo doesn't notice it's her, but he does notice that this woman, who is looking out across the ballroom, has come alone. However, she is given away by the signet ring on her finger. Also at the party is Zukov. He approaches Lydia Boyle, who remember is in a state of confusion and has been moonstruck since the disappearance of her sister. He convinces Lydia that she hates her sister Esma. He asks her about a vault beneath the house, and Lydia agrees to take him to it. Corvo, meanwhile, was thinking this is all a waste of time since nothing was happening, but he spots one of the whalers at the ball and they attack. Gallia is there too, and Corvo gives the signal to activate the ancient music. Since Corvo possesses outsider powers too, he is affected by the music, but he still has the advantage over Gallia. But he's shocked to find that the ancient music has not restricted her powers in the manner he had hoped. Gallia uses her powers to blink behind him. Emily intervenes before Gallia can stab Corvo, and a fight takes place. With the whalers getting the upper hand over Corvo's agents, Zukov appears, addressing the terrified guests there, telling them he brings greetings from the north. He brings Lydia Boyle out, and everyone is shocked, as they thought she was dead, and she has a knife to her sister Esma's throat. Corvo imagines that the whaler members there were using corroded bone charms, and therefore were able to resist the power of the ancient music. Gallia asks Zukov if she should kill Emily, but Zukov replies, telling her that the Empress will be useful for the next phase. He tells Lydia Boyle to leave Esma be, and Zukov tells her he needs her to show him the way. And in a flash of black inky nothingness, Zukov, Lydia, Gallia, and Emily vanish. Now in the Boyle vault, they find a 200-foot whale skeleton, a so-called Leviathan, a great whale, and Gallia is taken aback by it. Zukov himself calls it a creature of power and a creature of magic. Zukov reassures Gallia that he doesn't need all of the beast's skeleton, just the jawbone will serve whatever purpose he needs it for. Zukov then pulls out a piece of chalk and starts to write, or draw shapes with each of them overlapping. He's drawing sigils. He tells Gallia he's doing this so he can transpose the whale jawbone back to the factory, and he will use bone charms, channeling their power to achieve it. Zukov says that he needs raw material, so Gallia drives her knife into Lydia Boyle, killing her. Back in the main part of the mansion, Corvo is able to regain control of the situation with the help of Esma Boyle, who provided a distraction. Thanks to the ancient music finally being switched off, Corvo is able to use his powers again and gets to work in dispatching the whalers in the ballroom. Slackjaw shows up and helps Corvo out, and Esma Boyle shows Corvo where the vault is, where Zukov took Lydia and Emily. By the time Corvo gets inside the vault, Zukov and Gallia and Emily are gone, and he tells Esma that her sister is dead and that they'd used her for her bones. Corvo tells Jameson Curnow, also there, that they'll spread a counter-narrative that Emily was not at the ball this evening, it was one of her look-alike chambermaids. He then leaves in order to go and save the Empress, his daughter. Zukov, Gallia and Emily are now back at the slaughterhouse. Emily wakes up and Gallia has all sorts of plans now they have the Empress. She says they can get anything they want, do anything they want, and can even start a war. She tells Zukov they could have the entire city if they wanted. Zukov replies and tells her that he wants more than just the city. But Gallia wants the power Zukov had promised her, and she wants it now. But Zukov then jams his knife into Gallia's stomach, and she spits out blood onto his coat. Gallia falls into a vat of liquid along with the knife he'd used to stab her, and Emily stands up, asking Zukov how he thinks this is going to end, and he walks over to her. But to her surprise, Zukov tells her nothing will happen to her, ever. The whalers there put the large whale jawbone into the vat of liquid, and Zukov tells Emily the jawbone was the final piece, the final element of power that he'd spent a year searching for. He'd gone to every aisle in the Empire. An object is then lifted out of the vat, and it's a flat pane, a black mirror. Emily sees the factory in reverse, and Zukov tells her to watch the world that is become the world that was, with Emily sure that she sees the image in the mirror flicker. She sees a city on fire. It's Dunwall in absolute chaos, the clock tower just a broken shard, walls collapsing. She sees another version of Dunwall where the rat plague had completely destroyed it. Dunwall was dead. Zukov calls this balance. But Emily sees something else. She sees a throne in the middle of the factory and her mother sat upon it. She sees what happened the day her mother was killed, and she asks what it has to do with both Zukov and Tivia. Zukov tells Emily he was once contacted by the royal spy master, who was Hiram Burroughs, and he became a spy, reporting back Tivian's secrets to Gristle as he wanted change in Tivia. So a little bit about Zukov, and this betrayal he spoke of earlier. He had actually been a loyal ally to Jessamine Coldwin, and he had actually been helping her work towards her goal of bringing Tivia under more direct control. The day after Jessamine's assassination, Zukov, having been summoned by the High Judges of Tivia, tried to escape the People's Chamber, but he was trapped and taken to work inside a Tivian labour camp by operators. He had his position as hero of the state renounced as well. He tells Emily that he was working with Jessamine so he could take control of his country, Tivia, from the people that had betrayed it, the High Judges, and that he would lead Tivia. But that thanks to the assassination of the Empress, that changed everything. The royal spy master didn't care about Tivia anymore, as he'd become Lord Regent. Hiram Burrows and his people in Dunwall then sold Zukov out to the High Judges in order to build closer diplomatic ties with them. As we know, he was sent to the salt mines, to the labour camp called Utirka. He explains he found an ancient knife in the salt mines which gave him the vision of the Great Burning, a relic from another time buried deep under a glacier. Using the blade, he learned to carve bones into tokens of its power, and charms that would unlock the power of the void. He found himself lost in power, ending up with the mark of the outsider on his own hand. Zukov calls the knife the one that took the life of a young boy millennia ago. Zukov tells Emily that he has this appearance because traversing through the ice had certain effects on him. He tells Emily to tell him what she saw in the mirror, telling her that he can save her mother if she tells him the right moment, and that by doing so, history can unfold just as it was originally intended. Emily says no, because she saw other things too, a world of death and darkness where Empress Jessamine ruled over a black empire, Emily a maniac, and Corvo a murderer. Emily knows that he only wants to go back and save her mother for the sake of himself, for his own power. He'll rule Tivia, sure, but the rat plague would spread to Tivia too. It wouldn't just destroy Dunwall. Around this time, Corvo drops in to rescue Emily and they both charge towards Zukov with the Empress ready to fight for her city and the Empire. However, his bone charms are affecting them and they're not able to get near him. While fighting him, Emily saw that one of the bone charms was burning differently to the others, and she thinks that this must be the one making them disoriented. Emily is able to grab it and it crumbles in her hand. With the charm now destroyed, Corvo is up and back in the fight, but Zukov laughs and he then disappears into the black mirror. Emily causes the mirror to shatter into lots of pieces, and Zukov is there inside many of the pieces, but he rearranges them into a cylinder, creating a vortex. Emily has one shard in particular catch her eye. She grabs it, and in her hand is the knife that Zukov found in the mines. The power in it is too much for her though, and she falls while seeing Corvo plunging the knife into Zukov, killing him. Emily then passes out. A few days later, Emily comes to back at Dunwall Tower, and she's now in the care of the royal physician. Corvo is there too. He explains to her that the building they were in basically exploded into the Wrenhaven River, but there was no sign of Zukov or the relic. A month later, Emily is up to her old tricks again, and goes out running across the rooftops of the city, her city. But Corvo watches, with him now considering her ready to handle most things that will come her way. After another training session with her father, Empress Emily returns to Dunwall Tower. It's also the anniversary of her mother's death 15 years ago. But there's a new crisis to deal with now, as a number of murders have taken place by a killer dubbed the Crown Killer. One of the victims was an Ichabod Boyle, the nephew of the Boyle sisters who had taken over the ownership of the Boyle estate. He ran an office in the Tower district and had been actively undermining Emily's rule and wanted to topple her. He wrote to a friend of his stating that Dunwall, Parliament, and the other Isles would put immense pressure on Emily, and he planned to spread anti-Emily propaganda all over the city. Ichabod Boyle had ended up dead, and it wasn't just him either. This Crown Killer is picking off Emily's enemies, leading to speculation that the Empress herself is the Crown Killer, and that Corvo is helping her. Some of her own advisors and servants are even starting to think that she may be responsible too. The first victim was Corey Brockburn, who openly criticised Emily. The Empress had passed a new Sharecropper Rights Act, and Brockburn had urged the Gristolian Parliament to hold a vote of no confidence. Then there was Janice Tynes, who was an editor at the Karnaca Gazette. She had published an article calling Emily the Empress in name only, and Tynes was later found dismembered in her office. These people were all members of the group discussed earlier, called the Regenters. The Regenters would regularly meet, with Janice Tynes once suggesting that the members of the Regenters could wear armbands bearing the Lord Regent's crest, but Corey Brockburn rejected this, his reason being that the clientele in their various business establishments may see it as being in poor taste. They instead compromised and agreed to wear the armbands only on the 15th anniversary of Hiram Burrows' what they call unlawful arrest. In light of all this, Emily has contemplated getting on a ship and just sailing over to the other side of the world, or simply to have everyone around her executed. She approaches her friend, a member of the Empress's guard, Alexei Mayhew, who is now Captain Mayhew thanks to Emily. Alexei gives Emily her signet ring, and Emily enters the throne room, addressing her subjects on the occasion to celebrate the life and memory of her mother. Corvo admits that he wishes it would get easier, but the anniversary of Jessamine's death never does get any easier. Taking the throne, Emily is addressed by Mortimer Ramsay. He tells her they have a visitor, and it's the Duke of Serkonos, Duke Luca Abel. It's said the Duke is bringing special gifts with him, and he's also brought fearsome mechanical soldiers with him too. The Duke presents her with their gift. It's Delilah, and the Duke refers to her as the long-lost sister of Jessamine Coldwin, and the rightful Empress. Delilah explains that Jessamine was indeed her younger sister. She accuses Emily of carrying out the Crown Killer murders, and only living in her palace has protected her from being brought to justice. A violent coup then takes place with the mechanical soldiers and the Serkonan guard killing all those loyal to Emily, and Corvo is attacked by Delilah. Mortimer Ramsay strikes Emily, and Delilah rips the mark of the outsider from Corvo. She then turns Corvo to marble, and Emily is to be locked in her chambers to await being taken to Coldridge Prison until the date of her trial for the Crown Killer murders. Upstairs, Alexei Mayhew, who has no idea of what's just happened in the throne room, tries to see if Emily is okay, but she gets stabbed and mortally wounded by Ramsay. Emily is then dragged into her chambers, and Ramsay asks her about the gold stashed away in her safe room. He takes her signet ring, one of only 2 keys to open the safe room. Needing to escape in order to avoid getting taken to Coldridge and needing to find a way to save her father, Emily is able to escape her room and gets back into the tower. She speaks with the dying Alexei, who tells her there was a ship captain at the docks earlier asking after the Royal Protector, that Emily should find this captain and leave Dunwall. She sees Mortimer Ramsay, the traitor, talking with 2 of his men in the throne room. Emily remembers that Ramsay's family were high-status members of Dunwall nobility, but they fell from the aristocracy when Ramsay was a young boy. Ramsay was sent to enlist in the City Watch, something which he resented but nonetheless excelled in, rising through the ranks quite quickly. Emily thinks that maybe Ramsay's actions are in part fueled by this injustice he feels his family had suffered. She needs the signet ring from Ramsay, so she kills him and takes it from him, or just waits for him to open up the safe room with it. Arming herself, Emily makes her way out of the tower and down the various rooftops. Having to avoid the guards, who it's clear from a memo sent out by Mortimer Ramsay have been strong-armed into supporting this coup, Emily is able to make it to the docks and boards a small boat named the Dreadful Whale. She meets the captain, a Megan Foster, who says that she's working with an old ally of Emily's, and that is Anton Sokolov. They were down south and learned something scary. Emily says she needs to get to Karnaca, as this is where the Crown Killer murders started. She knows that Delilah was there at some point, so she wants to know what's going on. So they set out for Karnaca. After a while, Emily awakens, but she senses that something is off. Sure enough, she's been summoned to the Void by the outsider. He tells her he met Corvo this same way 15 years ago, and that it was the moment that changed him. He offers Emily what he offered Corvo, and that is his mark. The mark of the outsider. Emily can of course choose to reject it, but again, for the sake of canonicity and story, let's say she accepts it. After getting to grips with her new powers, Emily grabs the heart of her mother, and after a short conversation with the spirit of her mother, which is inside the heart, and the outsider warning her that Delilah has her eyes set on a far greater prize than the crown itself, Emily returns and wakes up back in reality, and back on the Dreadful Whale. Speaking with Megan with the ship now off the coast of Karnaca, she says that Sokolov had caught wind of a conspiracy involving the Crown Killer. It's the scary things Sokolov and Megan discovered whilst down south. Sokolov recorded an audiograph message for her, should something happen.
Dearest Emily, or must I say, your Imperial Majesty, I have something that you and Corvo must hear at the first opportunity. It concerns the murders happening across the Empire, committed by this so-called Crown Killer. I've done my share of bad things, and some good, before and after the Rat Plague. But here in Karnaca, I've uncovered a terrible conspiracy against you. Here, at the bottom of the Empire, the cobblestones smell of death and corruption. I know Corvo would protect you with his life, but please do not trust anyone.
There you are, old man. I was asked to pay you a visit.
Wait, what's wrong with you? Megan!
Off we go, Sokolov, to somewhere more private.
Sokolov wanted to warn Corvo, as Sokolov thinks that Duke Abel is the head of the conspiracy and they were about to set off for Dunwall, but something happened. One evening, the hatch on the ship opened, Megan heard Sokolov scream, and he was gone, just as we heard on the audiograph. Megan followed as far as she could and tailed the Crown Killer over to the Adamire Institute, which remember is where Granny Rags got committed when she went nuts. Adamire is run by an alchemist known as Dr. Hypatia, and Megan thinks the Duke is using one of her patients to carry out the killings as the Crown Killer. Emily says she has to try and get inside the Adamire Institute. The Crown Killer has to die, and hopefully Dr. Hypatia will cooperate. Maybe she can learn something about what happened to Sokolov too. Using the skiff, Megan takes Emily over to the docks in Karnaca. Covering her face so she's not recognised and avoiding the attention of the Grand Guard, Emily walks the streets of Karnaca, a place that once prospered under the rule of Theodanis Abel, but that has now had all the wealth and beauty stripped from it by Luca Abel, so he could fund big parties and orgies. Emily has also been outed, falsely, as the Crown Killer, so that means the Grand Guard here will have been ordered to keep an eye out for her. She can also come into contact with people who need a hand in exchange for information that'll help Emily succeed in her mission. For example, this woman, named Mindy Blanchard, once helped retrieving the body of her lover, Amadeus, who was being held by the overseers at one of their outposts, as they suspected him of being a heretic. Mindy herself is a member of a gang in Karnaca that call themselves the Howlers, and she's wanted by the Grand Guard for various crimes. The Howlers, who are led by a man named Paolo, have been clashing with the Abbey, and current Vice Overseer Liam Byrne, stationed here in Karnaca, is worried about the level of disdain Duke Abel has for the Abbey. Emily may also come across bloodflies, a problem unique to the warm climate of the south. The Isle of Tivia, to the north of the Empire, was at one point threatened to cease all trade with Serkonos and embargo ships unless the Empress could ensure inspectors at all the ports. This was because their cargo and their ships were constantly attracting the unwanted attention of a large number of pirates and smugglers. But one other big reason for this demand was the problem of bloodflies. According to Sokolov, who had been researching them, bloodflies are exotic insects, and they are thought to have originated from somewhere on the Pandyssian Continent. They attack in large numbers and in groups of 3 or less, are harmless. Their nests are susceptible to fire, and they lay eggs in corpses. So therefore, if there are many corpses in an area, and these corpses are not dealt with, the more serious the problem of bloodfly infestation becomes. And they have become a big issue because of executions ordered by the Duke. Sometimes near bloodfly nests, there are individuals known as nest keepers. These people are living hosts to bloodflies and are in the final stages of bloodfly fever. They also act as protectors of the bloodfly nests, viciously attacking those who get too close. Anyway, if helping Mindy out and taking Amadeus' body back to her so she can give him the burial that his dignity deserves, she tells Emily that one of her guys has shut off the power to the usually electrified carriage rails, meaning that Emily will be able to walk along them. Doing so, Emily is able to get to the station where she takes the carriage over to the Adamire Institute. Having arrived, Emily finds the place being patrolled by the Grand Guard, and they're turning away anyone that needs help from Dr. Hypatia. Duke Luca Abel had closed the Adamire Institute to the public, with only those being affected by mining accidents and bloodfly infections being granted access to the facility. His reason, at least with what he told her, was that she was too valuable to him, and he worried that she would be attacked by feral patients. He told her he was committed to keeping her safe, even if the price for that was her freedom. The Institute used to be a solarium, where aristocrats would go to recuperate, but it's now turned into a place of alchemical study. Dr. Hypatia's office is on the 5th floor, and after avoiding guards and doing a bit of climbing, Emily can learn about a janitor being held somewhere in the Institute. Dr. Hypatia wrote that people had been complaining about the guy, Hamilton, as he'd been muttering about things only he could see. Apparently, he claims to have been attacked by a monster one night, a monster that wanted to scoop the brains out of his skull. Sounds a lot like the Crown Killer. Naturally, the guards there don't believe a word of it, and one of the Grand Guard coldly pulls a gun on him and shoots him in the head, with the guard claiming he tried to strangle her because of bloodfly fever. Emily can instead intervene before the shooting happens, and speaking with Hamilton, he's sure of what he saw. Something with so much hate in its eyes. Searching Hamilton's quarters, Emily finds Hamilton's diary. He writes that he saw the Thing dragging a bloodied body across the hallway. He'd also found a half-devoured dog, and Dr. Hypatia didn't say much about it, leading Hamilton to suspect that she's protecting someone. He suspected Hypatia's research partner, Bartholomew Vasco. Hamilton then tried to trap the monster by using traps, but this didn't work. Emily is finally able to find and speak with Dr. Hypatia. She tells her that she's not there for treatment, but she's there looking for Anton Sokolov. Hypatia says that someone took Sokolov away to see a man named Kiran Jindosh. Asking about the Crown Killer, Hypatia says that she's been forgetting things and she's claiming to hear someone calling her name. Strange. But a bit about Dr. Hypatia. Dr. Hypatia had been very critical of the conditions in the silver mines, and she created serum to help the miners, something she called Adamire Solution.
I spend less and less time here at my apartment, but my work at Adamire demands it. After the horrible failures of my first serum, I'm more determined than ever to help the miners. It's not my say how hard the Duke and his cronies drive the workers, but until he sees reason, I'll do what I can to make their lives better and to provide comfort to their families. It's my obsession, this work, and the impact it will have on the least privileged people in Karnaca. Studying the original plague elixirs, I'm close to something.
The solution is described as an improvement on Sokolov's elixir and Pierrot's spiritual remedy, and has the same qualities of both of those solutions, which had themselves been combined into the S&J health elixir. Enriched Adamire Solution was being touted as a cure for bloodfly fever, since it contained within it the venom of bloodflies themselves. However, Dr. Hypatia's initial batch of serum had some adverse and rather serious side effects, and it was recalled, with anyone suffering from side effects being encouraged to arrange a free of charge appointment with Dr. Hypatia herself. Others saw it as some kind of conspiracy, with it being a widely held belief that this very precious cure was being available only to those who were friends with the Duke, that the Duke is keeping himself safe while the rest of the people perish. Having a look around, Dr. Hypatia's rhetoric becomes more and more agitated, more aggressive. A man is there and he's in very bad shape. It's the aforementioned Bartholomew Vasco, who is Dr. Hypatia's assistant. He tells Emily that Dr. Hypatia is the Crown Killer, and that she did this to him. Nonetheless, the man says that she is still a good person, that she isn't herself, and it's the unstable serum that's making her this way. He says there's something in his safe that would help Dr. Hypatia, that Emily can make counter serum. Grim Alex then smashes her way into the room. So Duke Luca Abel wanted to use Grim Alex for his own ends, to carry out killings in which she'd take out enemies of Emily Coldwin. Essentially, Hypatia became the Crown Killer after an experiment went wrong, and she became affected by a toxic compound when testing out one version of the Adamire Solution. Bartholomew Vasco discovered that Dr. Hypatia's new serum was dangerous and should never leave Adamire, that they tested it on themselves, and Dr. Hypatia had taken to calling herself Grim Alex whilst in a complete state of frenzy, but having to assure Vasco that she'd never touch the stuff again. A total shift in personality. The serum worked as he felt better than he had in years, but the cost of getting to that healed state was too high given the mind-altering effects. Dr. Hypatia had developed a split personality, with the darker side of her being Grim Alex, and the Duke would send Grim Alex out on assignments.
You did well finding Anton Sokolov, my friend. The old man is with Kirin Jindosh, who is prying him apart, digging out all his secrets, adding Sokolov's knowledge to his own. Who knows what wonders of natural philosophy Jindosh will reveal in future days. But it's time for you to come out once again. Time to play. We have need for your special talents. The good doctors do for a trip to Dunwall, because Ichabod Boyle is next on the list. Make haste, and make this one messy. Give the newspapers something to write about, and give the people of the Empire fodder for their nightmares.
The thing is, when Dr. Hypatia was herself again, she'd have no memory of what she'd done whilst under the influence of the serum. Going to get the instructions for the counter serum from Vasco's safe, Emily brews a batch of it and heads back down to deal with Grim Alex. Injecting Hypatia with the counter serum, the good doctor comes back to her senses. Emily informs her that she was the infamous Crown Killer and that Duke Abel had been using her. She urges Dr. Hypatia to go with her back to the dreadful whale. Turning off security defences, Megan is able to bring the skiff over, and with what they needed to do accomplished, she and Emily head back to the ship. On the way back, Megan says that Kirin Jindosh, the man who has Sokolov, is also known as the Grand Inventor. Karnaca's genius, much like the way Sokolov once was. He's the man who designed the clockwork soldiers that the Duke had brought to Dunwall Tower the day that Delilah launched her coup. Back on the ship, Emily can speak with Dr. Hypatia, asking her if she remembers anything that could help her find Sokolov. She says that Kirin Jindosh both admires and despises Sokolov, given that he's his intellectual rival. In the aftermath of what happened at the Institute, and because of Dr. Hypatia's disappearance, the Grand Palace put out a statement telling the public that she had resigned due to ill health, and the Adamire Institute is to remain closed for the foreseeable future. Speaking with Megan about what their next move is, they head to the Aventa district, arriving at a small waterway. Avoiding the guards as well as the gangs in the area, Emily needs to go and visit a black market shop to acquire a rewiring tool so she can get round a wall of light, but her chat with the seller is cut short. Emily has to hide from Paolo, who leads the Howlers gang. Paolo is annoyed about the quality of some knives that he'd bought from the seller, and she is very apologetic, offering a generous discount on his next order. If Emily hides herself poorly, this can end in a confrontation with Paolo and his mates, or Emily just waits for them to leave and carries on with her business. After all this, Emily uses the carriage to get to Jindosh's mansion. But whilst Emily is on her way there, a bit about Kiran Jindosh. According to the outsider, Jindosh was hailed by the Academy of Natural Philosophy as a genius, and he brought about the Age of Enlightenment. However, just 2 years after his arrival at the Academy, he was kicked out, being banned for life. One guess as to who banned him? Yep, the one and only Sokolov, which is likely a large part of why he despises him. But Jindosh doesn't really have any political ambitions, nor does he align himself with any sort of political ideology. He is committed to one thing, and that is to advance the causes of natural philosophy for the sake of the world itself. Well, and to show those who threw him out of the Academy the mistake they'd made. He wants to eclipse those who went before him. People like Roseborough, who remember discovered how to use whale oil as a power source. People like Piero Joplin, Dr. Hypatia, and of course, Sokolov. As explained, he is responsible for the Clockwork Soldiers. A marvel of engineering, sure, but also a great example of towering intimidation and authoritarianism. Many actually thought that these Clockwork Soldiers were a danger to everyone, as they do not abide by any moral code, as they are merely machines. They want to re-establish the lawful society that had been established by Theodanis Abel, and are not fans of the authoritarianism of his son, the Duke Luca Abel. Pamphlets were distributed around Karnaca in protest against the Clockwork Soldiers, with the man responsible being questioned by the Grand Guard. The soldiers interrogating the man end the interrogation abruptly, when the man tells them they too will eventually be replaced by Clockwork Soldiers. Of course, the higher-ups in the Grand Serkonan Guard were very excited at being able to assert more military power. Having seen what happened at Dunwall Tower during the coup, the Duke wants a whole army of them. Entering the mansion, Emily sees that the mansion itself is a mechanical marvel. One lever acts to completely shift the rooms around. She's addressed by Jindosh, who welcomes her to his home, and he introduces her to something she's seen once before, his Clockwork Soldier. Only he's listing its many features. It's almost as if he's trying to sell it to a prospective buyer. With only a door separating them, Jindosh has worked out who he's speaking to. He's assumed his involvement with Duke Luca Abel has brought her to his door. Well, that and the washed-up Anton Sokolov, who is apparently residing comfortably in the assessment chamber. Jindosh then walks off into his laboratory, leaving his Clockwork Soldiers to deal with Emily. Checking a map of the estate, Emily works out where the assessment chamber is located, and she gets to work in finding her way there. On the way, she can come across two aristocrats who are interested in purchasing some of Jindosh's Clockwork Soldiers. She also finds evidence of what Jindosh has been subjecting Sokolov to. Jindosh has a special machine, an electroshock machine, that he used on a baker, and it destroyed his memories and his personality. He tried to do it to Sokolov, but it didn't have the same effect. He's been using it to try and weaken Sokolov's willpower whilst maintaining the man's genius, as Jindosh feels that it could be of benefit to him. He wants Sokolov to help him design the improved version of the Clockwork Soldier, not only because the current version has flaws, but because they're way too expensive to produce right now.
My Clockwork Soldiers have played their part, but each costs more coin than a wealthy man sees in a lifetime. It could take years to find a solution on my own, but if Sokolov can be tamed, together we might refine the process, making new clockworks at a fraction of the cost. Whether I seduce my old teacher with the thrill of discovery, or whether I'm forced to apply the clamps to his flesh and turn on the voltage, no matter.
Emily finds her way down to the assessment chamber, an area that was designed by Jindosh so he could test the limits of the Clockwork Soldiers. After moving some of the panels round, he's able to get to Sokolov. He is pleased to see her, but he immediately passes out. With Sokolov safe for the time being after Emily takes him to the carriage, Emily goes to deal with Jindosh. After a bit more manoeuvring around the mansion, she makes it to his laboratory and either kills him or knocks him out, with the latter being canon. She then places Jindosh into his electroshock machine and scrambles his mind. He now doesn't remember his inventions, has lost his genius, and now the Clockwork Soldiers will not be upgraded to a more efficient version. They will retain the flawed design, and therefore this will result in the Duke not being able to obtain his Clockwork army. With her job done, Emily heads back to the carriage and takes Sokolov all the way back to where Megan is waiting for her, and they head back to the Dreadful Whale. Back on the ship, Emily finds herself in the void again. She speaks with Delilah there, who tells Emily that the outsider marked her long ago. She boasts of taking her throne and turning Corvo to stone. Emily is about to learn a bit more about her dear Aunt Delilah. So Delilah was the result of a relationship between Emily's father, Euhorn Coldwin, and one of the kitchen maids there, making her Euhorn's illegitimate child. Her real identity would be kept secret, and she would become known as Delilah Copperspoon. She would repeatedly ask Euhorn if she could be recognised as a princess and go to court, but he would fob her off constantly. Delilah and Jessamine, who had been born 1 year after Delilah, would spend time together when young children, but Jessamine broke something one day and blamed it on Delilah, with Euhorn Coldwin having both Delilah and her mother thrown out of Dunwall Tower. Her mother died a slow, painful death after a guard broke her mother's jaw, and ever since that point, as a young woman, Delilah had stared up at Dunwall Tower, eager for revenge. She worked in a brothel, washing bedsheets, painting on the side until Sokolov took her on as a student. She had survived the very worst the Empire could throw at her. After what happened when she got trapped in the void painting by Daud, one particular reporter from the Silver Spike wrote about concerns that Delilah's claim to the throne was illegitimate, as there was a very long gap between her paintings being both bought and sold and the point she'd arrived in Karnaca 3 years ago. Unsure of whether Delilah is actually telling the truth or not, Emily wakes up back in reality. Sometime later, she wakes and sees another vision of her mother, who asks if she is to blame for Delilah's bitterness, to which Emily responds that she's not. Jessamine says that she feels her time is drawing to an end, and she disappears. Emily goes and speaks with Dr. Hypatia again, and she says that she's recovering well enough that she'll be able to leave soon. It seems she's received an invitation to a district known as the Dust District in Karnaca from a friend of hers, a Lucia Pastor, who says that the people in the Dust District desperately need someone like her. Emily overhears a conversation between Sokolov and Megan. Sokolov hasn't spoken much since they brought him back. He's a shell of the man he once was, coughing up blood after being subjected to torture by Jindosh. Sokolov says that he's a genius, sure, but that what Delilah is doing and how she's doing it is way beyond even his understanding. He explains that he went to Serkonos eager to leave everything behind, but that was when the Crown Killer assassination started, and he could not ignore it. But of course, as we know, he was abducted by the Crown Killer before he could expose the truth of the killings being linked back to the Duke. He reveals that Jindosh often had a visitor, Brianna Ashworth. Emily recognises her as the curator at the Royal Conservatory. Sokolov says that she is as obsessed with the occult as Delilah is. She's currently working on a device she calls the Oraculum. Emily needs to pay a visit to the Royal Conservatory to deal with another of Delilah's lieutenants and find out more about what this machine she's working on is for. So, after making the necessary preparations, Emily speaks with Megan and they both head out via the skiff over to the wealthy district of Syria Gardens. On the way to Syria Gardens, Megan says there will be a Grand Guard presence outside the Royal Conservatory, and that inside it, Emily should be prepared as Brianna Ashworth runs with some very interesting people. She also offers Emily a potentially non-lethal method of dealing with Ashworth. By exploiting the Abbey of the Everyman as the vice-overseer here in Karnaca, Liam Byrne has been keeping tabs on Ashworth from one of their hidden outposts. So, Emily gets to work. If she wishes to seek out what Liam Byrne knows, Emily can find an audiograph recording made by Vice Overseer Byrne in the outpost.
Brianna Ashworth, curator of the Royal Conservatory. For a while, I've believed Ashworth has some connection to the occult in Karnaca. Something is happening that I don't understand. The overseers are the forward face of the Abbey, but equally important are our sisters from the Oracular Order. To be direct, I suspect something is wrong within their sect. Subtle changes to the types of proclamations they've been making. Small but troubling deviations from tradition. But publicly saying anything along those lines will get me accused of heresy by my rivals within the Abbey. Is it possible that Ashworth has infiltrated the Oracular Order?
So Vice Overseer Byrne thinks Ashworth is interfering with the Oracular Order. If true, it's another reason she has to be eliminated.
She also finds a note written by Liam Byrne which further states his confusion at the letter they'd received from the Sisters of the Oracular Order, who remember are another sect of the Abbey. They delivered a proclamation to the Abbey, but it came with uncertainty. This is highly irregular coming from the Sisters, as Byrne mentioned. But what was this proclamation about anyway? Well, after Delilah's coup, the Abbey of the Everyman, the Order, had raised concerns about Delilah's legitimacy to the throne. This view was one that divided the Sisters of the Oracular Order, with a number of them feeling that she was a legitimate heir to the throne. They ended up visiting the Grand Palace itself and delivered their message of endorsement that Delilah was indeed the legitimate Empress. but a little bit on how the Oracular Order works. The Oracular Order, also known as the Blind Sisters of the Oracular Order, are one sect of the Abbey of the Everyman, and as explained earlier, are comprised entirely of women, since women are not allowed to serve the Abbey in any other capacity. They're not actually blind, but they are blind to certain things, such as distractions. They cover their eyes though, claiming it so they can be ready at all times to see things clearly. They make their decision during cloistered gatherings, and only the sisters are allowed to attend. The room the gathering takes place in is prepared with incense and blessings from the 7 strictures of the Order. With the room full, they discuss outcomes to different situations, and every voice must be heard. Every contingency is explored, as well as all possible consequences. It's then written down, and one of the sisters approves it, with the sister in question being the High Oracle. But anyway, time to get to the Royal Conservatory. Emily needs to be wary of both howlers and witches on the streets. Nonetheless, despite the danger, Emily manages to get eyes on the Royal Conservatory. The Royal Conservatory was inaugurated back in 1819, and it was a symbol of the partnership and friendship between Gristel and Sir Konos, and the building itself was dedicated to the then Emperor Euan Coldwind's late wife, Beatrix, who died giving birth to Jessamine. This particular conservatory houses exhibits like the device Edmund Roseborough had created that could be used to upgrade non-chemical firing mechanisms. At some point in time, the Royal Conservatory was closed, and not so long ago, Brianna Ashworth, or rather her representatives, had put a notice out saying this closure had now been extended, with no reopening date in sight. The reason for the initial closure was a mite infestation in one of the exhibits, but people had quickly cottoned on that this was a lie, as no exterminators had been called in. The exhibit itself was a prestigious event and was sponsored by the Academy of Natural Philosophy, with a number of experts and lecturers from all over the Isles expected to be in attendance. According to the outsider, Brianna was born into a family of aristocrats, but she realised that her parents only saw her as a way to create ties with another wealthy family by way of marrying her off to some overweight banker who was 3 times her age. This marriage didn't happen, as just before her parents were going to give her away to this man, she discovered Delilah, and she dove deeper into the occult. Bear in mind that this was all way before the rat plague had even hit Dunwall. Brianna is one of the first members of Delilah's coven, the Brigmore Witches. After Daud had taken Delilah down and had trapped her inside the Void painting, Brianna was cut off from Delilah, who was sharing her occult powers with the witches, and she made the move to Karnaca, where she became the curator of the Royal Conservatory. Whilst here, Brianna had been contacted from the Void by Delilah.
Then I heard her whispering from the Void, leading me to the Duke, who heard those same whispers.
Emily finds her way inside the Royal Conservatory, and Megan wasn't wrong. This place is full of the Brigmore Witches, all of them now in receipt of Delilah's powers. Emily is able to locate the device Brianna had been working on, the Oraculum. It seems it's a device that Brianna and Jindosh had been collaborating on, and they collaborated a few times, actually. Brianna had previously written to Jindosh after having heard about his failed attempts to get Sokolov to bend to his will. She started to cast a new effigy in the shape of Sokolov, and she planned to help Jindosh by using the effigy to influence Sokolov. Essentially, Brianna had been using this device to listen in on the prophecies from the Sisters of the Oracular Order, and to influence them through channeling the energies of the Void. Brianna was able to do this through the effigies she created of the Sisters. Makes sense as to why Vice Overseer Byrne was confused now. Clearly, the goal of Delilah and her gang was to infiltrate the Abbey of the Everyman, basically changing the state religion to a new one, influenced by Delilah. Emily finds out about a potential method of removing Brianna from the equation, non-lethally, as she learns this machine previously had a set of lenses for it that almost ruined Brianna's connection to the Void, almost draining it from her completely. Emily learns that these lenses are being kept in Brianna's workshop, and she plans to completely destroy them. Finding the corrupted lenses and placing them into the device, Brianna is transported in front of it, and her connection to the energies of the Void are drained from her. She kneels there, defeated, saying that she's ruined. Emily speaks with Delilah's statue, and she's not happy that Brianna is no longer a witch, and Emily vows to take apart everything Delilah has built. Learning about something that took place at the home of an Aramis Stilton, a seance, Emily heads back to Megan. She tells Emily that back when she lived in Dunwall, she did things that she's not proud of, and she knew both Delilah and Brianna Ashworth, that she'd bought into the crap that they were selling and it led her down a bad path. She'd considered Delilah dead until she'd heard about Delilah taking the throne. But Emily suspects there's more that Megan is not telling her. With them ready to leave, they head on back to the Dreadful Whale. After getting some rest and a while later, Emily finds that Dr. Hypatia is no longer on board. She left an audiograph, and on it, she says she's going to the Dust District to help people there, and she thanks Emily for saving her from madness. Discussing her next target with Sokolov, Emily needs to head to what used to be known as the Batista Mining District, but what is more commonly known now as the Dust District. Sokolov says that Aramis Stilton's home is inside a bunker these days and is kept behind a large heavy door that features a fancy lock created by Kirin Jindosh. Sokolov offers Emily a potential way, or two ways, to get through the Dust District: the leader of the Howlers gang, or Vice Overseer Liam Byrne, who is posted in the Dust District to combat the threat that Paolo poses to the Abbey's control of the area. Both groups will attack Emily on sight, but if she walks into the respective hangouts with the body of that respective group's enemy, that group will likely help her achieve her goal. With Aramis Stilton's home holding the key to Delilah's immortality, Emily and Sokolov set out on the skiff and make for the Dust District, the birthplace of Corvo Attano. Arriving out into the Dust District, Emily soon finds out why it's called as such. Periodically, plumes of silver dust from the silver mines blankets the district. This happens as a result of the wind currents blowing through the mines, creating dust storms. People were dying from the dust as well. One woman wrote to her friend stating her husband had been coughing a lot until he couldn't cough anymore, and instead he started spitting up black stuff, an issue that was being called the black spittle from the dust. It would sit in the lungs. This woman ended up moving away from the district. This is the reason Dr. Hypatia came here, in order to help those affected. It's what she had been working on so hard back at Adamire, her serum to treat this black spittle. Getting past a wall of light, Emily meets up with Megan, who is waiting inside an abandoned apartment here. She's been doing a bit of reconnaissance and has found out that the Howlers and the Overseers have divided up the district. Thankfully, there's a fair bit of neutral territory here too, so she's not completely in danger. She finds the large door leading to the bunker, with Aramis Stilton's home behind it, but as Sokolov said, it's a fancy lock designed by Jindosh. Emily needs help, so she now needs to work out who to deliver to the other side, Paolo or Liam Byrne. Back on the ship, Emily could have found and read some articles on both the Howlers and the Overseers. Some aristocrat had floated the idea that the Dust District and Karnaca itself would be better off if Paolo and his Howlers were just legitimized. This didn't go down too well, with people considering the Howlers to be vicious cutthroats who had never done an honest day's work in their lives. As a result of Paolo's various activities, he is wanted by the Grand Guard. On the flip side, the people viewed the Abbey as wanting to take over not just the district, but their lives too. That they are taking advantage of the despair of those in the crumbling corners of Serkonos, like the Dust District, by establishing outposts and chapels. Many think that to stop this from happening, people like Paolo and the Howlers need to be sided with, as they are trying to make things better for the small people. People dream of a time when they'll be able to call the Dust District Batista again. Liam Byrne reveals some interesting information about the Duke not liking the Abbey's presence there in Serkonos.
Duke is no friend of ours. He exiled me from the Grand Palace, and he's done everything possible to push the Abbey of the Everyman out of Serkonos. The look on his face when he dismissed me from court. There's something wrong with people who live in palaces for too long.
Now, Paolo has some kind of black magic charm. He needs to be killed twice before the setting of the sun, or he simply cannot be killed. With this in mind, Emily infiltrates the place where the Howlers hang out, the Crone's Hand Saloon. Someone we previously met is there, Mindy Blanchard. Killing all the Howlers there, or going all stealthy, Emily can kidnap Paolo. If she tries to kill him, a horrid hand wriggles from his body, bearing the mark of the outsider. This is how Paolo has been repeatedly able to cheat death. This is the hand of none other than Granny Rags. Delivering him to Liam Byrne, Byrne says that with Paolo out of the way, he has big plans for the city of Karnaca. He says there's something very wrong with Stilton's home, and says it's of great concern to him. Byrne says they interrogated one of the Howlers, and he informed them of how to open the Jindosh lock, leading to the Stilton Manor. But this path isn't canon, so we'll now go with the canon one instead, delivering Liam Byrne to the Howlers. If infiltrating the Overseer outpost, Emily sees the Overseers up to their old tricks, executing a couple of members of the Howlers for heresy. Making her way up to the Vice Overseer's office, she knocks out and kidnaps Liam Byrne. Taking Byrne to Paolo, he says that all he's ever cared about is his home and the people who live in Karnaca. He says he'll send Liam Byrne back to Dunwall Tower without his hands to explain how things work in Karnaca to both the High Overseer and the Empress herself. Essentially, he thinks he'll do a better job running Karnaca, as unlike the Duke, the Empress and the Overseers, he knows how things work here. Paolo then gives Emily what she needs to get past the door. Using the solution to the lock, she is able to make the short walk to Aramis Stilton's manor. Finding her way inside the manor is pretty run down. It doesn't take long for Emily to come across Aramis Stilton. Remember I mentioned the settlers that moved over from Morley to Karnaca during the famine of 1803? Well, one of those settlers was Aramis Stilton. He'd worked his way up from being a lowly miner to owning his very own silver mine. He was an ally of the previous Duke, Theodanis Abel, and was a very smart man. There was a bit of a scandal involving Theodanis Abel and Aramis Stilton, as they were actually having a secret affair.
Oh, Theo, I wish you were still here. I'm so cold, so lonely.
After the Duke Theodanis had died, given Stilton's affection for him, he introduced a workers' holiday which was to be held annually on the anniversary of Theodanis' death, with Stilton keen for that day to be known as Theodanis Day. He also, on a suggestion of Lucia Pasta, planned to meet with Luca Abel in order to negotiate the creation of a miners' fund that would benefit the victims of mining accidents. Stilton thought he should do something, as miners were simply being let go after being injured due to incidents that weren't necessarily their fault. He was so committed and thankful for his workers that he'd even arrange an annual dinner for the miners and their families.
I know you're all ready to begin. Our speaker tonight is none other than Aramis Stilton, who owns the mines where those you love toil beneath the ground. Mr. Stilton is known for his fairness, and that reputation is not for show. Welcome to the stage, a friend to the Miners' Family Committee, Aramis Stilton.
Good workers, good people. Thank you for having me. Our annual dinner is always a special time, and I cherish the conversations and the toasts as we renew our bonds. My closest friend in this world, whose name some of you will no doubt guess, is known for this saying: we rise together with the same dawn. We feel the same wind on our faces. We fish the same ocean. These are words worth remembering, spoken by a man who fills my heart with joy. As you dine tonight, surrounded by your families and the other miners from your teams, let those words echo in your thoughts. And above all, please enjoy yourselves. You've all earned it.
He'd actually helped build modern-day Karnaca thanks to his silver mines. Stilton was someone who was also an advocate for workers' rights and fairness, and he'd even designed masks with filters so that the miners would be somewhat protected against the dust, but these never ended up being manufactured. This is because 3 years ago, Aramis Stilton had gone missing. The Batista district had pretty much changed overnight. What was once a thriving district had become a place riddled with gang violence, and the air quality was terrible. What's worse is that the Grand Guard had abandoned the area because of the level of crime, and the gang violence had gotten too much, even for them, with the Overseers and the Howlers both fighting each other for control, trapping everyone inside the district by way of the Walls of Light. The Dust District is home to an organisation that called themselves the Miners' Family Committee, and they were advocates for the safety and rights of those working in the silver mines. They would meet on the 4th of every month to fundraise and discuss how to help the widows and the children of men that had died in the mines. They used to be called the Shindere Peak Miners Family Committee, and they worked along with the United Workers of Karnaca, kind of like a workers' union, and that was until everything changed. Now, after the disappearance of Aramis Stilton, the Duke, Luca Abel, took over the operation of the mine, and this saw the workers being overworked, exploited, and financially abused by the people that he'd given control of it to, the Bales Trading Company. The Duke had unrealistic production goals that resulted in a collapse in one of Stilton's mines, with 12 people being killed. The Grand Palace blamed it on human error of the workers rather than the unsafe conditions the miners were working in. The Grand Palace even threatened to arrest anyone found guilty of demoralizing the people of Karnaca. Anyway, approaching Stilton, in his madness, something happens. The outsider appears and is inside the mansion. But how? He says that 3 years ago Aramis Stilton snapped like a cheap lock. A part of him and the part of the manor never left that evening 3 years ago. Aramis Stilton saw something that night, something that caused something in his mind to snap, and he was lost to insanity, trapped inside his mansion and his mind. In another point in time, the Duke and his gang are still there in one part of the manor, setting their grand plan, Delilah's plan, into motion. He says somewhere here the void is leaking into the house through a fissure, as small as a pinprick. Given that the void had bled into the Stilton manor via a supernatural fissure created as a result of the seance, Luca Abel had the manor isolated from the Dust District, and as we saw, he had Jindosh create that complex lock for the door. The outsider gives Emily a strange device that he calls a timepiece, and to Emily's shock, she can use it to travel through a door that separates that night in 1849 and 1852, as the 2 points in time are overlapping. Using the timepiece, Emily finds out from a note that Aramis Stilton is out in the courtyard at the rear of the manor, clearing his head, and that he's soon set to join the others. The others being Luca Abel, Kiran Jindosh, Brianna Ashworth and Dr. Hypatia as the Crown Killer, who are waiting for him in his study. The manor is being patrolled by the Grand Sarkodan Guard given the Duke's presence there that evening. Finding a way out to the courtyard, how Emily deals with Aramis Stilton is crucial to how things will pan out in the present, in 1852. A note behind him from his diary suggests that he agreed to host the seance and deeply regrets it now as he feels that something is off. He's worried about the Duke potentially having him killed if he's seen too much, but he knows he is far too important to Karnaca thanks to his mines. Now Emily can just kill Stilton, but the best and canon option is to knock him out and to hide his body. Going up to Stilton's study where the others are waiting for him, since he doesn't show up, they hold their seance anyway. Emily sees that this is how they summoned Delilah and rescued her from the void painting. She discovers the secret to Delilah's immortality. Her spirit is actually kept somewhere else. It's inside a statue she'd given to the Duke for safekeeping. Now, since Stilton doesn't attend the seance anymore, as he's knocked out, he doesn't lose his mind. With Stilton staying sane in the past, this has changed the present, and his manor now reflects this. Aramis Stilton isn't there at the manor. He's still running his silver mine, and some maintenance workers and employees are at the manor. Leaving the place, Emily is dragged into the void by the outsider. He takes her to the place inside the void where he was sacrificed 4,000 years ago. Delilah had at some point, after being defeated by Daud, found this place where the outsider became what he is now, and it changed her. She discovered a way to draw from the void and to tap into its power. The outsider says that she, Delilah, has now become a part of him, hence why she is now so powerful, and he doesn't like it. And he goes on to say that Emily is going to have to find Delilah's spirit, and it's not going to be easy. Emily is then able to leave the void. Heading back into the Dust District, it's no longer called the Dust District, as under Stilton's care, the area has been restored thanks to Emily's intervention in the past. Thanks to Stilton still being around, the offices of the United Workers of Karnaca are still here too, with the miners no longer being exploited by the Duke and the Bales Trading Company.
This is the Duke of Sarkonos. At the request of Aramis Stilton, I'm told I need to present another set of awards to critical mine workers this month. It's for safety. Certainly not productivity this time. You should all thank Stilton. The only one of you lazy ingrates worth anything. Back to work, all of you!
A lot of other things that happened after the original seance remain, such as the tying off of any loose ends by Delilah's allies. Brianna Ashworth had actually had one of the Grand Sarkonan Guard track down and silence any members of the Guard who were present at the seance, in order to make sure that word of what they saw remained a secret. Ashworth then tied up any loose ends by sending the guard she asked to take care of this, Major Bonville, a bottle of liquor, which she had poisoned, and Major Bonville ended up dead with all the loose ends being tied off. Returning to the skiff, Megan is there. Her missing arm and her missing eye have both been restored too. So what happened back in 1849 for Megan to have been injured in the first place, meaning Emily's actions in altering the present have restored her? Well, Megan, before Stilton had initially lost his mind, was good friends with Stilton. She was pretty much one of his only friends, as because he wasn't an aristocrat, he was shunned by the elites of Karnaca. When Stilton had disappeared, Megan went to his manor to see what was up, and she got into a fight with members of the Grand Guard, leading to her being injured. Because Stilton now never lost his sanity, he never disappeared, and Megan didn't go to his manor, therefore avoiding those original injuries. Back on the Dreadful Whale again, Emily has another visit from the spirit of her mother, telling her that soon she'll dissolve into nothing. She tells her to trap Delilah's spirit inside the cage of dead flesh that is the heart she's been carrying with her in order to set her mother free. It'll act as a temporary vessel for Delilah's spirit until Emily can get close to Delilah. She has also received a message from her love, Wyman. He doesn't know where she is, as her location is a secret for Emily's own safety, but he tells her that Gristel and Morley are on the verge of war. He's been hearing things about Dunwall. For since Delilah took the throne from Emily, he's heard of clockwork soldiers and witches in Dunwall, and that whales are gathering in the harbour, singing their songs in reverse. A bad omen. He tells her to stay safe. Heading out onto the deck of the Dreadful Whale, Megan and Sokolov are there, as well as one perfectly sane and healthy Aramis Stilton. Stilton tells Emily that getting inside the Grand Palace won't be all that hard, as the Duke is pretty lax in terms of his security. Sokolov tells Emily that whatever she does in the Grand Palace this evening, in dealing with the Duke, will have an effect on Karnaca for years to come. Stilton managed to get a map of the Grand Palace for Emily, and he tells her there's a hidden lever in the pantry, which itself opens up a passage to the Duke's vault. This is likely where he's keeping the statue containing Delilah's spirit. Aramis Stilton also tells Emily that the Duke has a body double who has spent years passing as the Duke in order to take a bullet instead of the real Duke. Perhaps this is a way to get the Duke out of the way and achieve some real change in Karnaca. Setting off, Emily needs to get inside the Grand Palace to deal with Luca Abel and find a way to steal Delilah's soul. Megan offers a bit more information about the Duke's double, and that he'll be easily identified by the fact that he's a heavy smoker. Apparently he's a nice guy, but with an awful job in having to pretend to be a tyrant. Whilst Emily finds a way into the Grand Palace, a bit about the Duke's background. Luca was born to Theodanis and Callas Abel, the Duke and Duchess of Karnaca, and he was one of 2 children. At a young age, Luca had met Delilah.
I knew Delilah when I was only a boy, and even after she was lost, dead, and gone from the world, her memory burned in my mind. Until finally I began to hear her whispering, calling to me from the void. Telling her story of growing up in Dunwall Tower, and the half-sister who cheated her of her throne. Then she told me there was a way to bring her home. Delilah. Beautiful. Immortal.
Theodanis would write to his secret lover, who, as explained earlier, was Aramis Stilton, about how Luca had behavioural issues at school, with one incident ending up with another boy at the school being badly injured. Theodanis was worried about the man his son was becoming. Remember I'd said that Billy Lurk had killed a nobleman after he'd killed her friend Deirdre back in 1828? The nobleman she'd killed was actually Luca's younger brother Radanis. Callas Abel had commissioned a painting by Sokolov which served to honour her late son. Then Theodanis died in 1847, with Luca becoming the Duke of Karnaca. When he'd become Duke, he'd had the original Grand Palace torn down and a brand new palace built in its place. The cost of it was staggering, costing enough to feed everyone in Serkonos for years, just one indication of the measure of Luca's greed. He destroyed the wealthy, prosperous Karnaca that his father had built, preferring to look after his needs rather than the needs of the people of not only Karnaca, but Serkonos as a whole. The Duke likes to paint, terribly as it happens, possessing the painting skills of a 3-year-old child, but his double is a very skilled painter, with the Duke often taking credit for the paintings done by his double, much to the double's annoyance. Now, getting inside the palace, it seems that a few evenings ago there was a party, an inauguration celebration as a way to celebrate Delilah's reign. It's still going, and a lot of people here are worse for wear or otherwise distracted, which is useful for Emily. Making her way into the Duke's vault, Emily is able to trap Delilah's spirit inside the heart, but at the same time she releases her mother's spirit from it. Emily asks her mother to finally be at peace, but now to deal with the Duke. Emily can assassinate the Duke by stealth or after confronting him, but the canon path is to get in contact with the Duke's body double. He agrees to go along with Emily's plot to make him the real Duke of Serkonos, to make the Grand Guard believe that the real Duke is the decoy instead. But he needs a medallion that the Duke carries with him, or the Grand Guard will not believe it, and the plot will fail. So Emily goes and puts the real Duke to sleep, takes the medallion, places him on his bed, and gives the medallion to the double. She then watches everything unfold as the double takes the real Duke's place, with the real one being taken away for lunacy and committed. Emily's now got someone on the throne that she can work with in order to improve the Empire's relationship with Serkonos and to undo the damage Luca Abel has done. With the Duke out of the way and with Delilah's spirit obtained, Emily meets with Megan and they head back to the dreadful whale. Sokolov is there and he's busy making the finishing touches to a painting of Emily. He says goodbye to her and tells her that Megan is waiting for her up on the deck of the ship. Emily speaks with her and Megan reveals herself to be Billy Lurk. She tells her all about her role in helping Daud kill her mother Jessamine. Emily appreciates her honesty and can choose to kill her, but for canonicity's sake, Emily shows Billy mercy. It's been a whole month since Delilah took Emily's throne from her, but it's now time to return to Dunwall to confront her, so Emily takes the skiff there alone. Arriving at the docks just beneath Dunwall Tower, the streets are deserted. After Delilah had enacted her coup and taken the throne, most people fled the district, with the shops and the apartments here being abandoned. Local gangs have stayed in the area though, the Hatter's gang mainly, and they're taking advantage of the situation by stealing things with the intention of selling them on. Delilah's coven have been wreaking havoc on Dunwall, with citizens reporting dogs having been shaved, owls being pinned to doors and lines of salt left beneath windows, just a few of the odd things the witches have been doing to creep the citizens out. Several of her ministers had ended up dead, and Parliament had been burned down by arsonists. She'd also told her people that everything would change in Dunwall soon. The City Watch guards that sided with Mortimer Ramsay during the coup had either fled when they saw Delilah for what she truly was, but they realised they'd been duped, and others ended up being killed by her and her witches. The remaining guards were not being paid for their work anymore, being told by their captains and leaders to scavenge what they could from the abandoned houses in the district and to call it a tax. A trail of dead City Watch guards, dogs, and overseers who had gathered in an attempt to march on Dunwall Tower litter the streets, with many of them having died at the main gate, with a lot of them having suffered the same treatment as Corvo in being turned to stone. A dying overseer by the main gate tells Emily that their ancient music was useless against the witches loyal to Delilah. He uses his dying breaths to tell Emily he senses the corruption of the void on her and calls her a heretic. Infiltrating, Emily spots the witches chanting and preparing something inside the greenhouse, and they are creating rare pigments needed for something Delilah is painting, something that she calls her final masterpiece. She's given them a list of things they need to make the pigment, and they're very specific. Also here in the courtyard, Delilah has desecrated Jessamine's memorial where she died over a decade ago at the hands of Daud. It seems Delilah is very bitter about the way in which she and her mother were turfed out of Dunwall Tower when Jessamine lied. Finding her way inside the tower, Emily spots the dead body of the High Overseer Yul Kulan, who has been strung up and has a corrupted bone charm pinned to him as a final humiliation to the faith he lived by. It seems that from him being here dead, and from the many dead overseers littering the path to the tower, Kulan, in his loyalty to Emily, had tried and failed to take Dunwall Tower. Emily finds the elevator that she needs to use to get up to the throne room not powered, as Her Majesty Delilah didn't want to be disturbed whilst painting her masterpiece, so Emily has to go and get the power back on first. She has to avoid many witches here, and also more of Jindosh's clockwork soldiers too. Some of the staff and nobles working in the tower have been killed. Despite those who are patrolling the tower, Emily is able to restore the power. She also discovers how to make a corrupted rune, and finds out that if this is placed on the throne prior to Delilah's ritual, she'll be able to take her out non-lethally. Delilah wrote that by having the correct number of corrupted runes on the throne opposite pure runes, she'd achieve harmony, but if that harmony is disrupted, then the magic of the painting could get twisted.
It worked. I painted the chapel, but added a tree to the painting. After arranging the runes across the chair, both pure and corrupted, I was able to transpose the chapel made of paint with the one made of stone. With more runes, I should be able to do the same to all the Empire. This will be my greatest undertaking, transposing my painting. The world as it should be, with this wretched dung heap we're all born into. At last, all will be made proper and good.
That's right, all of this was part of Delilah's plan to shape reality to fit what she wanted the world to be. She needs to be stopped. Taking the elevator up to the roof into the throne room, Emily finds her way in, shocked at the state of the place and what Delilah has done to it. As she'd said, she is busy putting the finishing touches to her masterpiece. It's at this point that Emily can place the corrupted rune onto the throne. Now, if Emily attacks her because she is immortal, her attacks will not even affect her. But if she sneaks up to Delilah with the heart, which remember has Delilah's spirit inside it, she becomes mortal again. With Emily being thrown backwards, Delilah escapes through the painting portal into her world in the painting, and Emily follows her. There are Delilah clones around the area, with statues in place worshipping Delilah. However, the real Delilah is stood on a ledge above the portal, and Emily can either sneak up on her and kill her, or going the non-lethal cannon route, she knocks Delilah out and takes her back through the painting into the throne room. Placing her on the throne and with the corrupted rune in place, she thinks she has won, but because of the corrupted rune, the magical harmony has been disrupted, and she's sucked into her painting where she will remain forevermore. Emily heads over to Corvo and revives him, freeing him from his imprisonment. In the aftermath of this, in line with the canonical choices made during Emily's time in Karnaca, Duke Luca Abel was unseated and his double took his place, with him being a ruler that the people of Serkonos deserved. He worked alongside Paolo, who himself had risen up, and his howlers started to gain influence in Karnaca. Back in Dunwall, with Delilah now existing in her own world where she was Empress and was loved by her subjects, in the real world Emily retook the throne, with her father and the royal protector Corvo Attano by her side. Sokolov, well, he sailed home and to the north, to Tivia. He established a studio there, but it's not really known if he planned to take apprentices and train up the Empire's next brilliant minds. Emily got to work on healing the fractured empire with several renovation projects in the Tower District taking place. She had funeral rites performed for the late High Overseer Yul Kulan and his overseers that tried valiantly to take back Dunwall Tower from Delilah, and the Abbey had gotten straight to work in removing any heretical artifacts from the tower. Emily would issue a statement calling for unity between all of the Isles, and that when they work together, there's nothing they can't accomplish. As for Billy Lurk, well, she set off on her own journey to find out who she truly is. But whilst all this has been happening, another character has been running about in the shadows. Let's go back to the point where the coup took place. Whilst in Dunwall, Daud goes to the warehouse where the showdown between Corvo, Emily and Zukov had taken place, and he sees the Overseers and City Watch there. Interrogating one of the Overseers, Daud finds that they're looking for the artifact that was lost there. The bronze knife with twin blades, the twin blade knife that Zukov had found in Tivia, the blade that had created the Outsider through a grim ritual 4,000 years ago. So Daud has also been having horrible dreams. He dreams that he's a whaler, and he's standing over the body of Jessamine Coldwin holding a bloody knife, and the city of Dunwall is crawling with an infinite number of rats. In his dream, the rats swarm him and eat him alive, and also in this dream is who Daud refers to as the Black-Eyed Bastard, the Outsider, and he's smirking at him. Daud's goal is to kill the Outsider, and he needs that twin-bladed knife if he's to do it. Daud spots Emily fleeing Dunwall Tower as, at this point in time, Delilah has just carried out her coup, and he sees her meeting up with Megan, or Billy Lurk. So off Daud goes to Wyrmwood Way, the streets filled with people chatting about what could have happened to the Empress. Some saying she'd been deposed in a coup, with others saying that she's dead. He's surprised to see the Grand Serkonan Guard there and searching for Emily, with them being a long way from Serkonos, Daud's homeland. Daud is also surprised that the Grand Serkonan Guard are here in Dunwall but are seemingly in charge, and are giving orders to both the City Watch and the Overseers too. Daud ends up going to see a gang called the Six Ways Gang, who are led by a man called Eat 'em Up Jack. They were a gang of smugglers, and whatever it was that someone needed to get in or out of Dunwall, secretly, the Six Ways Gang were the way to do it. Daud reckons they'll know at least something about the twin-bladed knife. Speaking to Eat 'em Up Jack, who to Daud's surprise is a young red-haired woman in her 20s, he presumes this name is given to everyone who ends up leading the gang, as Eat 'em Up Jack has been the leader of the Six Ways Gang for as long as he can remember. He pays her for Six Ways Gang services, and he tells her he wants information about the twin-bladed knife, but she doesn't seem to be very interested given the nature of their business and the level of secrecy they try to maintain. He says he just needs information and warns Jack to get a gang out of Dunwall, because the new Empress Delilah and the Overseers will be coming for them, and they will annihilate the gang. Things get a bit tense when the Six Ways Gang lead Daud outside. Daud has to fight one of them who happens to be the biggest man they have, but thankfully with the powers of the Outsider at his disposal, he quickly dispatches multiple attackers. Then everything stops, as one of Kirin Jindosh's Clockwork soldiers shows up and starts killing members of the Six Ways Gang. It's been sent to clear the place out on the orders of Duke Luca Abel. Getting over to Jack, Daud offers to help get her out of there, but she's determined as they come, and she says she has to die with her people. Daud, needing to do something quickly, grabs hold of Jack's blade and is able to dispatch the Clockwork soldier with ruthless efficiency. The problem now, though, is that two more are approaching, along with a good few members of the Grand Serkonan Guard, and Daud shouts at Jack to get her people out of there, as in a few hours the Wyrmwood District will be burning. Jack's gang members tell her to get out of there, and what remains of the Six Ways Gang march towards the Clockwork soldiers, and Daud leaves with a very angry Jack. Daud then uses his powers to get Jack out of there. Whilst Daud was in the hideout with the Six Ways Gang and before they'd been slaughtered by the Clockwork soldiers, people had been listening in. They are the Devlins, a couple, Miles and Margot. They had been specifically watching Daud in his search for the artifact. The Devlins had been tracking him across the Isles and keeping their distance from him whilst gathering intelligence. They were a pair of mercenaries, and apparently they're the greatest the Empire has ever known. They were so skilled that they preempted that Daud would go to Wyrmwood Way and would seek out the Six Ways Gang, so they went there and simply waited for him to arrive. Turns out that the Devlins had been hired by Emily Coldwin's lover Wyman, who had identified Daud as a threat to her, and the Devlins quite simply were to kill Daud for the organisation that Wyman was a part of, which you'll remember was the League of Protectors. Back with Daud and Eat 'em Up Jack, they've made it to the countryside. Jack headed inside a house at one point, one of the Six Ways Gang's safe houses, and they ended up in a small town called Falabru. Daud realised that Jack was herself on a mission, as she'd lost a lot thanks to what had happened at Wyrmwood Way, and she's letting her gang members spread across the land know that she's going to rebuild. They later arrive in a small fishing village, a location that was perfect cover for the Six Ways gang's smuggling activities, as it allowed a small vessel to stay out of sight of the major shipping lanes around Dunwall. Daud realised that Jack was essentially showing him the route the twin-bladed knife had taken. Jack tells the harbour master to send a ship to Portofel on the Isle of Crystal, as somewhere in Portofel Daud will find the twin-bladed knife, and Jack gives him a name: Maximilian Norcross. Norcross is a collector who is well known in certain circles as he owned a large private museum and was a successful businessman. He liked to buy, sell and trade art, and this practice made him quite a bit of cash. Little does Daud know though, that not only is he being tracked by the Devlins, but he is also being tracked by a spy. This spy was actually working for Brianna Ashworth, who at this point in the timeline had survived Emily's mission at the Royal Conservatory and had gone into hiding somewhere in Karnaca. Although Brianna had lost her connection to the Void, she still had some powers remaining, and her spy would use an arcane gemstone to communicate with her, at a cost to himself, as using such a method to communicate with her would eventually cost him his life. He tells her about Daud's journey and what he's looking for, and she tells her spy to return to the Royal Conservatory where final preparations will be made. About 5 days after leaving the fishing village, Daud is in Portofel. Jack had set up a meeting with Norcross, giving Daud a code phrase that had set him up as a potential buyer. Daud just had to wait for Norcross to accept the code phrase. Heading into a pub used by agents of Norcross, Daud identifies the agent sent there and uses the code phrase. But the agent is a bit too chatty for Daud's liking, so he immediately gets to the point, that he wants to talk to Norcross. The agent eventually leads Daud out of the pub, and they are accosted by 3 vagrants, who are surprisingly well armed with military-grade weaponry despite their vagrant status, and Daud identifies that they are mercenaries. Another fight takes place and Daud uses his outsider powers to defeat them all, whilst Norcross's agent cowers in a corner. Afterwards, getting tired of the agent messing him around, Daud chokes him, and the agent reveals himself to be Norcross. A little later they then arrive at Norcross's residence, which was once the estate of the first sovereign of the Empire of the Isles, Fidley Morgengard, who you'll remember was crowned in 1626, after the War of the Four Crowns. Daud gets some rest in chambers prepared for him by Norcross, and back at the pub in Portofel, the people who had attacked Daud and Norcross are talking about their encounter with him, and they're in a lot of pain. Sal, the pub's barman, cannot believe that 3 agents, the vagrants who clearly weren't as such, were sent to deal with a man that took down a clockwork soldier all on his own, to deal with a man that has the mark of the outsider. The Devlins are there, and whoever these people are, they're part of the same circle that the Devlins belong to, therefore they're all technically working for Wyman. The target specifically was Daud, and they, or rather a man called Lowry, had failed miserably. Mrs. Devlin states that Daud will eventually either return to Portofel or will go on to a place by the name of Potterstead, as they are the only 2 ports near to Morgengard Castle. She makes sure to arrange as many agents as possible to watch the roads. Back at Morgengard Castle, Norcross wants to know who Daud is, as he's very intrigued by the power he showed back in Portofel, so he has one of the agents they'd taken from Portofel and has her brutally interrogated. Finding out Daud's name before the agent dies, the interrogator, who previously served the city watch in Dunwall, tells Norcross Daud is also known as the Knife of Dunwall, a mercenary, an assassin. If you had the coin, their services were yours. It seems that Daud didn't want to stay in his chambers as he'd gone out and was busy perusing the many galleries in the castle, avoiding the guards as he went. And he eventually found it, the twin-bladed knife, and it was here in front of him. But as he reached out to grab it, Norcross showed up and tells Daud it's easily the most ancient artifact in his entire collection. Norcross reads a story to Daud about his killing of Jessamine Coldwyn, indicating to Daud that he knows exactly who he is. Norcross is showing an incredible fascination in another relic, Daud himself, with the mark of the outsider on his hand. Daud lunges for the twin-bladed knife, but a harsh metallic roaring sound rings out. It's coming from another of the relics in Norcross's collection, that of the ancient music coming from one of the music boxes used by the Abbey. Daud then passes out. He comes to some time later and chained up, he sees the body of the agent who'd earlier been tortured to death. He recognises her as one of the so-called vagrants that had attacked him and Norcross back at the pub in Portofel. Norcross is there and he informs Daud that the machine the woman is hooked up to extracts bodily fluids from a corpse and replaces the fluids with a mineral solution that he himself had invented. This preserves the body so they appear the way they did in life. Norcross admits that he's collected close to 100 bodies for his collection that he calls his catalogue, saying that it's somewhat incomplete. Daud now realises that Norcross intends to do this to Daud and to add him to his ever-growing collection of specimens. Then, the lights go out and the room is only being illuminated by the faint blue glow of whale oil tanks. The ancient music has now stopped ringing out, and as a result, Daud feels a heavy weight has been lifted. Norcross craps his pants when he gets a report stating they have intruders who've disabled the castle's whale oil tanks and are inside the main galleries. Breaking free of his restraints, Daud heads back to Norcross's private collection of what the Abbey would deem heretical artifacts, and towards the twin-bladed knife. Seeing corpses everywhere, Daud realises that whoever these people are that have unknowingly saved his life must be after items in Norcross's private collection. But Daud doesn't care, they can have what they like, but he needs that knife. Unfortunately, Daud sees that the group have already taken the knife, no doubt having taken it whilst Daud was strapped to the table ready to be taxidermised for Norcross's private collection. Then he sees something else, a shard of black mirror, another heretical artifact that was sitting on a plinth next to the knife earlier on, the same shard of mirror that Zukov had brought out of the liquid back in the slaughterhouse in Dunwall. Daud manages to capture one of the group that invaded the castle and questions the man, asking where the knife has been taken. Daud holds the shard of black mirror up to the man's face, threatening to cut his face if he does not give him the information he wants. But the man looks into the mirror with Daud assuming that the man is looking at his own reflection. He's not. He's mesmerised by it, his eyes following it wherever Daud moves it. The man finally speaks up and tells Daud the knife has been taken to Karnaca, where it will be kept in a safe place. Daud now has to do two things: to go to Karnaca and find the knife, and to find and kill Maximilian Norcross. He finds Norcross amongst his grotesque collection of preserved corpses, with Norcross boasting about those he'd killed, his trophies. After Daud has killed Norcross, he smashes a whale oil tank and burns down Norcross's room of horrors with his lifeless corpse inside of it, and he leaves. Not long after this, the Devlins get word that Daud boarded a whaling trawler called the Bear of Tamarack and has set sail for Karnaca, so they board a faster vessel to Karnaca, so they'll be able to reach Karnaca before him. Now, it was a long journey for Daud on the whaling trawler, with it taking 18 days to reach Karnaca. With the ship being docked in Karnaca, Daud disembarked the vessel and vanished into the city in search of the twin-bladed knife. He's being watched again though, this time by two witches still loyal to the now much less powerful Brianna Ashworth, who had correctly foreseen that Daud would return to Karnaca at some point. They both say they need some last items from the Royal Conservatory, and that their trap will be set for Daud to simply walk into it. Their plan was to capture Daud, and they would learn the secrets of his power, and that with this power their witch's coven would be able to rise again. Daud makes contact with the daughter of one of his former lieutenants from his whaler days, with her being named Sierra Esquivel, who is also an officer in the Grand Sarkonan Guard, a useful contact to have in Karnaca. Daud seeks out one of his caches in Shindare Peak, hard to get to unless you possess the power of traversal like Daud. He's there to retrieve a sword he used back when he was the leader of the Whalers. It's a sword made of Tivian meteorite, and he kept the sword in a safe place years ago. He makes the trip to the Royal Conservatory, still close to the public on the instruction of the curator, who you'll recall is Brianna Ashworth. He's there meeting with Sierra, and at this point in time, it's only accessible to members of the Grand Sarkonan Guard, and due to these restrictions, it's currently one of the most secluded, secret, and secure places to meet. Daud asks Sierra about a gang that had a unique and recognisable tattoo that he'd seen on the man he interrogated at Morgengard Castle. She identifies it as a tattoo that adorns the bodies of a gang that call themselves the Eyeless. Sierra says they're a fairly quiet gang, but the Howlers think they have a fortified facility there in Karnaca, but the Grand Guard don't know where it is. After Sierra has left, Daud gets into a confrontation with the witches there, who are attempting to secure the items they need to carry out their plan. Fighting them, Daud also comes into contact with the Devlins, who have joined the fight, but Daud is more interested in getting out of there alive than stopping to find out who these two people are. He actually ends up saving them from one of the witches, as he decided that he did in fact have questions for them. Once the fight with the witches is over, the Devlins can tell him they know he's been looking for the twin-bladed knife, and not only that, but they can help him find it. They then lead Daud across Karnaca, through the alleyways and back streets, heading over to the Aventa district via routes that Daud didn't even know about. However, getting to their safe house, Daud finds out this is a trap. Later they could lure him to a place they could trap him inside a room. Someone steps out of the shadows. Billy Lurk. Daud looked at her and he saw she had an artificial right arm and a glowing red eye in place of her right eye. Billy tells him he's in great danger and that the mission he has undertaken has very dire consequences attached to it. She's trying to fix things before it's too late. Whilst Mrs. Devlin is helping Mr. Devlin with his injuries, they outline their plan to send in the troops, so to speak, and then to leave before things get too intense, as Daud will most likely put up one hell of a fight. And that's exactly what happens. Employees of the Devlins, mercenaries that make up some of the Royal Morley Constabulary who are in plain clothes, storm into the building and the Devlins make a swift exit. Billy goes out to deal with the mercenaries sent to kill Daud, but she knows what they're going to do before they do it. This is because she's done this before, this exact fight, and this gave her an advantage. But every time she's come back to save Daud, she failed. She realised that something was interfering with time and preventing her from carrying out her mission to stop Daud. She was of the belief that Daud's quest to kill the Outsider was going to ruin everything. Her plan is simply to fight, and to this time succeed in getting Daud out and away from Karnaca, and away from his mission to kill the Outsider. Her hope was that by doing this she'd return to her own time, and the world would be fixed. Billy fights and she has the twin-bladed knife, with her using it in the fight, but at some point it is knocked from her hand and it lands by the door of her big office. This has happened many times before and she feels like she is powerless to prevent it from happening. Daud picked up the knife, to Billy something he has done before, and he uses it to cut down 3 of the mercenaries. Daud then passes out with the twin-bladed knife falling to the ground. Daud later comes to in the former home of Kiran Jindosh, with thoughts running through his head as to why and how Billy is in possession of the knife. She speaks with him and she tells Daud that he's sick, and that it's her fault. That it's always her fault. She says that she knows what he plans to do with the twin-bladed knife, and it's for that reason that she cannot give it to him. That it's not the right time, and that both she and the knife don't belong there. She states that she's from the future, about 3 years into Daud's future, and that things where she is from are not good, so she's come to try and fix it. But she's starting to think that this is an impossible task. Billy confirms that when Daud touched the twin-bladed knife it did something to him, and this is the reason he's sick. He wasn't capable of wielding it. She says that when she came back the first time when Daud touched the knife, it crystallized that moment in history, and no matter how many times she tries, she cannot change it. Daud says that he's going to have to try and find someone to help him. Billy tells him that they will meet again very soon. She then steps through a vortex, returning to her own time, just like she did when she saved Martha Cottings, and Billy is gone, leaving Daud alone in the Clockwork Mansion. Somewhere else in the Avented district, the 2 witches who are watching Daud, Lucinda and Caitlin, sacrifice a man called Chalice, and they use some of the lenses from the Oraculum to lay the trap for Daud, trapping him in his own mind, in a scenario where he's forever running, trying to free himself as the walls close in around him. Lucinda then triumphantly says that Daud is finally theirs. Daud is then captured by the witches and delivered to the Albarca bathhouse, with the Eyeless gang being informed of his location, but not being told who he is, and the Eyeless move their operations to the bathhouse. The woman who runs the bathhouse notices that Daud is void-touched, and she runs a fight club using Daud in the fights, calling him the Black Magic Brute. He's pretty much unbeatable and is a great source of income for the gang as people bet on the outcome of the fights. It's around this time that Emily took a throne back from Delilah and resumed her rule as Emily the Just. Around a month later, Emily would have another problem to tackle in the form of a man called Archibald Wainwright. You see, Emily has been busy rebuilding her reputation as the ruler over the Empire, but that threatens to be disrupted by Archibald, who wants the Empire to dissolve the current system of the Imperial Monarchy and replace it with a democracy. He's been setting up rallies trying to get people to be up for his cause, and Emily decides to go to one of these events. She ends up in a debate with Wainwright, and this culminates in her telling him he's just using the people of Dunwall to serve his own ends. Their fierce debate is brought to a stop by an officer of the City Watch, Captain Lawrence, and then Emily decides to leave with Corvo, who is rather keen to put an end to Wainwright given the sheer disrespect he's shown to the Empress, but she tells him to leave it. Since she's trying to rebuild Dunwall, there are numerous construction projects taking place all over the city, but a murder has taken place at one of them. This isn't the first time either, as the murders have been occurring for a while. There they find the construction crew has been slaughtered with one man still alive, telling them they were attacked by a gang who had faces resembling rats. The leader of this gang had essentially forced him to watch her people massacre his colleagues. So Emily dons her bandana again, disguises her identity and goes off to investigate, still having the powers from the Mark of the Outsider. She journeys to the distillery district and she and Corvo persuade some smugglers there to give up information. They find out the rat gang are into dark alchemy and are somewhere there in the distillery district. They question one of the rat gang, Ashford, who is carelessly drinking at a pub with his mask on the table, and he spills the beans, telling them that the rat gang boss is going to the Dunwall clock tower. Emily thinks they should go there too, but Corvo is hesitant, as he is sensing that what they've found has been too easy to come by, indicating a trap. In the meantime, the rat gang boss, revealed to be a Luella Price, has kidnapped Wainwright and offers to help him realise his political ambitions if he helps her destroy Dunwall. Her ideology is one where she believes that what happened in Dunwall is essentially the natural order of things, and that it shouldn't be altered, or in this case rebuilt, as Emily is trying to do in repairing the city. Emily and Corvo arrive against Corvo's better judgment, and they confront the gang, who end up fleeing the clock tower. Something happens to Emily though, and her powers start to, well, not work as well as they should do, and she nearly falls to her death. With Corvo atop the clock tower, to Emily's horror she looks up and sees a lot of explosives and bone charms attached to them, and they go off. Thankfully, Emily finds Corvo alive, but he's not in great shape. The following day, and undeterred by his meeting with Luella, Archibald Wainwright is again on the stage and addressing a crowd in the courtyard of Dunwall Tower itself. He tells them all that the Rat Plague and other events from over a decade ago were caused by power struggles between the Gristolian Parliament and Imperial rule, that Emily Colwyn is powerless against these power struggles, and he calls for new leadership. Unfortunately, his little speech doesn't have the effect he wants, as it gets the commoners so riled up, they start calling for the death of the Empress. In the chaos and amongst rioting citizens who are fighting the City Watch, Luella appears again and once again tells Wainwright, or rather threatens him, to accept her previous proposition. Back in Dunwall Tower, Emily's at Corvo's bedside, and she's informed of what's just happened down in the courtyard thanks to the actions of Wainwright. Not only that, but there's been yet another attack in the city, this time at a shelter which, you've guessed it, was being rebuilt. So going to the shelter first with Captain Lawrence, Emily finds the foreman for the project there, dead. They identify explosives, and Captain Lawrence links the explosives to the Roaring Boys gang, who Corvo has run into before, you'll remember. Finding a group of Roaring Boys who are in the act of moving explosives, Emily uses her powers to incapacitate all but one of them, their leader, and being interrogated, he tells her where the Rat Gang's hideout is, at the old waterfront. Going there, Emily takes out a load of the Rat Gang members guarding the place, and she ends up in a confrontation with Luella herself. Emily knows this is a trap laid for her by Luella, but she willingly walks into it, and her void powers start to hurt her. Luella reveals a bone charm that was crafted by a former scholar of the Academy of Natural Philosophy, and that this one has the ability to reverse void energies, such as the powers that are granted to Emily through the Mark of the Outsider. Emily is nonetheless able to shrug off the effect of the bone charm and defeats Luella, leaving her alive to face justice. Luella is brought to the Imperial Court a few hours later. Emily doesn't choose to sentence Luella to death, instead leaving that decision up to a tribunal. Captain Lawrence reminds her Corvo would have pushed to have her killed, but she says that she shouldn't be the only person making decisions for her people. Wainwright is there, and he sees for himself that Emily is a just ruler. He then leads the people in cheering for an empress he now considers fit for the throne. Corvo speaks with Emily a bit later, saying that she had the opportunity to send a message to their enemies by having Luella executed, but she responds saying that Corvo executed people himself, and Admiral Havelock still made his own play for power. It didn't deter him. But with this problem sorted, let's now go and see what Billy is up to. Billy Lurk, the present-day version of Billy Lurk and not the Billy Lurk from 3 years in the future, is looking for her mentor, who of course is Daud. She knows he's in Karnaca somewhere and she's going to find him. On board the Dreadful Whale, Billy's been having the same terrifying dream, a street fight, and her arm cut off, dead and lying in a gutter. Of course, this is what happened to Billy originally, before Emily changed the past and Billy's arm was restored. See, because of this, Billy's living in one timeline where Aramis Stilton wasn't witness to the seance in his manor, and she also vaguely experiences the other one where Stilton was witness to the seance, went missing, and Billy went to find him, getting into a scrap with the Grand Guard and losing her right eye and right arm. She experiences the pain of those injuries hours after the nightmare ends. Anyway, she's gotten a lead that Daud may be being held in the Arbarca Baths, as the Fight Club itself uses black magic and bone charms in fights. So after a quick bit of mission preparation, she heads out. Arriving in the Albarca district, it doesn't take Billy long to find the bathhouse. This bathhouse, as explained, is a fight club now, and some of the now powerless Brigmore Witches have joined the Eyeless. But despite the Eyeless being aligned with occult practice, some of the ex-witches still yearn for the power of the Void. They had tasted that power and nothing had come close. The Eyeless are all sporting the same gang tattoo as well. Apparently, according to the Grand Guard, the Eyeless are becoming a bit of a blight, an eyesore, as they're constantly shipping in crates of whalebone and carving strange insignias on them, along with shipping in a number of powders, noxious plants, and vials of strange liquid. Entering the club itself, Billy sees that Daud is there. He's strapped to a chair and his powers are being nullified by devices attached to the walls. He's been forced into 73 fights and is undefeated so far. One guy still thinks that he's got what it takes to defeat Daud though, and is eager to fight him, and this is against the advice of his concerned friend. Also here in the bathhouse is an operation wherein the eyeless are brewing up a disgusting looking liquor they call Plagued Spirit. These people here drink it as they believe its toxic effects can grant them an incredible high. It's essentially another form of recreational drug taking in the criminal underworld. But back to helping Daud. Essentially, Billy needs to turn off the machine that is keeping Daud powerless, and she needs to seek out the leader here, Jeanette Lee. She was meant to hand Daud over to the higher-ups of the Eyeless, but Daud was quite simply making her too much money. Killing her, knocking her out or pickpocketing the key from her, Billy is able to turn the machine off. Daud is pleased to see Billy, saying that he knew she'd seek him out one day. They have a lot to talk about, so Billy tells Daud where the dreadful whale is docked, and she says she'll meet him on there. He says that he's going to need her help. As we know and as we saw before, Daud still needs to kill the outsider. Going to head back to the ship, Billy sees that the Grand Guard are there and are executing the Eyeless gang members still there in a raid in order to shut down this fight club. It's a good job Billy got here when she did. Evading them all, Billy makes it back to the dreadful whale. After getting some sleep and suffering the same nightmare again, she wakes to find the outsider there with her. He stopped time itself, and he says that she doesn't want his mark, so he will return something to her that she lost. He replaces her right arm with a black shard arm, and her right eye with the sliver of the eye, the latter of which is actually a shard of the eye of the dead god, which we mentioned at the start of the video. The outsider disappears, time returns to normal, and Billy wonders if the outsider took her eye and her arm because of the dreams she's been having. Speaking with Daud, who had been getting some rest on what used to be Anton Sokolov's bed, he instantly sees what's happened to Billy and asks her about it. Of course, he's seen these augmentations on the Billy from the future already. Billy says that she feels good, strong, like back when they used to run together all those years ago. Daud tells her to be careful, that the gifts of the outsider come with a price. Daud tells her his connection to the void is fading, and that they've got to act soon. As we know, he's dying due to picking up the twin-bladed knife after future Billy dropped it. He explains that he spent years tracking down crazy cults, but it's the Eyeless that have the relic. The twin-bladed knife, which Daud tells Billy, is the knife which killed the boy that became the outsider millennia ago. He says they need to find out who leads the Eyeless and where the knife is being kept, and he hands her a symbol she's seen before. It's the tattoo she's seen on all the Eyeless she's come across so far. Daud had overheard some of the Eyeless talking about getting their ink at a beauty parlour in the Upper Syria district called the Red Camellia. Daud thanks her before getting some more rest. Around the ship, though, Billy starts to see strange things. As a result of the new eye the outsider has graciously given to her, she's seeing these hollows, these leaks where the void is seeping through to the real world. But with work to do, Billy now makes her way over to the Upper Syria district. The Upper Syria district is located on a cliff up to the northeast of Syria Gardens, which is the location of the Royal Conservatory. It's a pretty wealthy upper-class district with many stores here that belong to the upper class. Still, Billy will need to be careful and stay out of the sight of the Grand Guard. She has now got new powers thanks to the outsider's so-called gifts, so she uses these to get to higher places through Displace, and she can temporarily take the identity of someone else using the power called Semblance. She also sees that the void leaks are taking place here too. Two realities bleeding through, one where the Adamire solution was being advertised and the other where the solution had been recalled. It doesn't take long for Billy to find the Red Camellia beauty parlour, owned and operated by a woman called Erlina Ray. The place offers the usual beauty treatments, with some pretty strange ones on offer, such as fetal rat paste facials, living leech treatments, and injecting Adamire solution into the skin to defy aging. In the tattoo area, it appears that Erlina is very particular about who she tattoos. And checking the client log, 3 people stand out. They'd all received a tattoo that was termed Cultist's Blessing. The first only had the initial DM, and the bill was to be sent to a place called the Spectre Club. The second was an Ivan Jacobi, one of the city administrators for Kanaka, and finally the name Shan Yun, a famous Tivian opera singer who is, or was, good friends with Luca Abel. Shan had performed at a ducal gala, an event to honour Luca Abel, and Shan was known as the Boreal Songbird. This article about the performance states that he had moved to Karnaka for creative inspiration. Billy can also choose to mark herself with the eyeless tattoo, as it may come in handy later on, and she can also find an unsent love letter written from Elena to Shan Yun, which confirms that Elena is his mistress, and she's infatuated, listening to a song he wrote for her over and over again. Visiting Elena's apartment, it's revealed that she tried to visit Shan whilst he was rehearsing for his upcoming sold-out concert, where she was denied access to his house by his guards, with him writing to her afterwards, apologising and giving her a secret knock to use. Again, this is information that could come in very handy. So Shan Yun will be at his home rehearsing. Posters in this area indicate that the other person of interest, Ivan Jacobi, will be given a speech at Colibran Plaza, and going over there, Billy sees that he's practicing his speech on the subject of regraving and how it disrespects the dead. Basically, when Ivan was young, his father died, leaving huge debts to the family. His grandfather then moved into the family crypt, the last bit of land that they had. And then at some point in time, the powers that be decided the crypt was essentially unused and was seized. Since his grandfather was turfed out and died not long afterwards, this traumatized Ivan, hence why he's so vocal against the act of regraving. Since Ivan is practicing his speech on a stage with a trapdoor, this is a perfect opportunity to get close to him. So making her way underneath the stage, Billy pulls the lever and can either knock out or kill Ivan Jacobi. On him is the key to his office, so grabbing that and visiting the office, she finds a few interesting things here. Finding a hidden safe behind a painting, Billy finds a bottle of blood with a label on it that reads, Y Cienfuegos Last Blood. A journal next to it is troubling reading. It mentions that whoever this Cienfuegos is, was victim to a grotesque exsanguination ritual, that Cienfuegos was a donor.
Exsanguination number 33. Started the blood pump. We'll siphon off your blood drop by drop until you die. No. Don't look at the door. No one will enter here. The Spectre Club is empty. It's just us on a journey to the void. Not together, of course. You'll go now, and I'll visit later. I'll preserve a vial of blood from your last moments for a personal transfusion. A special treat. I long to see the veil parting for myself. What's that? Oh, you're babbling. Don't worry, it's a perfectly normal part of dying. The mind regurgitates the sad detritus of unfinished plans to make room for deeper mysteries. Ah, you grow pale. You shiver as the warm lifeblood leaves you. How does it feel to die? Tell me what you see. Is the outsider there? What does he say to you? Speak! Spare Teresia! What does that mean? Is that a glimpse of the future? What do you see? Answer me! No, don't die yet! Tell me! What do you see? What do you see? Ah!
Truth is that after the ritual and after his body had been drained, Cienfuegos' body was then discarded in an alleyway, so he is a victim in what is now an active murder inquiry. Anyhow, on Ivan's desk there's a large key and a note from a bank. The Dolores Michaels Bank, which is in the area. Matching up Dolores Michaels' name with the DM on the client list in the Red Camellia, this tells Billy that she's also a member of the Eyeless. The note also states that the key is one of two, and that it opens up a lockbox in the bank, which is a dual account held by him and Shan Yun. It's clear the other key is with Shan Yun. But how to deal with Ivan Jacobi if he wasn't killed? Well, Billy is able to hold him to account for his crimes. On Ivan's desk sits a letter regarding a pushy reporter from the Karnaca Gazette by the name of Christopher George, who was very interested in how to join the Spectre Club, and what was up with what the Eyeless call sanguine infusions and how to sample one. He also wanted to ask about missing persons, and these included the late Mr. Cienfuegos. Going to visit him with the evidence, Billy sees a number of Eyeless members leaving his office. It seems he's been roughed up as someone's trying to silence him. Giving them the evidence, he gives Billy a reward, and Ivan Jacobi will be held accountable for his crimes. But now to go and get that key from Shan Yun. Infiltrating Shan Yun's house whichever way suits, such as using the secret knock, Billy enters and tries to avoid the many members of the Grand Guard stationed there. On the upper floor of the house, Shan Yun is busy practicing his arias for his performance. It seems that Shan Yun has been having a spot of inspirational block, so he joined the Eyeless gang as he believed that the outsider could restore his creative inspiration. He was eventually able to become one of the gang's leaders, along with Ivan Jacobi and the aforementioned lady from the bank, Dolores Michaels. Dealing with Shan Yun however she sees fit, Billy searches his safe, locked via a fancy lock that responds to a certain one of Shan Yun's arias, and inside is the second key. A note from Dolores is in there with it, mentioning a unique treasure, and that the Eye will watch over it. Billy has both keys now, but she can't go to the bank yet, as she needs to plan their next move. Before leaving for the Dreadful Whale, she can go to the Spectre Club. Using her new tattoo to get in, she hears about this sanguine infusion she'd learned about. She learns that it's a ritual that the Eyeless go through. Essentially, a person who is an unwilling and kidnapped donor is drained of their blood, and on the other side of the wall, eyeless have blood infused into them as they believe this is a divine act that will allow customers to see the void and to have visions.
The infusion is a crimson elixir that pulls back the veil of mystery and allows you to commune directly with the void. It's distilled from the blood of the dying.
Indeed? How unusual. I'm all anticipation.
I assure you, once you've tried the infusion, you'll never be satisfied with mere alcohol again.
Unfortunately, this poor guy, Alberto, a dentist, fixed some guy's teeth, and the patient lied about being a dock worker. He was a member of the Eyeless, and he told him about the Spectre Club, with Alberto writing a letter to his brother telling him where he was going. Alberto got kidnapped and was being drained of his blood, and Billy can choose to save him in exchange for payment from his brother. But anyway, back to the dreadful whale. After getting some rest, Billy speaks with Daud about their next steps and what they know so far. The bank is owned and managed by Dolores Michaels. There are a number of ways inside the bank, but it's never been robbed before. She can get in via the roof, the trash disposal, or the sewers. She'll need to find the vault once she's inside, as if the knife is anywhere, it's sure to be in there. There will be guards, clockwork soldiers, and doors that can only be opened remotely. With lots to do, Billy heads out. Back in Upper Syria again, this time at dusk, Billy needs to decide how she's going to attack this. She can go in swinging, or she can be stealthier. Newspapers here lead with the headline that Ivan Jacobi has been accused of the murder of Mr. Cienfuegos, but did he face justice? Well, not really. He wrote a letter stating that he'd failed the outsider by losing the key to the Eyeless' most secret treasure, and then decided to end himself rather than let the Grand Guard arrest him for murder. If Shan Yun was left alive, he's now gone to Tivia to seek treatment at the Samaran Waters Spa for a vocal injury. Being choked out will do that, I guess. Anyway, if going for the stealthy approach, Billy can go and speak with Cienfuegos' daughter, called Teresia, who is obviously upset by her father's demise and says the things from his business are in the process of being auctioned off at Colibran Plaza. So the Dolores Michaels Deposit and Loan Bank is actually under investigation due to several illegal foreclosures on businesses, including Cienfuegos Pharmacy. They then sell the items from the business at auction, pocketing any profits from the sales. This is initially what Christopher George, the journalist, was investigating after Lucia Pastor had asked him to. Another branch of the bank had been temporarily closed due to illegal activity, leading to the entire foreign accounts team being arrested. If Billy goes to the auction, she can bid for the items, but the only thing she needs from the items is a bottle of poppy tincture. Laudanum, essentially. Going over to the bank and using this on the ventilation system there, it will put everyone to sleep. I mean, she can also go to a black market merchant and buy some, but that's a damn expensive bottle of sleepy liquid. Inside the bank, Billy needs to get to the inner atrium, and she manages it by finding the remote switches for the doors. Here she spots the vault, and it acts as some kind of elevator. She also comes across a variant of the Clockwork Soldier called the Clockwork Sentinel, and it's a less dangerous version of the Clockwork Soldier. Since Jindosh died, production had not continued on these models, but Dolores had managed to procure some prior to Jindosh's end, and uses them in her bank. Needing to get to the vault controls, Billy needs to find out what the access codes are in order to get into the security and administration sector, as the codes change with every guard shift, so she heads down to the archives to find the captain, Pena. She finds him and retrieves the codes. Using the correct code and accessing security and administration, she's able to use the control system for the vault. She can either send it up to Dolores' office or down to the basement archives. She has to think fast if all the guards have been knocked out by the poppy tincture, stating that this is just a test, so she now needs to go and grab that valuable item from the vault. There is another option of going up to the vault maintenance area and releasing all the brakes at the same time, causing the vault to crash down into the sewers. If sending the vault to Dolores Michaels' office, entering, behind another painting, Billy finds something else she'll need, the vault key. A strange contraption sits by the desk too, and it's the same as one seen in Ivan Jacobi's office and Shan Yun's home. It's a piece of the void. A note describes the void as being something that lives inside them, and it yearns for their contact. It speaks of the eye allowing them to see things. They keep this piece of the void as a promise, apparently. A promise of not just potential, but of power. Next to the contraption is a painting of an eye, the eye of the dead god. Dolores had actually been chosen and invited by the cult of the outsider to join their ranks, an invitation that not many are blessed enough to receive. She was told to divest herself of all of her attachments in Karnaca, as possessions and connections are not permitted there. It seems they had also sent her some sensitive documents. In Dolores' journal, Billy was able to read about what motivates her. She yearns for immortality, as she'd learned about the cult's secret and must have it for herself. She's not too keen, in her words, about living in a filthy mine worshipping black stones with gullible fools, which suggests she doesn't really have the same level of devotion as the cultists. It appears that the murder of Cienfuegos by the eyeless was revenge for something he did. You see, outwardly, Eleutero Cienfuegos was a family man and an honest pharmacist, but he too was actually a secret member of the eyeless, and he was obsessed with the void and also the occult. He had stolen those sensitive documents sent by the cult to Dolores, which is why she had Ivan Jacobi get rid of him. The sensitive documents were the details as to the location of the cult's secret entrance to the void. It mentions something about the documents ending up at the Royal Conservatory thanks to Cienfuegos, and Dolores was working on a way to get them back. Looks like after getting done here, Billy will need to pay a visit to Syria Gardens and to the Royal Conservatory. Using the key on the vault, Billy enters it, and using the 2 keys she'd gotten from Jacobi and Shan Yun, she's able to find exactly what she's looking for. Grabbing it, Billy finds herself before the outsider in the void. He tells her about the knife and the ritual that took his life and turned him into the outsider 4,000 years ago. He tells Billy that he knows what she's planning, and he tells her that back on the ship where she left Daud has now died. He asks her when she cuts him out of the void, what will remain. Billy, wondering what the outsider wants from her, she returns to the real world and leaves the bank. Going back to the ship, it's just as the outsider said, Daud has indeed died. So Billy takes whatever she needs to complete her task, and she sets her ship on fire, using it as a funeral pyre for her old mentor. She then heads over to Syria Gardens to get some rest before the next part of her mission. She needs to find out where the entrance to the void is. Arriving, Billy finds the district has been placed under quarantine by the Abbey. This is the result of what happened at the Royal Conservatory under the direction of Brianna and her many witches. The Sisters of the Oracular Order are here, completing a thorough investigation as to what sort of heretical acts took place here. On the streets, the Order are already in the process of burning all heretical texts they've found. The fact that the Sisters of the Oracular Order are even here is highly controversial, as they rarely leave their chapel. Judging from a conversation, it seems that a Sister Rosewyn is in charge here, and not only that, but what they have found could potentially ruin the Abbey. They mention what they found was found in the curator's office. A list of the heretical items shows the Order have recovered archives of documents, notes, letters and silvergrass, and that the location of these archives were revealed to the Oracular Order in a vision, and that one particular archive has been confiscated by Sister Rosewyn, and she'll report any findings after studying it to the roving vice overseer, Cardoza. Billy needs that archive. Getting inside the Royal Conservatory whichever way she sees fit, Billy is able to hear some of the overseers on the lower levels speaking about how they have been putting captured witches on trial and subjecting them to what the Abbey call musical therapy, but most of them end up dying as a result of the therapy. It's said that the witches have some kind of heretical organ inside them which turns the healing power of music into pain, which makes their corrupted bodies reject the cleansing. Naturally, when being put on trial, the witches were all found guilty, being reformed by therapy and then possibly executed on charges of heresy and murder. Continuing on through the various levels of the Royal Conservatory, Billy sees the overseers and the sisters are still very busy and distracted by cataloguing the heretical artifacts here, such as the effigies of themselves created by Brianna and her witches. Billy finds her way up to what used to be Brianna's office, and she's able to find Sister Rosewyn on the roof, meditating on what to do with what she's found there. Also up here is the aforementioned roving vice overseer Cardoza, performing an autopsy on a witch, suggesting that he could try removing their eyes next time before torturing them to death, and that they burn with heresy from within.
The subject of today's examination is a well-developed, well-nourished woman appearing the offered age of 29 years. Cause of death is undetermined, but Brother Wells saw her collapse during musical therapy, convulsing and screaming. Which heretical organ inside her wasted, pale flesh rejected the ancient music? Initial examination showed no rigor, and lividity was at a minimum and unfixed. The unembalmed body is well preserved and cool to the touch. Pressure on the chest reveals pliant skin. No contusions, no marks. Only smooth. Flawless. Why must it take death to purify the darkness from your flesh? How can I remove the stain of heresy from your body and preserve this wondrous symmetry of form? How to cut out the outsider's foul influence from inside you, leaving only grace and perfected beauty behind. Oh yes, my dear. You're lovely like this. Lovely.
Yeah, he's pretty creepy, but he, judging from his notes, is curious and wants to look at the various tomes and books the witches used, stating that doubt plagues him. Taking all of the sisters out or just stealing the silver graph off Rosewyn and booking it, Billy loads it into one of the many projectors in the building and she's able to see the location of the Cult of the Outsider's entrance to the Void. This is what got Cienfuegos killed. This is what he'd stolen from the Eyeless. So in terms of why this is dangerous for the Abbey, well, Sister Rosewyn wrote to Cardoza about what it was that she'd found, and says that it's more dangerous than they could have known. She was in the process of meditating to discern whether they should just burn what they'd found, or send it to have it studied further. A journal containing Sister Rosewyn's prophecies shows that she's seen the final moments of the Outsider in the Void. She kept the most crucial parts of that prophecy from her sisters, as she had predicted it would usher in the errant mind in one of them. The 7 strictures show the errant mind as having the potential to lead someone to the Void through their thought alone. She was also worried about how some of the Abbey would react to the death of the Outsider. She hasn't even shared this with the High Oracle, as she fears this event will come to pass way before she's even had the chance to reach her. She knew what she had to do, and that was by way of confiscating the silver graph with the Void entrance location on it. Since their opposition to the Outsider is fundamental to their being and their faith, without the Outsider there'd be no reason for them to exist anymore. They'd effectively lose their authority over people of the Isles, and would no longer be the state religion of the Empire. With everything she needs, Billy decides it's time to leave this place and heads up to the place on the silver graph, the Shindere North Quarry. So the Shindere North Quarry was once the home of the Shindere Mining Company, and it sits upon the north face of Shindere Peak, the tallest mountain in Karnaca. It's also the place where the boy who was sacrificed by the Invision would become the Outsider. Fast forward thousands of years later and back in the late 1700s, the second Silver Age of Karnaca had descended upon the Empire. Silver Rush. The Shindere North Quarry was opened up by the Shindere Mining Company, who invited people to come and stake their claim as rich veins of silver ore were there in the mountain. It was estimated that each nugget of silver could have been worth thousands of coins. Then came the inevitable recruitment drive for miners at the quarry. And then came the year 1849, and the woman who had come to be called Delilah Copperspoon. During that seance at Stilton Manor, Delilah had caused a destabilization in the Void itself. It had torn the divide between the world and the Void all the way across the Empire. Given the quarry on Shindere Peak is a unique location, as it's the only place in the Empire where the Void and the world actually meet, this had a rather devastating effect. Workers at the mine started to experience tunnels appearing despite them definitely having not been mined yet. Most reported hallucinations, with one woman stating that she was serving a customer in the store, but she turned around and the customer and the store were both gone, and she was standing alone in a dust-swept street amongst ruins. She'd blinked and she was back in the real world again, standing in front of a very confused customer, and this was happening all across the area to many people. Anyway, this woman herself had found the Eye of the Dead God and had touched it. Understanding exploded in her, with the individual layers of the universe being laid bare to her. She'd basically shifted into the Void. Eventually things got really bad, not just because of the hallucinations, but also because of the working conditions. The air quality was absolutely terrible. Many workers at the mines went on strike because of the hallucinations, because sometimes the entire mine would completely disappear before coming back. The sheer number of complaints by the workers that were public knowledge had made it pretty difficult for the mining company to be able to dismiss those claims. After the mining company had abandoned the place, the Cult of the Outsider moved in and established it as their base of operations. But back to Billy. The Outsider appears to her, telling her that when he was killed, sacrificed by the Invision, they tore away his name. He says that maybe Billy will be able to find his name somewhere in the black viscera that is this place. Entering the area, it seems deserted. That's until she sees people dressed in white. The Cult of the Outsider. 2 of them are standing in front of a member of the cult who is begging for his life. He's saying that he's scared and that he doesn't want to become like one of the Envisioned, but his cries fall on deaf ears and they execute him. Others on the outer section of the base speak about having communed with the Eye of the Dead God. Apparently the Eye yearns as the cultists yearn, and this man says that he walked the path of the Envisioned and witnessed the churning of the Void. Dodging the many cultists here on the outskirts of the base, Billy makes it inside the mines, and she has her first experience in seeing one of the Envisioned for herself. The cultists see it too, and say that experiencing the passage of the Envisioned twice in one day is a very rare occurrence. The The Envision can see the cultists, but choose not to speak to them, although it's not clear why. Eavesdropping on conversations here, some of the Cult of the Outsider members still refer to themselves as the Eyeless. So I mentioned earlier that Dolores Michaels had been invited to join the Cult of the Outsider. From documents inside the mine base, we can see that Ivan Jacoby and Shan Yun were not to be extended this same invitation, as the cult considered them too erratic and unstable to join, with Ivan Jacoby too obsessed with the sanguine infusion, and Shan Yun having too high of a profile for him to suddenly start living a life of seclusion, and they were both only to be considered again after a 3-year period. It's clear that the Eyeless gang in Karnaca are just a tool used by the Cult of the Outsider for recruitment, and the Eyeless themselves would hope that one day they would be granted the honour of joining the Cult of the Outsider. The Eyeless would bring the cult food and provisions too, since they never really leave Shinderai Peak. This woman, calling herself Eyeless, was likely a former Eyeless member herself that had been recruited via this method. Some of them still have their Eyeless tattoos from their street gang days in Karnaca. Billy continues on through the base and through an area containing a lot of books, as this is where the cultists catalogue and record their findings on the Void. It's not long until she stood right in front of the Eye of the Dead God, and Billy can feel it watching her. She walks forward and touches it. She's now in the Void. Near to the Eye of the Dead God is the dead body of a Cult of the Outsider member by the name of Malchiodai. The first Billy heard of Malchiodai was by overhearing a conversation between two cultists, one of which told the other not to mention Malchiodai's name, as he'd violated one of the highest commandments of the cultist society. He'd entered the ritual hold, which was forbidden to them. He has a key on him, and using it to enter his quarters, which had been locked up and it being forbidden to enter, it seems that old Malchiodai was having something of an internal dilemma. He was a former member of the Academy of Natural Philosophy, before he became a member of the Eyeless gang, and eventually got accepted into the Cult of the Outsider. He developed one obsession, and it was an obsession over the Mark of the Outsider and what it was. He discovered that the Mark of the Outsider is actually the Outsider's name in an ancient language, and speaking this name to the Outsider would release him. Malchiodai wanted to discover the secret of this language.
The topography of the Void is dependent upon reality to supply the base material for it to mirror. However, there is one place that has no referent in our world. Though I know the Void sees into our hearts, my fellows call it the Ritual Hold. Some say it is a cradle, others say a tomb. The Outsider himself resides there. To even approach the gate to that place is sacrilege. And even then, the Void itself keeps it shut to living eyes. Truly, the Ritual Hold exists outside of time itself. It would be as futile as it is forbidden to enter. These are thoughts for another time. My research into this ancient alphabet continues. Some remnants of their phonemic qualities are preserved in our oldest writings. The language possesses an unusual amount of diphthongs, reliant on distinction in tone and pitch to convey meaning. These symbols, I know the very nature of the Void runs through them, but is it a dead language, or the language of the dead? Perhaps that could be the title of my next monograph.
Billy now needs to pass into the Ritual Hold itself, the location of the Outsider's body. Naturally, since the Envisioned are the guardians of the Ritual Hold, they will try and stop her, with her able to kill them or just to avoid them, but she makes it through the shattered pieces of the gate, which was thousands of years ago previously broken by the Envisioned. Taking a second to marvel at the place, she walks over to the Black Center. Daud, or rather his spirit, is sat there. Speaking to him, at first he doesn't recognize her, but he says that he cannot hurt the Outsider, but because Billy has the knife, she can. Daud asks Billy to go and finish it. Approaching the Outsider's physical body, Billy now has two choices. Given what she'd learned from Malchiodai's findings, she questions if the Outsider deserves to be killed. She speaks with Daud, informing him that the Outsider was just a poor orphan boy that was sacrificed against his will. The Envisioned had taken everything away from him, even his name. Only the dead can say his name, and because Daud is dead, he's able to whisper the Outsider's name to him. It takes a bit of convincing for Daud to agree to do so, but the Outsider is freed. His spirit returns to his body and he can now live a normal life, and because of Billy's actions, the Void has nothing controlling it, and it will be able to have an effect on pretty much anyone now. Void rifts have started to appear across the Empire too. Now if she decides to kill the Outsider, which is the canon choice, Billy drives the twin-bladed knife into his heart, and a shocked outsider speaks with her. Dying, he says he sees that there are no choices left. Daud tells Billy that it's done, and that the world will now change. Billy urges that the world might change, but people will not, as killers never change. In the aftermath, Billy says that she's even the score, that the outsider died by the very people that had been twisted by his magic, cults, the witches, and the killers, and all the chaos they had caused. The outsider is gone, and as a result, void rifts have started appearing across the Empire. The void rifts are how future Billy was able to travel to the past, how she appeared to be able to help Martha Cottings and Daud. The rifts are essentially a vacuum, and the fabric of reality was essentially being torn apart, with the two dimensions of the real world and the void being separated further and further. The void is still there, echoing just beyond what you can see. But now, with the games done, we will now jump into the final piece of Dishonored media in the timeline, which is the final novel in the trilogy, and this novel is titled The Veiled Terror. 1 year after she killed the outsider, Billy Lurk wakes up having suffered a nightmare. Both the sliver of the eye and the twin-bladed knife were now not responding, and the people from all across the Empire of the Isles were suffering nightmares too. Billy needs to stock up on a certain herb called the Green Lady as it helps her sleep, but she's running low, so she heads over to Wyrmwood Way. She places a leather eye patch over the sliver of the eye of the dead god that's embedded in her eye socket, as it would probably get a few strange looks. Inside the store there, she sees an overseer begging for some Adamar solution, as they don't actually make it anymore, and the store owner only has one left, making it a precious commodity nowadays. See, after the outsider had been killed, just as Rosamund had foreseen in her visions, the Empire had no need for the Abbey of the Everyman anymore. It's said that Empress Emily dissolved the Order after the Sisters of the Oracular Order had all been slaughtered by the moonstruck High Overseer, with a force being sent to the Abbey. But this wasn't true. What actually happened was that the Abbey had been dissolved, with the post of Overseer having been abolished, and with the Imperial Army having been sent to the Abbey, any overseers that resisted were killed, with those who surrendered being allowed to go free. The sisters were actually hunted all the way across the Isles, with many of them ending up being burned at the stake. The Overseer there, despite his pleas, pulls out a knife that was fashioned using stone from the void. It started to hurt Billy's sliver of the eye, and he started to cast magic, carving his own flesh with the knife while speaking an odd language that Billy is unable to understand. For reference, this Overseer is called Woodrow, and is the Overseer that Daud had previously interrogated in the slaughterhouse where the Abbey was searching for heretical artifacts, and when Daud was in search of the twin-bladed knife. What on earth has happened to the Abbey? Well, it's said that because of their predisposition and obsession with the Arkane, they took the dissolving of the Abbey pretty badly, ending up fighting each other in the street, appearing to become rabid and dangerous. Woodrow wants the Adamar solution because he had become addicted to it. Anyway, Billy knocks Woodrow out, bandages him up, and gets what she came for. Her next job, since she tried and failed to contact Emily Coldwin, is to head over to the Academy of Natural Philosophy so she can hammer home the gravity of what's happening in the Empire. Even though Billy knows Sokolov, the philosophers are not willing to entertain what she's got to say, instead fobbing her off with an explanation about the rifts just being an effect of the Tivian glaciers and the weather, but she is approached by one philosopher by the name of Dribner, just as she's about to leave. He leads Billy to a chamber, and in the middle of it sits a void rift. Dribner has been doing his own research into the rifts, void hollows being the technical term, and he discovered, thanks to Sokolov, that the rifts are actually linked together, but since the rift is ever expanding, it would mean the end of the world. Dribner also says that anyone that had received the mark of the outsider, since the outsider is dead, they would no longer receive power, as they are no longer linked to him. Dribner tells Billy that given her link to the void through the arm and eye she received and the fact that she's not marked, she's probably the only person left who can do something about this rift issue. Dribner shows Billy where the void hollows are being experienced, and this is in a city called Alba, on the Isle of Morley, which itself had just experienced a 3-day civil war between the king and queen, that only got brought to a halt because a rift had torn the city apart, and a massive relief effort is underway. Arriving in Alba by boat after a 40-day journey, she gets eyes on the Leviathan Causeway and sees that it runs straight into the Void Rift. Managing to get inside a causeway being built by the Leviathan Company, using a disguise, she spots a worker called Hearn being roughed up by a group of Leviathan guards who mention a name, Miles Severin, who is the boss. Mr. Hearn calls Severin the son of a witch, and he says that he wants to speak with him, but the guards are having none of it. It seems that Mr. Hearn here is a union leader, so naturally the boss isn't a fan, especially since the unions are trying to organise. Billy takes care of the thugs and learns that Severin had been running this project for a number of years, but that wasn't until the Civil War kicked off and the Void Rift opened up, and this led to them rushing to try and complete the project. Billy thinks that Severin expected the rift to appear in the first place, with him having brought in workers from all across the Isles. Billy eventually tracks down Severin, and it's revealed that he's been sending his workers into the Void to obtain a substance called Voidrite. Following Severin to a room where she spots they've been using runes, along with some other artifacts that were obtained since the Abbey no longer has the monopoly on heretical items, Billy enters the Void through a rift, using a rune she'd obtained from one of the thugs beating up Mr. Hearn. She sees the Leviathan Corporation had created machines that could fly, along with the workers themselves having been affected by the Void, whilst they had been busy obtaining Voidrite. The workers appear to be in some sort of trance, being overworked, the Leviathan Company clearly in breach of a number of employment laws by utilising slave labour. She eventually gets confronted by guards there, but the twin-bladed knife refuses once again to answer her during her fight with them. She's eventually captured and is taken back through the Void Rift, back to Alba. Taken before Severin, who shows an interest in Billy's sliver of the eye and the black shard arm, the chief constable shows up and takes Billy into custody thanks to a royal proclamation from the Queen of Morley, who is called Aithne. In a conversation with the Queen, she seems to know everything about Billy, knowing who her parents were, about how she'd helped unseat Delilah, how she'd rescued Daud, and how she'd kill the outsider. The last point Billy is very confused about. How on earth could the Queen of Morley have any idea about what happened between Billy and the outsider in the Void? Billy has had some quarters prepared for her, and is instructed to wait there for the time when the Queen calls for her. Billy then gets some rest. With Billy not buying why the King and Queen are being so nice to her, she investigates a little bit. She wants to collect any runes, bone charms, and other evidence that she can take back to Dribner. Using the piece of the Eye of the Dead God that she has, she discovers a void trail. After she's forced to attend a banquet with a ridiculous amount of food from every corner of the Isles, the King, Briam, shows an interest in her iron arm, just as Severin did. The King claims he dabbles in natural philosophy when time allows. After, Billy gets on with what she was doing and is led to the royal tomb, a crypt. In the crypt, a couple of names on the lid of a tomb, and it was the names of both the King and Queen, who'd seemingly prepared for their deaths in advance. Billy spots an intruder, or rather its shadow, which disappears into a rift which Billy looks into. She sees a completely different time in Dunwall, where something called the Void Shadow has tried to change events around the moment where younger Billy Lurk had first seen Daud, the night where she'd seen him kill 3 men, and the night that she had joined Daud's whaler gang. Billy dives into the rift and ends up in Dunwall. Billy tries to confront the Void Shadow, which is in the process of attacking Daud, with her determined to stop this, as this is not what happened. She sees her younger self on the opposite roof, where she should have been watching what was the legendary knife of Dunwall taking out 3 men, but he is instead struggling against a shadow creature from the void. She sees the assassination of Jessamine Coldwind this time playing out differently, as Daud kills young Emily and Corvo this time. Billy then finds herself in some grand house. She wonders where the Void Shadow has taken her this time. She realises she's in the time of His Imperial Majesty, Alexei Olaskir, who you'd do well to remember reigned until 1783. She's at the estate of one Preston Moray, on the exact day that he was to marry Vera Dubgoyle, who you'll remember became Granny Rags, and of course Vera, or Granny, was herself marked by the outsider. The Shadow shows up, materialising around the Emperor, killing him and also killing Vera, who ended up lying next to the Emperor. Billy tries to intervene, ending up connecting with it, causing black clouds to puff out from it, and these stung Billy's good eye. Billy underestimates it, and almost has the Eye of the Dead God ripped from her, until she ends up being saved by the future version of herself. The other Billy then leads her back through yet another rift, and back into the house of the 4th chair, and back to the crypt. Speaking with her future self, current Billy learns that the Void Shadow is actually a projection of the Queen of Morley, who is attempting to navigate the void using an artifact. She's trying to change time. Aithne wants Billy's eye and the knife so she can make any changes to time permanent. The Shadow also seems to want to go back in time and get rid of any of the bearers of the outsider's mark. Billy learns from future Billy how she can make the twin-bladed knife obey her again, saying that the only reason that she couldn't use it before is because of her own fear, because Billy is of the mindset that she thinks her powers have changed. The future Billy then leaves, as her presence there comes with the added risk that because they are like 2 rocks in the same stream, time will end up diverging if future Billy spends a bit too much time around current Billy. Current Billy heads back and goes to interrogate the King of Morley. Unfortunately, this effort is interrupted by Severin and his guards, who take away the twin-bladed knife, and they take her, Billy, before the king, Briam. King Briam tells Billy he is the one in control of the Void Shadow, and he needs the knife, but at that point the Void Shadow shows up and drags the king away. One of the royal guards there, who is revealed to be Martha Cottings, helps Billy. She speaks with Severin as she now realises that the king controls the Leviathan Company, and she asks where the king has been taken. But Severin ends up escaping into the void using runes in the pouches on his belt before Billy can get a chance to further interrogate him. She finds herself pulled into the Hollow, the other place, the other version of the world which was reflected through the void. She's in the space in between and she's there with Severin, who once again attempts to run. Billy goes after him and comes across the royal tomb where she finds the Void Shadow, and to her surprise it addresses her directly, telling her that she's too late to interfere. She is to bear witness to the culmination of the king's experiment. It sacrifices the bodies of both the king and queen using the twin-bladed knife that was taken from Billy. It wants to become a physical entity. Enveloping the bodies of the king and queen, the void rift there starts to get drawn in towards the Void Shadow, and Billy is in danger of getting dragged in too. She almost succumbs to its pull, but she is saved by someone. She is actually saved by Severin, but he looks over Billy's shoulder and looks horrified as the Void Shadow has now started to rise. It's merging with the king and queen now complete. The Void Shadow then disappears along with the Void Rift itself. Severin comes clean and tells Billy that the Queen was badly affected by the nightmares that everyone across the Isles were experiencing because of the fall of the Outsider. He used to be a natural philosopher. He began experimenting with artifacts, and some of the artifacts that he'd been using were those that previously belonged to Maximilian Norcross. The last physical connection to the Void itself was Voidrite, and Severin says that the connection was tenuous at best, with it expected to eventually collapse. The void was disintegrating and Severin had sent his engineers in to take samples. He tells Billy that the Leviathan Company project was one intended to create a railway system that could connect all of the Isles of the Empire together. The Morleyans, who remember have for a long time been bitter about the unification of the Isles and even mounted an insurrection, wanted to shift the balance of power from Dunwall to Morley. Then the Voidrite was discovered. Much like whale oil, Voidrite could be used as a fuel source, but unlike whale oil, it was extremely unstable and volatile. The Voidrite had effective gravity around it. King Briam intended to use Voidrite to bolster the Morleyan military, which could theoretically use the Void to travel long distances in a very short space of time and basically bomb the other Isles. But they had found something else, the very altar used by the Envision to sacrifice the young boy that became the Outsider. The king needed a subject for his experiments into the altar and chose the Queen for them, and this is effectively what kicked off the civil war, as Queen Aithne opposed King Briam's plan. Once the king had managed to find the altar, he'd been able to control his wife. Billy had been brought to her as the Queen was free in the void and had learned about her, and she hoped that Billy would be able to stop the king. Billy then discovers that the Void Shadow plans to feed on the void to sustain itself. Going over to the Leviathan Causeway, they see that the Leviathan Company army are getting ready for a confrontation with the Void Shadow. The entity ends up wounded, and Billy and Severin jump into one of the Voidrite flying machines, intending to dump the volatile void fuel onto the creature as it's vulnerable to it. Severin tells her there's no way to dump it, so they'll have to sacrifice themselves by flying the machine right into the creature. However, before they take off, Severin shoves Billy out of the machine, flying it into the entity, and sacrifices himself, with the entity being destroyed. Having been knocked out by the blast, Billy comes to and was out for that long that she was taken back to Dunwall by Martha Cottings, and Billy is approached by the Empress, Emily Coldwin, the first time they have seen each other since their frosty exchange on the Dreadful Whale. Dribner is there too, and he says that the Academy will be working hard now on trying to close the void rifts. Thankfully, the void mine that the Leviathan Company were trying to mine had been destroyed too. Billy then receives the twin-bladed knife back again, and something is different this time. She feels alive and awake, connected to the world and to the void. Martha then tells Billy that she needs to go back through one of the rifts in order to save her from the fire, just like future Billy had done. Billy asks where she has to go to do this, and Billy's story ends here. Some years later, Corvo would pass away and Emily would bury her father in her mother's great tomb alongside Empress Jessamine. And that brings the story of Dishonored to a close, but we'll round out this section by very briefly looking at the consequences and effect on the world through another Arkane title that ties into this particular universe, and that is Deathloop. Please note that I will not be doing a full dive into this game, as its events are linked but not completely relevant to Dishonored. So Deathloop's loop is one that is set in the year 1963, but it's not really possible to get an idea of when exactly Deathloop takes place, as it is indeed a time loop. Black Reef, where the game takes place, is an island somewhere off the coast of the Isle of Tivia. Around the year 1931, the Tivian Motherland Air Forces launched Operation Horizon after many rumours spoke of an anomaly on the Isle of Black Reef, with the plan being to give 6 months to find any evidence of said anomaly.
On the record now, Barrison, I'm formally ordering you to make this expedition a fruitful one. If no scientific or even parascientific discovery is made within the next 6 months, the government will pull out altogether. No more funding, no more R&R on the South Coast, and no more fish eggs.
I don't give a fuck about fish eggs, Chen. I need 8 months.
Jurgen, they gave you 3. I got you 6. So get me anything. Footage of a sea monster, evidence of extraterrestrial life, anything to make them believe we're not blowing money out of our asses.
Why are you saying this on the record?
I can afford to. You can't.
The people from Operation Horizon arrived and built bunkers and other structures. They charted the island and a map was produced, and they built a stabilizer antenna. This, they hoped, would allow them to get to know the power it could give them if they were somehow able to harness that power. Colt, our protagonist and a member of the expedition, was demoted after a love affair with one of the other expedition members, Lila Blake. Colt volunteered to fly a rocket, a Rakietoplan, into the temporal anomaly, hoping to reverse his demotion.
There's been a new development, General. My men tell me the anomaly's energy will be past its peak on the proposed date of the demonstration. So we have to accelerate the schedule by 6 weeks, otherwise the probability of a successful breach decreases to just 16%. The RAC team confirmed they can make the deadline if they forego the ejection seat, the life support system, and drop the shock absorbers from the landing gear. The pilot, Lieutenant... he's been promoted for this. Captain Colt Vaughn has been briefed and he's still 110% on board with the flight. In other words, we're moving forward with it. Maybe you can use that to impress the commission. Please excuse that I didn't call you immediately, but this is too sensitive and your line is probably tapped.
Colt went missing after this, presumed dead, when he was actually stuck inside the loop on the island for 17 years. He was eventually found but was institutionalized for 5 years until he was freed by Igor Serling. Colt joined the Aeon program, which was founded by 8 visionaries, and Colt would become the head of security. Colt was more so responsible for keeping the Aeon program secret and also to protect the loop, which resets at midnight. Essentially, the visionaries had followers also inside the loop called Eternalists, and because they knew the loop would reset at midnight, they would live life to the full, with the knowledge that death, and by extension immoral behaviour, had no real consequence as everything would be reset anyway. Although these Eternalists wouldn't remember anything from prior loops, but Colt would remember what previously happened. Colt repeatedly dies and wakes up on a beach and realises he needs to break the loop. The only way to do this is to kill the other 8 visionaries. He gets replaced by Juliana, Aeon's new head of security, who herself is tasked with stopping Colt, and has done so repeatedly, and does so for revenge that happens, as Colt has repeatedly killed her. This means that she, like Colt, remembers what happened in previous cycles. She has warned the Visionaries and the Eternalists of what Colt's plans are, so they're hostile. He ends up on a hunt for the other Visionaries and must kill them all in a single loop, one day, before the loop is reset. But why does he need to kill them?
This is Dr. Wendy Evans. As the head scientist of the Eon program, I was tasked with creating a highly interdependent thermodynamic system that would allow us to harness the vast energy produced by Black Reef's anomaly. With some ingenious reverse engineering, I was able to repurpose the stabilizer antenna to harness power from the anomaly and drive it into the core. By placing myself and the other visionaries at the center of the stabilizer core, I was able to imbue the anomaly's energy into us. Now we are the ballast. The visionaries are the loop.
Colt realised that after killing all the Visionaries and severely destabilising the loop, the final step was to fly the Rakietoplan over to the stabilizer core, where Juliana would be waiting for him. It turns out that Juliana is the result of Colt and Lila's love affair and is Colt's daughter, but he'd forgotten, likely through the trauma of killing her. He was repeatedly trying to kill her to free her from the loop, but she grew to resent him and ended up hunting him. It's revealed that Colt is himself a visionary, so he has to end himself, and after doing this, the loop is broken with Colt waking up on the beach, but the sky looks apocalyptic. Juliana then spares Colt and walks off, disappearing. There are certain things that point to the fact that Deathloop takes place within the Dishonored universe, as at the end of the game, Juliana presents Colt with a box that contains 2 dueling pistols. These are quite similar to the pistols that use whale oil bullets as their ammunition. Other things that show up in-game are a drawing of a clockwork soldier in the Dorsey mansion. The timelines crossing over being called Residuum, being very similar to what Billy Lurk had seen in terms of the Void Hollows. There are also the Slabs, which give the bearer supernatural abilities much like the Mark of the Outsider did, indicating that they hold some form of void magic. Like I said, I'm not going to go deep into the story of Deathloop, I just wanted to explore how the world connects these games. It's clear that the time anomaly in Deathloop is a clear result of what happened when Billy killed the Outsider. It also seems that no matter how hard she tried, she was never really able to fix what happened. But that's it for this video on the entire story of Dishonored. I hope you enjoyed this one. And if you did, then please leave a like and subscribe if you aren't already. If you would like to support me for future projects, then consider joining my Patreon for £1 a month. Leave a comment below with your thoughts, but for now, take care, and I'll see you in the next one.